20. Darby. My dear, sweet-natured Darby. She was a complete innocent. She knew nothing about this war or the truth of my identity. Darby had been my one true friend and had wanted nothing from me but my own friendship in return. We'd been confidants. We'd been everything to each other. My throat tightened with emotion, and I turned to Tamlane with a look of pleading. The words formed on my tongue without my bidding, because I already suspected the answer before I spoke. Would Oberon really do that? Torture and kill an innocent? He hesitated, exchanging a look with Dianthe.
Yes, he will torture her. It will be cruel and your friend will suffer, but I do not believe that he will kill her yet.
Dianthe snorted in disgust.
Think our dear leader has gone soft, do you?
I couldn't help but look hopefully at Tamlane, but he was shaking his head.
No, it's only that he will need to keep his hostage alive if he is to have any hope of controlling Ember.
This whole thing is crazy, I said. We have to save her. Tamlane looked grave.
We will do all we can, but there is very little time to plan.
Plans. All of mine flew abruptly out the window at Tamlane's reminder. My deadline to save Darby was barely more than a day away. There was no way that I could return to Earth and secure a mate in such a short window of time. Even if I'd been the daughter of a famous, rich alpha male from a huge pack, I imagined I'd still have trouble finding a mate who was willing to become involved in an interdimensional war between Elfheim and Earth. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I had to focus on what was most important.
And that's not all.
Dianthe said in a tone of voice I really didn't like. Fresh dread welled up inside of me. I'd been through so much over the last few days. I wasn't sure how much more bad news I could take. The female warrior shot me a worried look, as though she could tell I was close to the breaking point.
You must try to stay calm, Ember, but Oberon has dispatched Pavia back to Earth with a new mission.
I wrinkled my nose at the mention of the woman I knew as Geneva Padfoot. Back to Earth? Why? She'll have no place in the Grey Stalker pack now that they know who and what she is. She'll be banished just like I was. Dianthe came over to me and took my hand. Her skin was cool and smooth, her features perfectly composed. I was not comforted by her attempt at reassurance. What is it? I asked, pulling my hand away sharply. What are you not telling me? Dianthe sighed.
She has been given orders to kill the Greystalker Alpha's son, the one called Kai.
I blinked at her, sure that I'd heard her wrong. As the words sank in and understanding blossomed, I realized that Oberon might have already anticipated my plan to mate with someone on Earth. He was eliminating the most obvious choice, since I'd already manifested a fate bond with Kai. Geneva would destroy him, just like she'd destroyed every other goddamned part of my life. It felt like the floor of the cave was falling away, and I was plunging downward into the heart of Elfheim. My head spun and my breathing grew ragged. The horror that was clawing up inside of me started to spill out, and the wind whistled shrilly around the narrow entrance to the cave.
Ember!
Tamlane barked, coming to stand in front of me and gripping my shoulders. The familiarity of his touch soothed my whirling emotions. The wolf inside of me calmed slightly, although I could barely resist the instinct to transform and pace back and forth in the cave, with my hackles raised and a growl rumbling in my chest. That would achieve nothing. The quieting of the wind around us told the Fae that I had regained control of my emotions. I drew breath through clenched teeth, making a faint hissing sound.
I don't understand why he would set Pavia on the shifter,
Dianthe said.
What would Oberon hope to accomplish? Unless it's merely another way to manipulate you and cause you to lose control.
Tamlane took a deep breath and explained his theory about the potential protection a world would gain should I mate with a member of its population. Meanwhile, I stood silent, my cheeks burning with embarrassment.
He's trying to prevent her from mating with someone on Earth, which would be catastrophic for his efforts,
Tamlane concluded. Dianthe raised a sharp eyebrow, evidently hearing what remained unspoken.
Has Oberon tried to force her to mate with someone here, To give our world that protection?
She asked, watching Tamlane closely. Tamlane threw the briefest of glances at me, but I remained stubbornly quiet. My jaw was set as I stared at the strip of light peeking through the vines that had hidden the entrance to the cave.
Yes.
He finally said in a low voice.
Yesterday, Geneva attacked Ember with a magical powder that forced her to go into heat.
Dianthe's expression looked far too knowing for my peace of mind. She glanced back and forth at us, as though she could picture all that had passed between us the previous night.
Ah,
was her only response, as she seemingly noticed the awkwardness in the cave. I turned away from the speculative eyebrow that was now pointing in my direction, walking to the back of the cave where some blankets and food parcels were stacked neatly on a natural rock shelf. I pulled one of the blankets down and pretended to examine the fabric, but I wasn't really seeing what was in front of me. Desperate to regain my focus, I tried again to consider my options and come up with a plan to save Darby. She didn't deserve any of this. I will not allow her to be harmed because I sat back and let the deadline come and go, I vowed, comforted by my own determination.
We must not play into Oberon's hands,
Tamlane said, watching as I paced restlessly back and forth. I needed him to be quiet so I could think. Damn it. I draped the blanket over my shoulders and pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to force away the lingering effects of the unnatural heat I had experienced the previous day. Nausea churned in my gut. Oberon wants to use me as a weapon, I muttered, ignoring Tamlane and Dianthe leaning against the cool stone walls of the cave. And he wanted me to mate with Tamlane to protect Elfheim. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was the key. I spun on my back foot and faced the two Fae. He has no idea if his plan has worked or not, does he?
Oberon?
Tamlane asked, a confused expression on his face. Yes, he has no way of knowing that we didn't mate, right? I clarified.
None that I know of.
Tamlane's face was set. It was obvious he had deduced the general direction of my thoughts. Don't give me that look. I haven't even said anything yet. I protested. He stared me down, unblinking.
You don't have to.
His tone was as dry as the desert. I glared back. He has no way of knowing that we didn't mate, and that Elfheim isn't protected. We need to use that to our advantage, Tamlane. In case you haven't noticed, we're kind of short on advantages at the moment.
She's got a point there,
Dianthe agreed wryly. I stepped back, putting additional space between us. You have to let me go to Oberon by myself. I have this one piece of leverage over him. I can use it to keep him distracted while you two sneak in and save Darby.
You want us to save her while you do what exactly?
Dianthe asked, sounding deeply skeptical. I shrugged. I'll be the distraction. That's all. He'll be so preoccupied with the prospect of bending me to his will so he can use me that he won't be focused on who else is slipping away. If he doesn't have Darby to manipulate me, and I'm not mated to anyone on either planet, he has to behave himself, right? Dianthe and Tamlane exchanged another one of those speaking looks that I was growing to hate.
Or he could just drag you off to his dungeon and do whatever it takes to break you,
Tamlane retorted. And, okay. As plans went, it was maybe not the most fully formed. But I'd only just thought of it, damn him. I shrugged again. Well, I am hopeful that you can rescue me too. But Darby is the priority. You must see that both of our worlds depend on getting her away from Oberon.
I don't like it,
Tamlane said flatly. I'm open to suggestions, I told him, and waited out the resulting silence. Neither Fae spoke. Well, with that resounding chorus of alternate plans, I think we can safely say this is our only option.
What about the Alpha's son?
Dianthe asked, as though she thought I'd forgotten about him. The crushing guilt over Kai that I'd been resolutely ignoring reared up inside of me. My wolf howled her distress at the reminder of our fated mate, and I bit my lower lip hard in an attempt to maintain my composure. I can't help him, I whispered. It was the plain truth. Kai wasn't my mate, no matter what my wolf wanted to believe. There was only one of me, and I had to focus on saving Darby. Kai was strong, an alpha male with an entire pack around him. He stood a greater chance of surviving a confrontation with Geneva unscathed than Darby stood as Oberon's prisoner.
I will go to Earth and see what I can do in the time we have.
Dianthe offered gently.
I promise I will return to help with whatever you have planned to rescue your friend tomorrow.
I lifted my eyes to the ceiling of the cave in an attempt to hold back tears, wishing that I could release any of the complex emotions roiling inside of me. Kai had made a choice to have our bond destroyed. He'd listened to Geneva and chosen the easy way out instead of trusting me enough to simply talk to me. My old self-doubt rose up, whispering that even without Geneva's guidance, he probably would have destroyed the bond anyway. There was no way that someone of his station could be mated with someone of mine, I thought angrily. He still would have rejected me. But what if he hadn't? For the first time since the day Bardolph had the connection between us severed, I allowed myself to daydream about what being Kai's mate would have meant for me. I'd most likely be nearing the end of the first of many pregnancies by now, working and living within the safety of the Greystalker lands. I would be automatically respected as the Alpha's mate. I could have been a leader, a guide for my people, and Oberon would have no hold over me. I would have been mated to someone on Earth, protecting the entire planet. The bitter irony was not lost on me as I shook the thoughts away angrily. Kai had believed he was protecting me, but in reality he'd put 2 worlds in horrible danger. The realization was enough to make anyone go a bit crazy, except I couldn't afford to fall to pieces. I needed to stay focused. "Thank you," I whispered, wrapping my arms around Dianthe and squeezing. She hugged back, patting my shoulder.
I'll do what I can,
she said again, and let me go before opening a portal in the center of the cave. After she disappeared through the doorway to Earth, I leaned against the smooth wall of the cave and allowed myself to slide down into a seated position, my elbows propped on my thighs.
You must try to rest,
Tamlane said gruffly.
I will make you a bed.
I didn't argue as he pulled down the remaining blankets and arranged them in a cozy nest on the floor. I lay down fully clothed and curled into a ball, hoping that I'd be able to doze off despite the buzzing thoughts in my brain. An hour later, I lay staring at the ceiling of the cave, my mind chasing itself in circles and keeping sleep at bay.
Sighing like that every few seconds won't help you go to sleep any faster,
Tamlane muttered from across the cave, where he sat with his eyes closed and his back propped against the wall. I threw him a dirty look. I'd been trying so hard to ignore his presence, since the memories of the previous night sure as hell weren't going to help lull me to sleep. Finally sitting up, I stared over at the dim outline of the Fae keeping watch over me. "I'd like to try something," I said in a decisive tone. His startling blue eyes snapped open.
Try what, exactly?
The question sounded decidedly wary. I paused, not sure how to explain. "Well, I'm half Fae, right?" Tamlane didn't reply, probably because the answer was obvious. On one hand, it would be logical that my magic would be different than other Fae. I continued, but that doesn't seem to be the case with my shifter powers. Except for my wolf being half dark and half white, I'm a pretty normal shifter, actually.
Go on,
Tamlane replied, obviously curious where I was heading with this. I think it's logical that I'd have normal Fae magic as well, especially given who my father is. Tamlane looked thoughtfully towards the ceiling, considering that.
Perhaps. And how would you propose to test this theory?
He finally asked, sitting forward and examining me with his piercing gaze. I pushed myself up to a sitting position as well, mirroring his stance. So, the fact that you can manifest clothing at will would be pretty useful for a shifter, right? I glanced away, rubbing the back of my neck awkwardly as I tried not to think about the circumstances where I'd needed him to manifest and repair my clothing for me. His lips quirked in a way that I recognized as him trying not to smile.
As it happens, that is a fairly simple task, magically speaking.
So, can we try it? I asked eagerly. He nodded and jerked his head towards the slight crack in the wall leading to the outside world. Dusk was beginning to fall, and I knew that it would be dark soon. I rose and hurried forward eagerly, pushing my way out between the vines. He joined me outside.
Remove one of your boots,
Tamlane instructed. I hopped around awkwardly for a moment before handing him the muddy footwear. He tossed it away into the trees where it thudded softly in the underbrush, out of sight. I'd watched him replace my clothes enough times that I knew the hand motion to use. Like this? I waved my hand over my foot, concentrating on bringing my boot back. Nothing happened. I glanced at him in question. He shook his head.
Concentrate on the source of power that you feel within yourself when your emotions are at their most tumultuous.
I nodded, allowing some of the carefully controlled emotion to rise up inside of me. As a faint breeze rustled the tree limbs, I waved my hand forcefully over my foot, mentally commanding the boot to appear. Nothing. Tamlane stood nearby in the growing darkness, watching my many attempts to make the boot appear in vain. Okay, so maybe I was wrong about having magic, I grumbled. I was disappointed, to say the least. There was no doubt that my chances against Oberon would be better if I could use both Fae and shifter powers.
There may yet be a way,
Tamlane said thoughtfully.
but I'm not certain of the best method to attempt it.
What? I demanded, perking up. He stepped closer to me, raising a hand slowly towards my face. I reared back, suddenly nervous. What are you going to do? Something passed across his expression so quickly that I couldn't catch it. When he spoke, however, his voice sounded completely normal.
I'm merely going to guide you. We use this as a way to guide Fae children as they learn to control their powers. In some ways, you are no different than them.
I knew my expression betrayed my opinion of that statement.
Trust me, little wolf,
He said. I nodded and took a slow breath. Tamlane raised his hand again and traced his fingers along my face. Suddenly my nerves were alight, glowing inside of me as the Fae gripped my hand with his free one. I could feel power flowing between the 2 points of contact, from brain to fingers. It was immediately clear that the magic had always been there inside of me. I had simply never been able to pin it down before. With Tamlane guiding my mind, I could feel the rush of an energy field around both of my hands, one held in Tamlane's and the other hanging loose at my side. The power pulsed in my mind, and my hand trembled with the sensation of my own native magic. I thought about the boot I wanted, and with a slight zapping sensation along my nerves, it reappeared on my foot. The laces were neatly tied and everything. Wow, I breathed. Tamlane started to pull away from me, drawing my mental focus towards him. Abruptly, my mind teemed with unfamiliar thoughts and memories. I could see myself on the floor of the cave, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. A strong feeling of affection rolled through me as the eyes I was seeing through roved hungrily over the curve of my hips. Tamlane jerked back, breaking the physical contact between us. The images vanished as suddenly as they had appeared. I stood completely still, not even breathing. Had I just read his mind? It seemed so. He looked more awkward and discomfited than I'd ever seen him before.
Do you feel fatigued?
He asked too quickly.
Perhaps we should return to the cave now that you've grasped the basics.
Yeah, sure thing, I replied, not looking away from him. I couldn't help but replay the image in my mind. What was hardest to ignore was the sadness that tinged the memories. Tamlane was obviously attracted to me, but he was also devastated that he couldn't protect me from what was coming. As I slipped through the crack to the cave and returned to my bed, I wished desperately that I could get another glimpse of Tamlane's mind before tomorrow. I needed to know what was coming for me. 21. The following day dawned faster than I could have possibly imagined. Tamlin was quiet throughout the morning and early afternoon as we made our way resolutely towards Oberon's palace, the epicenter for all the troubles in my life. With my newfound emotional self-control skills, I was able to stay calm, at least on the surface. I was sure that Tamlane knew it was all an act, but we didn't discuss it. I couldn't have kept my composure if we had, and he probably knew that too. By the time evening began to fall, I could no longer bring myself to speak, even the brief, one-word answers that I'd been snapping at him throughout the day. It felt like something terrible, some silent existential scream of horror, was clawing its way up from the depths of my chest. My breathing was ragged, and any time I stopped moving, I began to tremble.
Are you ready for this, little wolf?
Tamlin asked me as we came over a hill and saw the beautiful, large palace nestled in a valley before us. I nodded curtly, even though it was a lie, averting my eyes from his piercing gaze that always saw too much. I marched down the hill, not even bothering to try to hide myself from the scouts that I knew must be present. They knew who I was and why I'd come. There was no reason to chase me anymore. Tamlane didn't move from his position on top of the ridge. I turned to look back, expecting him to follow me. He shook his head.
You will soon be within sight of the palace walls. Walk straight through the gate and follow the main road towards the setting sun. In the center of the royal quarter, you will find what you seek.
I nodded again, forcing myself to meet his eyes and hold them for a brief moment. A look of understanding passed between us, but before he could say any more, I turned my back and began walking away. This was between me and my father now. I had to keep Oberon distracted long enough for the others to act. Sure enough, shouts went up as I walked boldly towards the open gates. I stole sidelong glances at the Fae lining the city walls, some with bows and arrows trained on me. A shiver went down my spine. I knew that all it would take was one slip of a finger, and I would die at someone's hands. But I had to stay focused. I had to ensure Darby was rescued. That goal would give me strength to push the fear away. I held my head high and strolled in like I owned the place. There was probably a law somewhere that said I would own it someday, after all. There must be some sort of succession clause laid down in Fae history. Did Oberon have other kids? Now, that was a disconcerting thought. As I strode forward, the afternoon light waned as the sun approached the western horizon. Twinkling lamps shone in many of the windows lining the rustic street. Most of the buildings were shops, along with a few houses that surrounded the palace. The walls shimmered with pale colors that gleamed and twinkled from every light source. It would have been beautiful if I hadn't been so busy fighting to keep my terror under control. What was I going to say to the Fae King who'd ruined my life and my family by siring me? Hey, Dad. Glad to finally meet you after so many years. I understand that you don't like my friends, but let's not kidnap and torture them, 'kay? Thanks. Bye now. I snorted. Tamlane would smack me upside the head if I led with something like that. He'd urged me repeatedly to act humble and cowed before the king, hoping it would stroke Oberon's ego and perhaps pique his curiosity to buy us some extra time. Personally, I wasn't a fan of the plan, and didn't think it had even a slight chance of working. I could see a large open area, which I assumed was the square outside the palace. The entire area was bathed in a bright, white light, presumably illuminated with magic. People milled around, talking and pointing towards the far corner of the open space. I passed a group who must have recognized me as a shifter. They began whispering excitedly to each other and fell into step behind me. Soon the crowd following me grew to at least 50 people, some laughing and shouting as I made my way towards the raised platform that dominated the far end of the square. There, I could see a small, dark-haired figure chained against a stout wooden pillar. My heart thundered, a dangerous rage building inside of me despite my best efforts. I could barely control my fury. The wind rose, whipping around me. Taking several deep breaths, I tried to settle my spirit and control my powers. As I got closer and saw the extent of Darby's injuries on her swollen and battered face, my hold on the storm growing inside me wavered. I wanted to let it loose to destroy the palace, I wanted to force Oberon to watch everything he had made crumble before his eyes. The wind teased my hair, and I thought of all the innocent lives on Earth that might be lost if I didn't regain control of myself. As much as the need for revenge clamored inside of me, I couldn't justify the loss of lives in another realm. On his throne across from the execution platform, the Fey King appeared to be too engrossed in a conversation with a tall figure in a long black robe to notice the shifting winds swirling around me as I approached. I took a moment to examine this man who'd allegedly contributed half of my DNA. His hair was raven black, swept back in intricate braids similar to the ones Tamlane favored. He was dressed finely in silks and furs. A long ermine-accented cloak draped over his shoulders. A crown of woven holly twigs encircled his brow. His eyes were oddly colorless, as though a light inside them was shining through clear glass. "Hey, Dad!" I called, waving frantically over my head to capture his attention. I heard you wanted to talk to me about something, so I'm here." I grinned at him, baring my teeth as my inner wolf snarled in rage. I had such a strong desire to shift form and try to rip the powerful Fae apart that I could hardly hold back the tremors through my limbs. Oberon turned his gaze towards me, his expression steeped in disdain. Something shifted in the air around me, and I became aware that I was one small figure surrounded by an ancient magical power, strong enough that it had spawned my own. "Kneel before him," Tamlane had insisted. "He will be intrigued by your deference, since he would never dream of lowering himself before another. You are not yet his prisoner, and still you act like one? That will be a mystery to him, one that he will wish to unravel. Perhaps it will buy some time." As I stood before the throne, feeling the strange ethereal vibration of Fey magic shimmering through the air, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Maybe I was my father's daughter after all.
"Your insolence is noted, but misplaced,"
Oberon said, in the clear voice of someone used to public speaking.
"Had I wished to speak to you before now, I would have ordered you brought before me the moment you arrived in my realm."
"Oh," I replied, drawing the word out obnoxiously. "Well, then I guess I'll just be going. Things to do, people to see, you know. I'm a busy person." He examined me with his disconcerting pale eyes, like one might examine an unfamiliar insect that had crawled inside the house.
"You claim to be my offspring, yet you are weak. A single threat against a worthless shifter female, and you crawl to me on your belly like a craven worm."
I clenched my jaw, but the taunts weren't unexpected. I was destined to be Oberon's slave, his means of revenge against his disobedient wife. Why would he ever treat me with respect? I shoved the unwanted thoughts aside. His guards were moving, hemming me in, but I didn't look at them. I didn't want to betray my fear in front of this so-called king, even though I could guess what was coming next.
"Halt!"
Oberon thundered, and I froze despite myself in response to the power behind that voice. So did the guards. A shiver worked its way through my body. Oberon rose to his feet and sauntered towards me without a care in the world. He raised his hand and slowly lowered it. A magic cage appeared from thin air above me and dropped without warning, forcing me to the ground. "That was uncalled for," I gritted out, knowing my knees were going to bruise after hitting the unforgiving cobblestones beneath me. I was trapped, but I was also exactly where I had expected to be. I looked around hopefully, waiting for Tamlane or Dianthe to emerge from the crowd and rescue Darby, while Oberon was focused on me. The swish of a fur-trimmed velvet cloak caught my attention, and I looked up to find Oberon approaching with an expression of cold satisfaction on his chiseled face.
"You must be quite a miserable creature,"
he drawled.
"Neither fish nor fowl, as the humans say. How interesting that your new mate isn't here to share in your captivity. A pathetic lover indeed, leaving you to face me alone. And to think I once let him lead my armies."
He tutted softly as the crowd around us looked on in interest, muttering among themselves. Jaelynn had been right, though. Oberon didn't know we weren't mated. I let out a low laugh, knowing that it would only incense my father more. He stopped, cocking his head to the side.
You find this situation amusing?
He asked, his tone a clear warning. No, I replied. It's not that. You're just an idiot, is all. The vibration of barely leashed magic surrounding the king seemed to grow in intensity. His eyes blazed.
You dare insult me?
He said in a low, dangerous tone.
The king and lord of Elfheim?
I shrugged. It's no insult, just the truth. You truly think your honorable general would mate someone without their permission during a magically induced heat? You fool. Do you even know Jaelynn at all? Oberon's face darkened with rage. Jaelynn would never force himself upon a woman like that, I told him. So newsflash, I remain as dangerous to Elfheim as I do to Earth. Piss me off, and I'll wreak havoc on your world too. Your plan to safeguard Elfheim from your new weapon has failed. Unfortunately, despite my needling, Oberon wasn't actually stupid, and he immediately latched onto the flaw in my plan.
No matter,
he said, his eyes narrowing.
I still hold you prisoner here. You are far more dangerous to Earth than to Elfheim while you remain in my realm. If my general was too soft to mate you, I'm sure I can find someone else to do so.
He glanced around at his guards, many of whom let out dark chuckles, not even bothering to hide their lustful gazes. I shuddered, my skin crawling at the mere thought of it. Several of the guards and a few men from the crowd were creeping closer, as though they expected Oberon to make good on his threat at this very moment. I bared my teeth in warning, trying not to think about what was likely to happen to me if Jaelynn and Dianthe didn't show up soon. Where the hell were they? As though my thoughts had summoned it from the ether, a familiar voice echoed across the square.
That will not be happening, my liege.
With a small gasp of relief, I scanned the square until I saw Jaelynn striding toward us, seeming completely at ease. He looked neither troubled nor surprised to find me in this predicament.
Traitor!
Oberon's voice hissed like an angry snake.
You dare to approach me? To look on your king, the one to whom you swore eternal loyalty and service?
Jaelynn stood silent, staring at his king with blank, expressionless eyes. This seemed to enrage Oberon even further, and he stalked closer, his hoarse voice low and furious.
You would come here to my palace, defying your ruler and betraying your race. For this creature.
Shifter, I grumbled, just loud enough for Oberon to hear me. Oberon's look of disgust was answer enough. He turned towards his guards, pointing a shaking finger in their direction.
You there! Do your duty and slay this traitor!
He gestured at Jaelynn, who still hadn't moved. The guards rushed forward en masse, drawing their swords as they converged on him. It was clear they expected him to fight, and their pace slowed slightly when he made no effort to defend himself. Why wasn't he defending himself? The first guard to reach him aimed a wide arcing stroke that would surely cleave Jaelynn's head from his neck. I squeezed my eyes shut with a gasp, unable to watch the Fae die such a gruesome death, but the sound of metal meeting flesh and bone never came. I opened one eye in time to see the guard stumble, his missed strike carrying him forward to the ground in a heap. He rose clumsily to one knee and swung a backhand swipe toward Jaelynn's unmoving form, attempting to slice his hamstrings. This time I opened both eyes and saw the blade pass cleanly through Jaelynn's body, which merely shimmered in response to its passage. What? Ghost Jaelynn's face twisted into an amused smirk as he folded his arms in front of him.
Did that make you feel better?
Jaelynn's voice called from somewhere behind Oberon.
Because it didn't look terribly satisfying from over here.
A second Jaelynn strode forward, an identical amused expression on his face. In moments, 4 more Jaelyns had surrounded us.
Are you all idiots to be fooled by these feeble magical projections?
Oberon demanded. raising his voice to be heard over the shouts of the crowd.
Find the real one and kill him, you fools!
In the same instant, the magical bars around me flickered, crackling as a different kind of energy pulsed through them. I tried to push through, desperate to get free while Oberon was distracted, but the cage remained too solid for me to escape. It was all I could do not to unleash a massive storm on the palace. I wanted to level the damned place to the ground. If only the backlash wouldn't endanger Earth. I looked around, searching for any possibility of help. Where was Dianthe? She must be here somewhere. My eyes fell on a figure at the edge of the crowd, one that wasn't shouting and milling around like all the others. It appeared to be an old man, stooped and hooded, leaning on a stick. At first, I didn't know what about him had caught my attention, but then a pair of vibrant blue eyes met mine and held. My breath caught. It was the real Tamlane, hiding in plain sight.
Ember.
His voice echoed inside my head. I recoiled in shock, my back impacting the bars of the cage with a sharp crackle of magic. "What the actual fuck?" I yelped.
You forged a mental connection with me when I was attempting to teach you Fey magic,
said the eerily familiar voice in my head.
I am using all of my power to project so many images of myself. I can't break the cage around you without your help.
I wasn't sure if he could also hear my thoughts, so I mentally yelled as loud as I could. "I don't know how to break the cage, and how did this even happen? Where is Dianthe?" He winced.
Please stop shouting, little wolf. I can hear you perfectly well. To answer your questions, this most definitely should not have happened, and Dianthe has not returned from Earth. Now focus. I will guide you to use your innate magic to break free.
Around us, chaos reigned as the guards attacked Tamlane's projections. My mouth had fallen open, but I snapped it shut and nodded slowly, allowing him to mentally light my magical way. Just as in the forest, I could see the path illuminated for me, leading me toward my own powers. The cage began to vibrate, rattling against the ground. Oberon whirled toward me and thrust his hand out, his fingers moving in a complicated gesture. My muscles froze, completely paralyzed. I couldn't even breathe.
Oh no, I think not, little shifter.
He turned and called for the two nearest guards.
You two, if the bars around this creature so much as tremble, remove the hostage's head.
He flicked his fingers again, and the paralysis instantly lifted. I gasped in a breath. My eyes flew to Darby, still chained on the execution platform. Oberon leaned in close.
I know he's here,
he snarled.
My traitorous general, your lover, if not your mate. You will both yield, otherwise your little friend on the platform will pay the price.
I watched as the two guards unchained Darby from the post and wrenched her away, making her cry out in fear and pain. One pressed her down to kneel with her head on a wooden block, as the other picked up the large axe that had been leaning against it. He looked from me to her and back again, his message clear as day. It's you or her. No one moved. No more shouts rang out through the crowd. All I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the frantic beating of my heart. Time seemed to slow as Oberon stared down at me. The heavy silence was broken by an electric crackling noise. Flames ripped through the air and a portal opened near the platform. I stared, open-mouthed, as a female figure emerged, stumbling as though she'd been pushed. It couldn't be Dianthe, could it? She leapt through every portal with the grace of a deer. This woman staggered and fell, her hood sliding off to reveal her face. Geneva Padfoot, the true traitor, fell to her knees a few feet away from me. Her wrists and neck were chained with iron shackles. Another figure stumbled through the portal and came to an abrupt halt. Kai's amber eyes flickered over the entire scene, including me on my knees inside a magical cage. In the next second, a sheen of madness turned his gaze glassy as the exposure to Elfheim crashed down on him. He was a shifter. He should never have come to this world. What had Dianthe been thinking? Kai roared with rage, grabbing hold of Geneva's chains and dragging her roughly to her feet. Shocked gasps rang out as the Fae around us regarded the angry shifter and his iron-bound captive with trepidation. There was nothing sane in Kai's expression as he whirled back and forth, taking in the crowd's presence.
"You Fae fuckers!"
he shouted.
"I'll kill every single one of you!"
"22. The world felt like it was moving in slow motion. I watched in shock as Kai lunged forward, shifting into his large wolf form with a rippling snarl. He shook his head violently, then took a long, flying leap into the crowd, chasing after the onlookers who ran screaming in all directions. Movement caught my eye as Dianthe leapt through the portal behind Kai, an odd look on her face as she surveyed the chaos spreading in expanding waves throughout the square. Geneva Padfoot had fallen to the ground and remained there, covering her head with her chained hands. I was frozen in place, watching as Kai charged through the square, his sharp teeth bared in rage. He looked like one of the monsters from a human horror movie, rabid and deadly. This wasn't the real Kai, I reminded myself. This was Elfheim's madness. While my fated mate had rejected me, he wasn't cruel or a murderer. Seeing him like this, with blood spattering his gray muzzle and mindless rage in his eyes, made my stomach turn. Listening to his anguished howls shredded the last remaining self-control I possessed, and as the cage quivered around me, I shifted into my own wolf form. The growl that escaped my throat made the few Fae that had remained nearby spring away, as if afraid I too would turn on them. Maybe I would, I thought, as I snapped at the cage holding me back. Kai stampeded through the open square, snapping and biting at anyone slow enough to remain in his path. His eyes rolled wildly, the magic in Elfheim clearly causing him terrible suffering. My wolf was frantic to get to him, whining and pushing on the magical bars of the cage. The sound of metal clashing against metal drew my attention, and I watched as Dianthe charged through a group of guards, cutting them down as she moved in a wide circle around my cage. As soon as she launched her assault, Tamlane threw off his concealing hood. Under the cover of Dianthe's attack and the raging wolf, he quietly leapt onto the platform where Darby knelt bound and gagged. In a flash, he brought a blade around and cut the throat of her would-be executioner. A relief so powerful that I felt almost giddy crashed through me. As my immediate terror for her safety eased, I concentrated on my own nascent magical powers, which I was surprised to find were much easier to grasp while I was in my wolf form. Before I had a chance to wonder at that, I became aware of a great upwelling of power building around Oberon and his remaining guards. Their attention was not on me, nor on the two Fae in league with me, but rather on the crazed wolf now nearing the edge of the palace square. I didn't know what they were going to do, but I guessed that the power I could feel building in the air around us would not be beneficial to Kai's health, to put it mildly. Oberon would kill him, as he'd intended Geneva Padfoot to do when he'd sent her back to Earth. Grinding my fangs together, I let my newfound magical powers extend outside my own body. It felt in some ways like I was bursting through my own skin, and the explosion of invisible force shattered the bars of my cage. My claws scraped along the paving stones beneath my paws as I charged through the falling debris of my enclosure. With one quick look towards Kai, I let out a long howl and flung a shield of power around us both. The human part of me was surprised at my own ability, but the wolf's instinct to protect our mate had taken over, an instinctive need beyond rational thought. I couldn't have stopped myself from creating that shield if I'd tried. If I'd had more time to explore the ability, I felt like I would have been able to mold and shape the sphere now protecting us. I could have pushed it outward so that it was big enough to cover an entire building, or shrunk it down to protect only one finger on my hand. As it was, it expanded to exactly the size needed to enclose us both. Fleeing crowd members were able to pass through the shield, but guards carrying weapons were rebuffed by the intensity of my power. It appeared in my mind's eye like a radiant, pure heat. The well it was drawing from felt limitless. Yet no sooner than I'd had the thought, I felt the defense begin to weaken. I'd pictured a giant bubble surrounding us, which repelled the magical blasts coming from Oberon and his guards. That was indeed what I'd created. But in some ways, the bubble felt as though it had a life and a will of its own. The amount of energy I had to exert to keep the shield in the configuration I wanted was weakening me. I had access to the power I needed to create it, but trying to control it was draining me of all the energy I possessed. More magical blows rained down on the shield, and I desperately wished that I could steal the energy from Oberon's attacks somehow, instead of using my own. Wait, maybe I could? I'd created this shield by simply picturing the bubble around us and using the power of Fey magic to make it real, because I'd needed it so badly. Maybe I could imagine it absorbing and using the power of Oberon's attacks the same way. In the next instant, the shield began channeling the energy from every attack directly to me, restoring my vitality with each blow Oberon tried to strike. Ha! Take that, Tamlane. So what if I couldn't make a boot reappear without help? This was way better. But unfortunately, the protective sphere around him was not enough to ease Kai's madness. He was still lunging and snapping at any Fey that got too close to him. In between attacks, he threw himself to the ground, rubbing his face frantically against the stone as though bugs were crawling on him. Even in his wolf form, I could tell he was screaming inside. One of the Fey guards had stopped just on the edge of the square and turned back towards the mayhem. He appeared to hesitate, obviously torn as he glanced back and forth between his path to safety and the staggering Kai. "Run," I urged silently. I didn't want to see any more people suffer for what Oberon had done. The Fey fled into the darkness, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Even with my new influx of stolen power, I needed to stay focused. I searched for any familiar faces among the crowd streaming past me. After a few moments, I located my two Fey allies. Dianthe had joined Tamlane on the platform and was kneeling down behind Darby, struggling with the bindings around Darby's wrists. Meanwhile, Tamlane fought off any guards that dared approach. During the lulls, he would turn his eyes towards Dianthe, muttering instructions I couldn't hear through tight lips.
Enough!
A thunderous voice boomed out, so loud that everything in the square shook and rattled. It was Oberon. He stood in the center of the fleeing crowd, his arms outstretched as they parted around him like a river. Overhead, dark purple and blue clouds formed in the sky, looming ominously low over the crowd. A fork of lightning flashed above us, illuminating the scene and bathing Oberon in an unearthly, flickering light. The wind howled around us, reminding me unavoidably of my own unwanted power over the elements. With a commanding gesture towards the platform where my friends were battling, Oberon sent another bolt of lightning towards the ground. I froze in horror as it crashed into Tamlane, who fell as though poleaxed and lay still. No. Could a Fey die from being electrocuted? My internal scream of denial emerged from my wolf in the form of an anguished howl. I looked around wildly. Where was Dianthe? Surely she could help him. After scanning the crowd, many of whom were moving away as quickly as possible, I found her standing just off the platform. She was supporting Darby, who appeared to be barely conscious. Pandemonium erupted around us as the remaining members of the crowd ran shrieking in all directions. More lightning flashed down, the bolts throwing small explosions of rock and dirt in every direction, peppering everyone with the shrapnel. The thunder was so loud that I felt like my canine eardrums were about to burst. Through the din, I caught the sound of a shrill female cry of warning. Whirling around, I found Dianthe again. She had cast an open portal a few feet away from me, but the lightning dancing around her and the power that crackled through the air appeared to be on the verge of causing the opening to collapse. I knew in that instant we had to reach it before it disappeared. We had to get everyone to safety. But Tamlane, there was no way to get to him. I stood frozen, unsure what to do.
Go!
Dianthy screamed over the din, dragging Darby forward as the crowd buffeted around them. Everyone was pushing and shoving to get away from Oberon's rage. She met my eyes frantically.
Get Kai and go!
I moved without thinking, diving forward to sink my teeth into the thick fur around Kai's neck. He snarled and tried to bite me, but his madness was weakening his reflexes. I avoided the clumsy attack and dragged him towards the open portal, even as it flickered and almost went out. I could see Dianthy and Darby about the same distance away. Supporting Darby with one arm, Dianthy paused and stretched out her other arm towards the portal. Her fingers splayed open. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes, and the portal seemed to stabilize. I knew we had only seconds to get away. I could sense Oberon's gaze upon us, and the night air echoed with his deafening commands for his guards to stop us. Still half-dragging Kai, I lurched through the portal and into a mercifully quiet forest on Earth. With a final mighty heave, I pulled Kai the rest of the way through with me, shifting back into a human form just as we both landed in a tangled heap on the ground. I turned back towards the magical doorway, ready to help Dianthy pull Darby through. It was essential that we got them all out. But would the portal remain open long enough for Dianthy to get Tamlane too? As I surged forward, only able to see a small sliver of the battle through the opening, I heard a distant wail, echoing across the plains between Earth and Elfheim. Before I could do anything, the portal snapped shut, all trace of the nightmare on the other side cut off. "No!" I screamed, my hand outstretched uselessly towards the friends I could no longer reach. "23. Terror and rage tried to claw their way up my chest, choking off the air from my lungs. But I couldn't let the emotions get free. I couldn't. I closed my eyes and forced a huge gulp of air past the lump lodged in my throat. Think, stay focused or you'll only make things worse. I wasn't simply beating myself up for failing to get everyone through the portal. I knew that if I didn't get my reaction under control, I ran the risk of accidentally killing the very people on Elfheim that I was so desperate to save. With no other alternatives, I sat on the ground next to Kai, who was still out of his mind and writhing on the grass. He was shifting rapidly back and forth between a wolf and a man, his intermittent screams and howls cutting each other off. I needed him to stop, damn it all. I couldn't handle the current disaster and his madness as well. Withdrawing deep inside myself, I pulled inward as though I was preparing to shift. Just as I felt the power beginning to spread through my limbs, preparing to shed my human skin and pull on my wolf form, I stopped pressing everything in. Teetering between the balance of human and wolf instantly quieted my mind. It felt as though I could access all of my powers while in transition between the two competing parts of myself. Almost. I breathed deeply and forced myself to concentrate. I had to take stock of my situation so that I could fix this terrible mess. I was stuck on Earth, with no handy fae around to portal my lame-ass shifter self anywhere else. I focused on the soft sound of my own breathing, trying to drown out Kai's guttural noises of despair and rage. I needed Kai on my side, but he was still suffering from the insanity of Elfheim. We shared a bond, though, as much as he'd tried to break it. Was there a way to snap him out of his madness? I paused for a moment, exploring the environment around me with my inner senses as well as my outer ones. Kai had stumbled away from me in wolf form and was scratching frantically at the ground. A mental voice that sounded suspiciously like Dianthy's suggested slapping him silly to see if that would work. Tempting. Although my wolf was deeply invested in preserving our fated mate's safety, it would be pretty damned satisfying to take out some of my frustration on him right now. "He can't even defend himself," chided an inner voice that sounded more like Darby. My heart ached at the reminder of my sweet friend's predicament, but the ghostly voice had a point. Kai's madness was torture to listen to. I knelt silently on the forest floor, willing my heart rate to slow and my breathing to return to normal. When I again felt in command of my own emotions, I opened my eyes. Glancing around, I studied Kai. His huge gray wolf was rolling on the ground and thrashing, paws kicking wildly in the air. Pity welled up inside of me. I couldn't stand watching him suffer any longer. Plus, I needed him in his right mind to help me rescue my friends. Steeling myself, I explored the fragile mate bond. I needed to reach beyond the hysteria sparked by his exposure to Elfheim, to his true self. I could feel the hollow, painful place where our mate bond had been buried inside my chest. It ached and seared with neglect, as if a part of me had genuinely been burned away. But beneath the scars that Bardolph and Kai himself had inflicted, I also could feel the connection between us. It was deeply damaged, but it was from this part of me that I received phantom impressions of him in my mind and heart. I pressed onward, trying to reach him through the connection, but it felt hopeless. I could sense some deeply buried part of his wolf straining feebly to reach my wolf. But his humanity was entirely blocked out by the madness of Elfheim hijacking his thoughts. Before I was truly aware of what I was doing, I'd shifted into my wolf form. Kai stopped growling and stilled his frantic thrashing on the ground. He lay panting, his gaze lolling towards me, his bright red tongue gathering dirt on the ground. He looked completely spent and exhausted. Something about his weakened state brought a part of me alive that I'd never known before. I felt protective, possessive even. My wolf needed Kai, and he needed me. All of the things that had happened between us weren't gone or even forgotten, but they paled before what needed to happen next. Our world was at stake. Kai had made mistakes, so many mistakes. But he'd also been manipulated into thinking his actions were the only way to protect me from a terrible fate. He'd listened rather than losing his temper when confronted with his shortcomings and errors, and he hadn't dismissed my claims about Geneva or about the risk to Earth. Somehow, and I couldn't even imagine how he'd pulled it off, he'd managed to capture Geneva, despite her powers of magic and mental influence. He'd come to a hostile world despite the danger to his life and his sanity, and his presence had almost been enough to turn the tide of the battle in our favor. I rose on 4 legs and padded toward him with a gentle whine, nudging his shoulder with my nose. In my heart, I was certain I could bring Kai back to himself. I could fix this, if I surrendered my human will to my wolves. It was more difficult than it should have been. I'd always held part of myself back from my true shifter nature. The human inside of me fought against giving in to my most basic animal instincts. Yet I recognized that my human self was unlikely to ever reach Kai, no matter how long we were stuck on Earth together. I gave my body a hearty head-to-tail shake and surrendered, allowing my humanity to fade and the mind of the wolf to surge up and take over. We nuzzled Kai's thick ruff of fur, whimpering at the feel of his madly racing heart. My wolf settled our body against his so that he too could feel our heartbeat. It was slow and steady, and before long, our rhythms began to synchronize as his wolf reacted to us. He raised his head and licked our face with exhausted affection. We nipped playfully at his chin, receiving a low rumble in return. With our bodies pressed close like this, it occurred to me that it was the most intimate position we'd ever been in with him. It felt nice, curled up against his side as our breathing fell into sync. My wolf knew exactly what she wanted, and now that I'd ceded control to her, she would no longer be denied. As Kai's madness ebbed away to calm and stillness, we nuzzled at him again, rubbing our body provocatively against his. Fur slid against fur, the scent of our arousal growing until he lurched to his feet and shouldered into us, nosing along our side and flank. My wolf yipped happily, dipping into a playbow and wagging our tail as we circled and jostled each other good-naturedly. Between the madness and the battle on Elfheim, Kai had clearly been exhausted. He'd rubbed all the blood off his muzzle and fur when he was thrashing around in the dirt, but I could still scent it faintly, clinging to him. He fought for us. That was my wolf's thought, but it was just as true for my human self. Kai had come for us. Kai had fought for us. The scent of blood faded beneath the scent of Kai's answering arousal, and his playful nips grew heated. He'd been sliding his body against our side, but now his jaws closed around the fur at the back of our neck and held tight as he mounted. Despite being on 4 legs rather than 2, my body flashed back to Tamlane's calloused hand, closing over the back of my neck and pressing my upper body gently to the ground. Tamlane must have trained me well, because lust flared instantly in response. Kai's body covered ours, our warm skin pressed together.
What just happened? Ember, please don't cry.
Despite the passion of our wolves' lovemaking, he held me gingerly, almost awkwardly against his chest. He seemed shocked by what we had just done, as though he couldn't quite believe it was real. He didn't appear to know exactly what to do with his hands. After gathering me a little closer, he repeated his question in a low murmur.
You're upset. Please tell me what's happening.
I've never felt like this before, I whispered, trying to wipe the tears away. My nose was running, and I was sure I looked like a complete emotional wreck. He didn't even seem to notice as he nodded and pressed his cheek to mine.
Me either,
he admitted, his fingers twirling a strand of my platinum-bleached hair absently. The tender moment couldn't totally chase away the reality of what was happening back in Elfheim, though. My fear for my friends surged anew, causing the wind to pick up around us. I dashed away my tears and dragged myself back under control when Kai abruptly sat up, staring at the freshly blown leaves settling around us.
Strange,
he observed.
I didn't even feel that breeze. Was that you?
I nodded, still dabbing my eyes when his words fell into place. Wait, I said, sitting up too. You didn't feel the wind just now? Really? "24. Kai looked at me like he wasn't sure why I was asking about the wind when everything else around us was going crazy.
Not really, no,
He said.
Why do you ask?
My lips parted in shock as I tried to process the implications of what I'd just done. I remembered the attackers that had cornered my coworker and I as we made our way home from work in Rockville. They'd been blasted off their feet by the power of the storm I'd brought down on us. Meanwhile, I'd been able to withstand the wind with no problems. The same thing had happened during the storm in the forest on Elfheim. This kind of thing was Tamlane's territory, not mine. He was the expert on fey magic, but it seemed like when Kai and I mated, my power had, in fact, connected to him somehow. Intuitively, it felt like the power flowing through my soul was now also flowing through his. I badly wanted to test the theory, but could I risk more devastation on Elfheim while my friends were still there? I needed to know if I'd done it. Had Tamlane's theory been correct? Now that Kai was connected with me through the revitalized mating bond, was Earth protected from my powers? I wasn't sure there was a way to safely tell, at least not without some guidance from someone who knew what the hell they were doing. I didn't feel brave enough to experiment with my newly awakened fey powers in an attempt to test it.
Hey, Ember, you still with me?
Kai's voice broke through my reverie. I wondered how long I had been staring wide-eyed at him, lost in the implications. Yeah, I said, too quickly to sound casual. I was just thinking. It seems like you have protection against my fey powers now. He pursed his lips.
That could come in handy. How does it work?
I lifted my hands helplessly. I wish I knew.
So am I, like, fey by marriage now? That's how the humans do it, right?
He was only teasing, but I still hesitated. Did he fully understand that I was half fey and half shifter, the daughter of Elfheim's mad king? Did he truly know what kind of person he'd just mated? I strove for the same light tone. I don't think so. You'd be a pretty lousy one, what with going crazy the minute your feet hit Elfheim. It felt good to tease each other. While I still felt the overwhelming love and acceptance flowing across our mate bond, It was a relief to also feel humor and a little mischief from my mate. My mate. Holy crap. That was going to take some serious getting used to. But unfortunately, there was a laundry list of more important things I needed to focus on first. I still needed answers. There were certainly things that needed to be worked out between us, especially surrounding my banishment from the Greystalker pack. But I had bigger priorities right now. How did you capture Geneva? And how on earth did you convince Dianthe to drag you to Elfheim? I demanded. Sorry, I should have asked you that right away, but, one thing led to another and... My voice trailed off, and my face heated. I was probably bright red with mortification, because damn, but my inner wolf was a serious hussy. Kai reached over and squeezed my fingers reassuringly.
Some of the scouts spotted Geneva slinking around the Greystalker lands,
he said.
They let me know about it, and when I came across her scent while I was out hunting, I tracked her. I've been carrying an iron blade with me ever since you and your blonde boy toy explained that the Fae were involved and told me what she'd done to me.
Smart, I said, blushing harder at the reminder that Kai had felt every moment of my night spent with Tamlane.
Anyway,
he continued,
when I found her, I knew there was no way I'd manage to sneak up on her that easily. I figured it was some sort of a trap, so I hid the knife behind my back and confronted her. I raved about her manipulating my mind and displacing my father as Alpha. I'm not sure she bought the act, but I knew I'd only have one shot at attacking her. I waited until she lifted a hand, getting ready to hurl magic at me, and I threw the knife before she could.
The memory of Geneva falling to her knees on Elfheim, bound and shackled, was a deeply satisfying one. It was even more impressive now that I'd heard the story of how it came to be. No offense meant to my new mate, but I genuinely assumed Dianthe had been behind Geneva's capture. Kai frowned.
I'm pretty sure the Fae bitch was trying to cut me in half. I managed to duck the wave of magic she let loose when the dagger hit, but a few trees right behind me were split straight through the trunks. The dagger hit her in the side. And I guess Fae really don't like iron because it incapacitated her even though it wasn't a mortal wound.
I shook my head in amazement. Okay, wow. I'm not sure you really grasp how impressive that is. Kai ducked his head.
Impressive would have been if I'd caught on to what she's been doing all these years, before it was too late. Manipulating the pack, manipulating me.
Still, I said, because I'd been a victim of Geneva's magical attack too, and I hadn't fared nearly as well.
At any rate,
he continued.
After that, I slung her over my shoulder and carried her to the blacksmith's hut. I had him bind her with iron. It wasn't that difficult. She was still weak from the dagger in her side, otherwise I'm sure she would have put up more of a fight.
How did Dianthe find you? I asked. Kai shrugged.
I have no idea, honestly. She showed up while the blacksmith was putting the final touches on Geneva's shackles. She just strolled in, like we'd arranged to meet there. She looked back and forth between me and Geneva a few times and said something like, well, I guess there's not much for me to do here after all.
A pained chuckle escaped me, as I tried not to think what might be happening to Dianthe and the others on Elfheim. Sounds like her. Yeah.
She's something.
Kai agreed.
I was glad she showed up too. As you might imagine, I had a lot of questions for her. I wanted to know everything. Where you were, what was happening, why Geneva had returned.
Did she answer? I asked, genuinely curious. Tamlin and Dianthe hadn't exactly been forthcoming with me, but I thought maybe they were finally learning not to hide so many things.
Yeah, she did, in broad strokes at least. She told me you were planning to confront Oberon to try to rescue Darby. Well, I couldn't stand the thought of you going into that kind of danger alone, so I demanded that she take me to you.
I wasn't alone, I protested. And you had to know how dangerous it would be for you to go there. Kai shrugged.
You're the wolf I should have mated. Darby is a member of my pack. You were both supposed to be under my protection, and instead, I was responsible for you being exiled and Darby being kidnapped. And then Dianthe tells me you're about to face the most powerful fae in Elfheim? I had to help if I could.
I shook my head slowly, still trying to take everything on board. But Dianthe had to know you'd go crazy on Elfheim. Why would she agree to take you there?
Well,
Kai hedged.
I may have minimized a few parts of our story to convince her to take me to you.
I raised my eyebrows at him in question.
She asked me about the fate bond. She seemed to think it would protect me from the madness of Elfheim if our connection was strong enough.
You didn't tell her that your father tried to have it destroyed? I asked, appalled. And that we've both slept with other people to further weaken it? For the first time, Kai looked a little guilty.
I, might have downplayed both those aspects a bit.
I groaned. No wonder she looked so annoyed when you went off your rocker and started tearing through the crowd in the plaza. He scrubbed a hand awkwardly through the messy hair at the back of his head.
That may not have been my finest moment, granted.
His amber eyes met mine.
Do you think she was right, though? If I went back now, would I be protected?
I hesitated, unsure. My hybrid heritage aside, I was no expert on Elfheim or Fey magic. I had no idea if he would be protected, but I suppose the fact that he was protected from my powers on Earth now argued in favor of it. Maybe, I replied, and I'm afraid we may have to test that sooner rather than later.
Then let's hope Dianthe knows what she's talking about,
he said.
Because I hate to say it, but my memories are pretty hazy after we jumped through the portal.
Mostly it involved extreme mayhem, I told him. Which actually sort of worked, I guess, because everyone was so distracted by the crazy wolf in their midst that Tamlane was able to get to Darby. It might have turned things in our favor if the cards had fallen just a bit differently. Silence fell between us, but it was surprisingly comfortable. I gently probed at the bond, which seemed to be growing stronger as time passed. I desperately hoped it meant Earth would now be protected from my powers. When the wind had picked up earlier, it hadn't seemed as strong as usual. On the other hand, I hadn't really let go enough to test it properly. I didn't dare. Tamlane has this theory, I explained after a while, that by mating with an inhabitant of Earth, it would cement my connection with the entire realm, not just my mate. In that way, he believes that my mate's world would be protected from the destruction I cause with my powers. He blinked, clearly taken aback.
Wait, you mean Earth is safe now?
I shook my head, frustrated. I'm not sure. I don't know how to test it. I made the wind blow earlier, but not a lot. And the bond might still have been settling then.
Do you want to try it?
He asked cautiously.
See if you can make a storm appear?
I grimaced. I don't think I dare. What if I start a storm but can't stop it? What if my friends on Elfheim get hurt? It's always worse in the other realm. Kai wrapped his arms around me and tugged me against his chest. I stiffened, still unaccustomed to that kind of touch from others. But then I melted against him.
We need to know, Ember,
he said.
We're bonded now. I know you can feel it, because I certainly can. Keep it small for now, and I'll help you regain control if you start to lose it.
I nodded. Okay, you're right. I know you're right. Tamlane had told me once that a small disturbance I'd caused on Elfheim would only have caused a thunderstorm on Earth, not an apocalypse. I sat on the ground with my eyes closed, letting my fear for Darby, Dianthe, and Tamlane creep free of its prison. A gentle breeze brushed over me, wisps of hair tickling my ears. Yet even as I allowed my fear and anger freer rein, the wind settled and died away within moments. My eyes flew open, taking in the calm wilderness surrounding me. It died down, I said stupidly, packing my emotions away in their box again. The wind died down.
Then I think that's your answer.
Kai told me, tucking a stray lock of hair behind my ear. I jumped up, filled with sudden manic energy as it sank in. That's it! That's my edge against Oberon! He can't use me as a weapon against Earth anymore. We need to get going. We have to figure out a way to rescue the others. Through the mate bond, I felt Kai's mind pull back from mine, putting emotional distance between us. What is it? I asked, frowning.
Sorry, it's just...
He shook his head, as though trying to shake away a buzzing insect.
That male fae, Tamlane. You're really worried about him and you slept with him.
It wasn't as though he was accusing me, not really. But there was tightly leashed pain behind the words. I met his eyes, not backing down. You slept with a bunch of female shifters the night you rejected me, while I was locked naked in a cell, awaiting exile. Or did you think I didn't feel every second of that through the bond? Kai winced and looked away. Geneva cast a spell at me to force me into an unnatural heat, I said icily. This wasn't a conversation I wanted to have right now, but if we were having it anyway, I wouldn't be pulling any punches. It was terrible, I told him. I felt like I was going to die, like my own body was in revolt against me. Tamlane could have taken advantage. He could have secured Elfheim's protection from my powers by bonding us when I was too out of it to stop what was happening. Kai's shoulders hunched inward. His fists clenched, but I couldn't tell if he was angry at himself or at Tamlane or Geneva, or all of it together. Instead, I continued, he helped me through it as best he could without mating me. I couldn't give consent and he's an honorable man. But that doesn't mean he was willing to watch me suffer the torment of an unfulfilled heat. A flicker of something washed across Kai's face too fast for me to pin it down. It might have been grudging respect, but I wasn't done yet. I won't apologize for what we did together, I said, biting off the words. Not after what you did to me on that first horrible night. So if you want this to work between us, you can just suck it up and move past it. Kai looked very somber. He unclenched his hands and took one of mine between both of his. He was still holding himself at a distance within the bond. I watched him with wary eyes, ready to show my fangs if he tried to make this into an issue, metaphorically, and if need be, physically. I hadn't forgotten the way his wolf had yielded to mine when I'd first returned from Elfheim with Tamlane. He brushed his rough fingers across my knuckles, meeting my gaze directly and holding it.
You love him.
It was a statement, not a question. I mentally stumbled, caught by surprise. This wasn't the fight I'd geared up for. I care for him, I finally replied, weighing each word before letting it free into the world. And that was undeniably true. I cared for Tamlane. But I didn't think it was any more than I cared for Darby or for Dianthe. Was it? My uncertainty must have come through the bond, because Kai only nodded and said,
All right, we'll figure it out later.
I wanted to argue further, but all of this was a distraction. I needed to focus on getting us back to Elfheim. Part of me wanted to leave Kai behind on Earth, as far away from Oberon as possible. But the idea of being away from him so soon after we'd mated made my stomach clench painfully. I can protect him better if he's close to me, I reasoned. He won't suffer the madness again, I'm sure of it. And perhaps more to the point, I needed the moral support. The idea of trying to storm Oberon's castle alone made me want to curl up in a ball and never come out again.
Right. Do we have a plan?
Kai asked, making it clear he considered his presence at my side to be a foregone conclusion. Well, I began slowly. There are no fae here to cast a portal for us, so I guess I'll have to do it on my own. I hesitated, not sure how to continue without making it clear that I had no freaking clue what I was doing.
Go on,
Kai prompted. I sighed deeply. My powers can only wreak havoc on one realm now, Elfheim. My father is about to find that out the hard way. I just need to make sure that my magic can stretch across the two realms before I try to make a portal. He didn't need to know it would be my first portal, right? Kai nodded.
Makes sense. How can you test that?
I glanced down at my naked body. Kai and I had been sitting casually next to each other, our shoulders touching. Standing, I gestured to my bare skin. Well, I can't really keep walking around like this.
You can't?
He asked, raising an eyebrow.
Why not?
I shot him a quelling look, and a hint of a teasing smile curled one corner of his lips, despite our earlier fight. With a slow, calming breath, I thought about the mental gymnastics Tamlane had taught me to summon my clothes. This time, they'd been left in tatters in the palace square on Elfheim. I could feel the phantom memory of Tamlane in my head, guiding me. I waved my hand in a slow arc down the length of my body. My clothes reappeared around me, warm and fresh.
Okay, wow.
Kai said.
I think I've definitely missed out on some things since I saw you last.
Stand still, I told him, concentrating and repeating the motion over his body. A moment later, he too was fully clothed. He ran his hands across his undamaged shirt in awe.
Holy ancestors! I thought this shirt was a goner.
I quirked my lips in a crooked smile, feeling more connected to my Fae powers than I ever had before. I'd never done anything on this scale, but I thought I understood the theory after recalling our clothes from the other realm. If the clothes could travel from Elfheim, Kai and I could travel to Elfheim. Simple. It really was just a matter of concentrating on exactly what I wanted to happen, and then throwing magic at the problem. I let the desire to be with Darby, Dianthe, and Tamlane fill me nearly to the point of bursting. As the power built in my body, I felt heat radiating from my palms. In some ways, it reminded me of when I'd instinctively thrown up the protective shield during the battle. But this time, I channeled all my power into creating a portal that would take us to the friends who needed us. I lifted my hand in a circular gesture like I'd seen Tamlane and Dianthe use. Power poured out of my fingers, and the air in front of us caught fire. "25. The force of the power erupting from my hand made me step back. As I blinked in the suddenly bright light, I could see a massive portal, bigger and brighter than any I'd ever seen before, expand into existence right in front of me.
I guess that answers that question.
Kai said.
You can definitely make portals now. Gods above, I'm mated to a magician.
I scowled at him over my shoulder, afraid to turn away from the magic tunneling through reality for more than the briefest instant. I wasn't sure how long my baby Fae powers would be able to hold it open. Stay close to me and follow my lead, I told him, stepping towards the opening leading to Elfheim.
Just a second.
Kai shed the clothes I'd just called for him and crouched, shifting into his wolf form. I could feel his thoughts in my head as he assured me he'd keep his head this time.
I'm stronger as a wolf and will be more useful if this turns into a battle,
he told me through the bond. I nodded, quickly looking back to make sure the portal was holding steady. Okay, good thinking. With a deep breath, I passed through the flaming oval, stumbling a bit as I landed in a dim environment I hadn't expected. I didn't know at first if my friends were here, or if my plan to travel directly to them had failed. Then my shifter senses adjusted to the low light, and I took in a horrific scene. Kai's fur brushed against my leg as he came through the portal after me. His wolf growled as he took in our surroundings. Darby and Dianthe were chained against the stone walls, the former appearing to be barely conscious. I wasn't sure if it was the madness of Elfheim affecting her, or whatever Oberon had done to her, but she seemed nearly incoherent. Dianthe was conscious, and clearly angry as hell. She strained at her shackles, and I winced as I noticed the blood dripping from her wrists. She must have been fighting her chains so hard that the metal had cut into her skin. Aside from a quick glance at the portal we'd just come through, her gaze was focused behind us. I turned to see what she was looking at, and found Oberon standing in the middle of the room, with his guards stationed along the opposite wall. He was studying several items on a small, dark table, as though my arrival with Kai didn't even rate as an inconvenience. Tamlane lay in a heap on the floor in front of him, bare-chested, burned, and bleeding. Like Darby, he appeared to be barely conscious. His blue eyes were open, but glassy. A faint flicker of recognition kindled in their depths as I stared at him, but otherwise he made no sign that he was aware of what was happening around him. Oberon sneered at me.
"It appears I've sired a fool,"
he said.
"It was madness to return here, little plaything. Unless you surrender yourself to me unequivocally, I will destroy everyone you love today. You will lose control, knowing that in doing so, you are responsible for untold destruction in the pathetic realm you call home."
I crossed my arms, staring him down. "Oh, is that what you think is going to happen now? Because I've got news for you." Oberon waved away my words with a derisive sweep of his hand.
"Capture her!"
he commanded, jerking his chin at the nearest guard. The Fae obeyed his king at once, stepping forward and drawing a heavy sword from his belt. Kai snarled in warning and leapt forward, placing himself protectively in front of me. Misgivings squirmed in my stomach as they squared off. Even as a wolf, Kai was vulnerable, his body so much more fragile than the near-immortal inhabitants of Elfheim. The sword swung high, and I couldn't even get a yell of warning past the tightness in my throat. I didn't need to worry, though. Kai sprang effortlessly out of the way, so light on his feet that I barely saw him move. It occurred to me with a flash of surprise that I'd never actually seen my mate fight, at least not while he was in his right mind. The Fae spun, swinging wildly at the beast before him, his blade missing a second time. Kai pressed his advantage and snapped at the Fae's arm, teeth missing flesh by less than an inch. Every eye was focused on the two combatants battling in the center of the dungeon. Even Darby's dark, blank eyes, which were barely open, seemed to follow the two as they spun and thrust and parried and snapped. The guard's every attempt at a death blow missed, as Kai twisted and leapt through the air. The wolf seemed to have wings on his feet, and I couldn't keep my eyes off the lithe, strong body of my mate. After so long feeling the sting of rejection and the constant weight of unworthiness, seeing the shifter I'd bonded fighting to protect me was intoxicating. But why wasn't he going in for the kill? This deadly dance would only keep Oberon's attention for so long. Then, Kai's strategy became clear. The guard was succumbing to exhaustion from the non-stop attacks and counterattacks. Each thrust and swipe from the large broadsword came a little slower. Kai continued dancing around the man, barely out of reach. Finally, after a particularly poor swing, the Fae's momentum carried him to the side, exposing his shoulder and back to the wolf. Kai lunged, knocking the guard to the ground and pinning him beneath heavy paws. The wolf snarled, his teeth bared. Striking like a snake, he bit down hard on the Fae's wrist. Screams filled the chamber, echoing off the stone walls so it sounded like an eerie symphony of pain. With a crunch like a breaking twig, the Fae's wrist snapped beneath powerful jaws, and the sword fell to the ground with a clatter. Oberon growled in fury and turned towards his other guards. Kai snarled in response, as though ready to attack the king of Elfheim himself. I pressed my hands together in front of my chest, reaching for every shred of magic inside me. I took a deep breath, and just as Oberon took one step in my direction, I let out a massive blast that exploded outward in all directions with me at the epicenter. As the field of energy passed over my friends, their iron chains shattered and fell in pieces to the ground. I looked up, my eyes blazing with righteous anger, and met Oberon's shocked face. Apparently, my rotten sire hadn't expected me to grow so powerful so quickly. His mistake. Feeling my magic swirling around and through me, I lifted my hands and threw up individual shields around each of my friends, separating them from Oberon and his minions. Meanwhile, Kai moved away from his fallen enemy, rubbing his body along mine in a way that communicated his love and support. He was encouraging me, holding me up, telling me to be strong. Irrational tears of gratitude pricked at my eyes. The sneer of disdain on Oberon's face was the final straw. Still maintaining the shields, I let every emotion that I'd been suppressing for weeks, if not months, boil up inside of me. All of the pain and rage over my exile, the abandonment by my pack, and the horror of learning who and what I truly was. Everything I had been pushing down in my desperate attempt to save Earth and Elfheim from my destructive powers now came flooding to the surface. The strongest storm I'd ever conjured began to swirl and heave around Oberon's palace. In the dungeon, we couldn't feel the full force of the wind directly, but I could sense it howling through the streets above us. I poured all my energy into the storm, feeling its effects through my magical senses. Buildings would collapse. Trees ripped up by the roots would go flying, smashing into anything that managed to stand against the terrible wind. I pictured the ground around the Fey King's stronghold trembling and knew that it would become real. Oberon looked around in alarm as the walls of the dungeon began to shake, the palace crumbling above us. A low groan shuddered through the massive structure as it failed beneath the strength of my power. A few of Oberon's guards cried out in terror, falling to their knees.
"You foolish cur!"
Oberon roared, whirling to face me.
"You will destroy the human realm in your pointless attack on me. What of your home?"
An expression that probably bore some distant relation to a smile stretched my lips back, baring my teeth. "Earth is safe. I'm mated now, asshole." With a bellow of rage, Oberon started throwing spells at me. The blasts of magic landed against my skin, with nothing more than a light slapping sensation. I had been expecting the attacks, so every magical blow he landed was absorbed and immediately poured into the storm raging around us. A huge crack appeared over our heads, and the roar of the wind above us became audible as part of the ceiling caved in. I looked around wildly, confirming that my magical shields were still in place, protecting Dianthe, Darby, and Tamlane, as well as Kai. Tamlane was weakly trying to push himself to a sitting position, and Dianthe was staring around with a look of shock. Darby sat crumpled on the floor next to her, looking dazed and absent as the chaos swirled around us. I needed to get them all out of here. My storm was going to bring this whole damned palace down, and I didn't want to have to worry about their safety while it was happening. "Dianthe!" I shouted over the cacophony of wind and grinding stone. "Take Darby to the cottage in the forest." She met my eyes grimly and nodded her understanding. Crouching by the collapsed shifter, she cast a portal and dragged Darby forward into nothingness. I moved in front of Dianthe's portal, ready to defend the connection until it closed. The last thing we needed was one of Oberon's men to follow them through to the cottage. It was the one safe refuge on Elfheim that I knew well enough to travel to. We just had to keep the wards around the forest in place. I'd been distracted trying to ensure they got away safely, and Oberon took advantage of my inattention. He redoubled his magical attack. "Kai!" I cried, knowing that my mate was my vulnerable point, and Oberon must have realized that by now. The wolf darted behind me, his protective shield moving with him seamlessly. This time, the force of Oberon's magical blows pushed me back, heat searing painfully against my skin. I gritted my teeth, trying to maintain the power of the storm and to hold off his most damaging spells.
"You can't win against me, whelp!"
Oberon shouted over the thundering noise of storm and battle, his fingers curling into claws as he tried to blast me off my feet.
"I made you and I can destroy you just as easily."
Out of my peripheral vision, I saw Tamlane push himself up and stagger against the table holding the tools of torture. Most of the items had fallen or been knocked to the ground, but he reached out and grabbed something sharp and deadly looking, holding it tightly in his fist. I dragged my gaze away, knowing that it would be a mistake to draw Oberon's attention to the Fae at his back. From the corner of my eye, I saw Tamlane stagger forward on unsteady legs. He grabbed Oberon by the shoulder and whirled the king around to face him, before plunging the iron-bladed knife deep into the king's chest. Swirls of magical power erupted from the wound, and the king's attacks ceased as though someone had turned off a human light switch. Oberon slumped forward, mouth open in shock, falling to his knees as a crimson stain spread across his robes. I dragged my rampaging emotions under control. Above us, the wind quieted. The structure of the palace, whatever part of it was still standing, groaned ominously. Oberon was choking on his own blood. His expression was one of disbelief, as though he couldn't conceive of dying at the hands of his former general and his own bastard half-bred daughter. I grabbed the king's collar, pulling him upright before he could fall on his face. His head lolled back until he was staring at me, dazed and dumbstruck. "You may have created me," I said, staring into the terrified eyes of the father I'd never wanted. "But you do not control me." Message delivered. I released my grip and let him fall. He hit the floor with a wet thump, his rattling breaths filling the room. Blood dribbled from his mouth as he coughed. With a shaking hand, he reached up and wiped his mouth, then examined the stain of red on his skin. He still looked genuinely confused. The last of the storm had already faded, but another huge chunk of the ceiling caved in. With a curse, I jumped back as part of the wall beside me collapsed. A pile of falling debris crushed Oberon's body, sending up fresh plumes of dust. Kai pressed against my leg with an unhappy whine. I followed his gaze and saw Tamlane lying on the ground, his face completely bloodless. Another ear-shattering rumble above us made me look up quickly in alarm. "We need to get out of here!" I shouted. With Kai at my side, I rushed over to Tamlane, already picturing the peaceful little cottage in the woods and mentally constructing the portal that would take us there. I threw out my hand in a circular gesture, feeling power flow through me as the glowing oval sprang into existence next to the Fae's collapsed form. I reached down to seize him under the arms, unsure if I was strong enough to move him, but someone shouldered me aside. It was Kai, back in his human form. He grabbed Tamlane's dead weight and hauled him through the portal. I darted through with them, just as the last of the palace's supports gave way. A cloud of dust and grit poured out of the portal's opening, and I quickly snapped it closed behind us. The thunderous sounds of the palace collapsing were cut off in the same instant, but it still felt like the noise was echoing inside my skull. By contrast, the silence surrounding the peaceful cottage was profound. My heart pounded, and my breathing came in ragged gasps. Kai settled Tamlane's body carefully on the ground. We were just outside the cottage door, and we were alone. I strained my ringing ears, and could just about make out the sound of Darby's hysterical sobbing and Dianthy's low, soothing voice coming from inside. After a few moments, the tentative sound of birdsong returned to the forest as the disruption caused by my unexpected portal faded into memory. I met Kai's amber gaze, trying with minimal success to process everything that had just happened. He lifted a hand to the side of my face, his calloused palm cupping my cheek in silent support. As one, we both looked down at Tamlane, who lay limp and unmoving on the forest floor. 26. My heart pounded against my ribs as I gazed down at Tamlane's body, lying still and quiet on the dried leaves surrounding the cottage. He couldn't be dead. There was no way that he could possibly be dead. Yet his limp form didn't exactly inspire confidence. "Tamlane?" I gripped his bare shoulder and gave it a tentative shake. His head flopped from side to side, a dead weight, but there was no other response. Dreading what I might find, I lowered my face over his parted lips. To my everlasting gratitude, a gentle puff of air hit my cheek. He was breathing. A strangled noise of relief escaped me. I sat up and looked at Kai. "He's alive." The words sounded ragged and hoarse in my ears. Even though he wasn't dead, panic still threatened to overcome me. How badly was he hurt? What had Oberon done to him? The wind began to whip around us, whistling through the trees. Before any tree limbs started breaking off, I reined in my tumultuous emotions and got myself firmly back in check. Panicking wouldn't help.
We should get him inside.
Kai said, drawing my attention back to him. Once again, he was naked. This was becoming a habit, I reflected. I realized that I had been staring at him for too long and blinked my brain back into some kind of working order. A blush crept up my neck. I cleared my throat and waved my hand vaguely in his direction, concentrating on what I needed to happen. His clothes reappeared with a slight rustling noise.
Useful trick, that.
He said, looking down at himself. Before I could summon a response, the sound of tortured wailing from inside the cottage rent the air. I whirled toward the door. Darby, I breathed, caught between competing crises. Elfheim is still making her crazy. Dianthy's soft, soothing voice murmured in counterpoint to Darby's pained shrieks. It sounded like she was unable to recognize friend from foe. She might have no idea that she'd even been rescued. Kai crouched at my side.
Can you bring her back from the madness, like you did for me?
I bit my lower lip and glanced away. I don't know.
You can try,
he said firmly, wrapping a warm arm around my shoulders.
I have faith in you.
Why? I asked, feeling utterly ill-equipped to deal with everything that still needed to be fixed. Kai appeared to consider his words for a moment, his head tilted in thought.
It was your wolf's love that drew me out of the insanity,
he finally said.
And I'm pretty sure you love Darby more than you do some asshole alpha who rejected you and treated you like crap.
Our eyes met, and I could tell that he was beginning to understand the complexity of my feelings for him. He knew, just as I did, that our mating had an awful lot to do with my desperate need to tip the power in my favor against Oberon. An uncomfortable squirming sensation twisted my stomach, because yes, that had a lot to do with my decision. But I still had feelings for him, feelings I didn't fully understand yet. He knew that already, though. He was the son of a pack alpha. He understood duty better than most people, and he seemed determined to accept the reality of our bond if it turned out to be nothing more than that. There was something more, though. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to have a long discussion about the future or our feelings for one another. I don't know what I did to help you exactly, I said. It was just instinct. I'm not sure I can do it again. He turned me to face him, squeezing my shoulder.
You need to try to help your friend.
And he was right. Of course I did. Is that an order, Alpha? I joked. Kai's amber eyes twinkled.
I wouldn't dare after what I just saw in that dungeon, but it is good advice, and you should take it.
I couldn't argue with his logic and said, right. Let's get Tamlane inside and make him comfortable. Then I'll see about Darby. Kai leaned down and pulled Tamlane's large frame over his shoulder. With one smooth motion, he stood with the Fae in an awkward fireman's carry. I grimaced internally, knowing that Tamlane would hate how undignified he looked. Still, it would be worth it if he woke up and started bitching about it. I followed Kai through the door of the cottage. Inside, I looked around the cozy front room, grabbing some blankets from one of the chairs. Here, put him down on these blankets near the hearth. We should probably light a fire to keep him warm. He might be in shock.
I'm on it,
Kai assured me.
Go see about Darby.
I laid the blankets in a cozy nest on the floor and nodded. Following the anguished screams and whimpers down the hallway, I found Dianthy and Darby in the bedroom, where I had stayed for a few hours when Tamlane first brought me to Elfheim. My friend was lying on the bed, thrashing back and forth while Dianthy restrained her gently by the shoulders. The Fae looked up as I entered, relief clear on her striking features.
Thank goodness you made it out of there,
she said, standing up and embracing me. Darby curled onto her side in the fetal position, her screams subsiding to frightened whines. I squeezed Dianthy back hard. Tamlane is hurt. I don't know how badly, but he's unconscious. Kai is with him.
I'll tend to him,
Dianthy assured me.
You see what you can do for your friend. The madness is rooted deeply inside of her, Ember.
Somehow, I could sense that even from across the room. It felt like a thick, slimy tendril curling around Darby's mind. The wrongness of it filled my awareness in the same way the smell of rot could fill a person's nose. "Thank you, Dianthe," I said. The Fae gave me a strained smile and left the room to go see to Tamlane. I crossed to the bed and knelt next to it so I was at Darby's level. "Darby," I murmured. Half of her face was mottled black and blue from a beating she'd sustained while in Oberon's custody. One of her eyes was swollen shut. Her good eye flickered open for a moment before squeezing closed again. She gripped her hair with fingers that looked stiff and swollen, the knuckles bloody. My throat tightened. My gentle friend had fought back despite the impossible odds, and I was so proud of her in that moment I could weep. The more closely I examined her, the more injuries I found. Being as careful as I could not to cause her any more pain, I peeled off the disgusting, dirty prisoner smock she was wearing. I tossed the offensive garment into the corner and brushed Darby's matted hair away from her face. Without a mate bond, I didn't know exactly how to reach her mentally, nor could I clearly picture what I'd done to call Kai back to sanity. My wolf whimpered inside my head, desperate to help. I stilled, turning my attention inward. My wolf. Was that the answer? Could it be so simple? "Darby," I ordered, "shift into your wolf form." As I said the words, I remembered how Bardolph had commanded my body to shift during the wolf birth ceremony. I let a bit of Fey power trickle through me as I issued the command. Still whimpering, Darby blinked at me through frightened tears. Some deep part of her responded to me, though, because a moment later her wolf form cowered on the bed, trembling and whimpering. I pulled off my clothing and shifted to match her, hopping onto the mattress with her. While our emotional connection wasn't as strong as what I had with Kai, I could still clearly sense her mind and spirit through our pack connection. Being best friends and close companions for years had its advantages, apparently. Something inside her wolf recognized something inside my wolf. She belly-crawled closer to me, our flanks rubbing against each other. Darby leaned against me, moaning. I allowed serene and peaceful feelings to flood through our fragile pack bond, passing into her. Slowly, her inner turmoil quieted, and I led my friend back to the sanity of her human mind. She sighed in utter relief, immediately growing drowsy after so many days and nights of torture. I could sense her gratefulness even without words, as she nuzzled her cold nose against my shoulder. As soon as I felt her slide into a deep slumber, I pulled on my human skin and stood up. My mind slipped free of hers, leaving my protection against Elfhaim's madness behind. I waved a hand, and my clothes appeared without me having to put them on the normal way. I smiled in satisfaction. That was one of my favorite new skills. Grabbing a blanket from the foot of the bed, I spread it over the sleeping wolf, gently stroking the soft fur of her head. She sighed again, content but exhausted. I knew that there would be so much I needed to explain once she woke, but I couldn't worry about that right now. From the darkest corners of my mind came the fears that I had been steadfast in ignoring. I couldn't stop mental images of Tamlane's death from filling my mind. I gritted my teeth. What would I do if he died? Would I be able to keep control and not destroy this entire realm in my desire for vengeance? Earth might be safe from me now, but Elfheim wasn't. Not remotely. I didn't want to hurt innocents, but I feared my rage would be uncontrollable. Pressing a soft kiss onto Darby's silky head, I straightened and quickly left the room, confident that she would sleep for hours now. As I entered the main part of the cottage, I was met by a bustle of activity. Kai was just re-entering through the front door with a pail of water.
"Just got back from the stream,"
he explained, setting it down next to Dianthe. She barely acknowledged him, except to snap.
"Find clean towels."
Kai immediately disappeared into the back of the cottage. I heard the banging as he rummaged through cabinets and chests. A few moments later, he returned with a stack of fluffy white towels. He handed them wordlessly to Dianthe, who set them down and bent over Tamlane's motionless body. I peered over her shoulder and saw that she was carefully cleaning a deep gash. Fresh blood welled up almost as fast as she wiped it away. Looking at Tamlane's gray and lifeless form, I wondered how it was possible he had any more blood to spill. "Will he be all right?" I whispered, not wanting to interrupt her concentration.
Difficult to say,
She replied.
Fae are hard to kill, but he's been severely weakened both physically and magically. The next few hours will be key.
"This is Oberon's doing?" I demanded, knowing that Tamlane had once been Oberon's highest-ranking commander. With a disgusted snort, Dianthe nodded.
It is. His royal psychoticness even deigned to get his own hands dirty this time.
"Is there anything I can do to help?" I asked. I tried to keep the plea out of my voice, but I knew she heard it anyway. She was silent for a moment, wiping the sweat away from her face as Kai stoked the fire next to them.
Maybe?
She finally replied, making my heart leap. "What is it?" I said. "Dianthe, I'll do anything." I could feel Kai's eyes on me, but I ignored the weight of his gaze.
Were you in full control of your powers during the battle?
Dianthe asked. The question was so unexpected that I was momentarily taken aback. "In control?" I echoed blankly. "Yes." I chewed on my lip for a moment before nodding. "I think so." Tamlane guided me to my magic and showed me how to use it while we were hiding in the cave. But since then, I've been experimenting with my abilities.
On your own?
Yes, just by instinct, though, I clarified. I don't claim to understand exactly what I'm doing, but if I picture something in detail and then throw magic at it, I can usually manifest whatever I was thinking of. Dianthe nodded thoughtfully. She was silent for a few moments. When she finally spoke, her voice was sober.
I have some minor skills in healing, but I'm completely drained right now. I don't know if I can save him on my own.
I took in her pinched expression. She'd been trapped in Oberon's brutal torture dungeon, right along with the others, and she was just as exhausted as everyone else.
I have this crazy idea,
Dianthe continued,
to try to harness your magic to power my healing ability.
My brow furrowed, but a spark of hope kindled in my chest. Harness it how?
It seems like you have a nearly limitless supply, unlike the rest of us. Together, we might be able to use it to speed Tamlane's healing.
Dianthe sat on the floor wearily, and I sank down beside her. Kai came to my side and gently laid a hand on my shoulder.
Were you able to help Darby?
I nodded. Yes, she's sleeping now.
Since you helped her, you should try to help Tamlane too,
he said. I craned around, looking up at him in surprise. It was unusual for an alpha to try to protect or heal another strong male. Shifters had a deeply ingrained sense of letting nature take its course to prevent competition, or so Geneva had always told me. But could I really trust anything that woman had told me, knowing what I knew now? Still, it nagged at me. Why was Kai doing this? His eyes held mine steadily, but I could see the conflict behind his gaze. I also saw the moment he put his own feelings aside. Kai knew I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't try to save Tamlane, and he would see that I did so, no matter what. Now, if I could just calm my own fears. I knew that once Tamlane recovered, there would be a very awkward, very uncomfortable situation to work through between all three of us. But first, we had to heal him. All right, Dianthe, I said. Let's make this happen. What do I need to do? We both knelt on the hard floor next to Tamlane's makeshift nest of blankets. He didn't even stir when I leaned over him, though his breathing hitched slightly for a moment before resuming its regular, shallow rhythm.
Take my hand,
Dianthe said, holding hers out to me. I placed my hand flat against hers, aware that my nerves were getting the better of me. Clammy sweat dampened my palm. She tangled our fingers together and squeezed for a moment. Then, with an encouraging nod, she turned my hand over and placed it palm down over Tamlane's bare chest, covering his heart. In some deep part of my wolf's awareness, I felt a flicker of jealousy across my mate bond with Kai. Instinctively, I sent peaceful feelings through the connection in return, soothing him. I'm mated to you, but I still have to help him. A low sigh from behind me told me that my message had been received loud and clear. Kai relaxed incrementally, watching the proceedings. Dianthy pressed her hand over mine as she lowered her head, concentrating. I could feel the power surge around us as she called it up from its reservoir. A brilliant light appeared in my mind. Just as before, it was as though a path had been illuminated through my body and into Tamlin's. I simply had to follow it across the winding synapses of my mind. Healing, it turned out, was a far more complex activity than retrieving clothes, or even making shields during a battle. It was intricate and detailed. I had to focus all my energy on following the exact twists and turns, forcing my power through narrow places within me.
Relax and let your power flow into him.
Dianthy counseled.
Let me do the delicate part.
I'd closed my eyes at some point. It was easier to follow where Dianthy was guiding me without the distraction of sight.
You're not relaxing,
she chided.
You're thinking. Stop it and let your instincts take over.
Easy for you to say, I mumbled, annoyed. I dropped my shoulders and rolled my neck, trying to loosen the strained and tight muscles. As I felt the knots relaxing, it became easier to allow my fey magic to push forward. Dianthy gripped my hand more tightly. Tamlin's skin warmed beneath my palm. I could feel the magic spreading outward from my touch. I thought about everything that Tamlin had done for me. I thought about the guidance, the rescues, and how he'd preserved my free will and dignity as best he could when I'd been thrown into an unnatural heat. He was one of the truest people I'd ever known, and I couldn't bear the thought of losing him.
It's working,
Dianthy murmured. I kept doing whatever the heck I was doing, until I became aware of Dianthy settling back on her heels with a sigh of satisfaction. She started to pull away, but I caught her arm before she could. Fix your injuries, too, I told her, gesturing at her bloody wrists. She hesitated before nodding. Taking my hand, Dianthy guided my fingers to the places where the shackles had left raw wounds. One spot was torn so badly from Dianthy fighting her restraints that I wondered how she was even using that hand. When I touched her skin, I felt the jolt of my magic passing between us. I glanced up at Dianthy's face, just in time to see her silent sigh of relief.
That's so much better. Thank you,
she said, repeating the process with her other wrist. The skin knitted itself closed, leaving only dried blood and fresh pink skin behind. She carefully rubbed the flaked blood away and massaged the newly healed skin.
A little achy, but that will be gone in a day or two,
she said with a smile.
You have an amazing talent for this, Ember.
I shook my head with an answering smile. Good teachers, that's all. A low groan startled us both. As one, we turned to look down at Tamlin. He stirred, the movement barely visible. Already, a healthier pink color was returning to his skin. His eyes fluttered for a moment before opening. He blinked rapidly, his summer blue gaze unfocused in the dim light.
Easy, cousin,
Dianthy said, grasping his shoulder.
We're all here. We're safe. Just rest now.
He grimaced, ignoring her admonition as he tried to sit up.
Oh no, you don't,
she said, her tone growing dangerous.
If I have to hogtie you, I will, you stubborn ass.
Tamlin settled back, but his eyes darted around the room until they found me.
The palace,
he rasped.
You destroyed Oberon's palace. But Ember, what of the human realm?
My gaze darted to Kai. Tamlin didn't know about the mate bond. He must have been too out of it to understand when I'd told Oberon during the battle. I licked my lips, suddenly unsure how to explain what I'd done without making it sound like a betrayal. 27. It's a bit complicated, I hedged. But I promise nothing happened to pose a danger to Earth. Coward, my internal voice taunted. Shut up, I told it. I wasn't remotely ready to broach the subject of my mating bond. Not until there was no other choice.
Where are we?
Tamlane rasped. His voice was weak, as though he'd screamed himself hoarse during his torture. I clenched my jaw at the mental image and tamped down the emotions that threatened to rise up inside of me. "We're in the cottage where you brought me when we first arrived," I said. My hand still rested on his shoulder. Kai moved to my side. His stance was protective, edging toward possessive. I glanced at him darkly, trying to convey that if he went all caveman on me in front of Tamlane, he and I were going to have a problem. The Fae frowned but didn't comment on the posturing.
How did we get here?
Dianthe looked at me expectantly, wearing an expression on her face that clearly said, "Go on, Shifter, explain all of this." Moving my weight uncomfortably from foot to foot, I cleared my throat to buy a bit of time. Well, I sort of rescued you with a portal after I destroyed Oberon's palace. My words seemed to hang in the air for an eternity. Tamlane blinked at me, as though he had to translate my words from some unfamiliar language.
You destroyed Oberon's palace.
He finally said, his voice slow and measured.
But Earth is still safe.
I nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right."
And you created a portal?
"Yes."
So you rescued the three of us?
"Well, I mean, Kai helped too," I said, hearing him huff in response to the rather backhanded compliment. Tamlane's expression grew intense.
And yet you are confident that the Earth is safe?
My stomach plummeted. I'd hoped that he'd still be too out of it to wonder about that, but of course the Fae was healing quickly. His mind was as sharp as ever. I needed to face this, even if it felt like preparing for a battle. Just do it, I thought. Get it over with. Dianthe was still staring at me in the flickering, insubstantial light from the fire. "Tell him the truth," her expression warned. "Tamlane," I said quietly, "I mated with Kai to test your theory about protecting Earth." There was an uncomfortably long pause.
I see. Did it work?
He inquired, expressionless. I hesitated. Irrational guilt flooded me, sour in my stomach and throat. I was painfully aware that if Tamlane hadn't figured out the secret to my powers and shared it with me, I would have never taken that vital step to protect Earth and defeat Oberon. Tamlane was the reason why Earth had been saved, and I'd left him and the rest of his people out in the metaphorical cold, choosing my home's safety over his. It was a slap in the face, and I knew it.
Ember?
Tamlane said, his voice slightly stronger.
Did it work?
Yes, I whispered. He was quiet for a moment. Eventually, he nodded.
Of course you would test it if it meant protecting your home. That was a strategically adept decision, and it worked out well for you. That's good.
I didn't know what to say to that. Was he giving me his blessing to be with Kai? Something about the idea twisted in my stomach uncomfortably. But after that bland pronouncement, it appeared Tamlane wanted nothing more to do with the topic. Instead, he began asking questions about the details of the battle. When the whole story had been told, he nodded again. Even in the low light, he looked completely exhausted.
So, Oberon is truly dead then?
His eyes slid closed and his breathing slowed.
Well, that simplifies things, I suppose. We should be able to stay here unmolested for some time before we have to make any major decisions. It will allow us a chance to recover, if nothing else.
Dianthe crossed her arms.
Elfheim will be in chaos after the king's death. Anyone who saw what happened in the dungeons is almost certainly dead. You're right. I don't think they will come looking for us.
Tamlane hummed agreement, his eyes still closed. Who will take over Oberon's position? I asked. With him dead, I suppose the throne would likely pass to his heir, but I had no idea who that was. Did he have any children? Or rather, did he have any children other than me, a bastard half-shifter?
His wife Titania will probably take control now,
Dianthe said. She settled herself at the foot of Tamlane's bed, being careful not to jostle him.
She wasn't at the castle when the storm hit, since she and Oberon are currently estranged. I doubt she even knows what happened yet.
A loud rumble from the vicinity of Kay's stomach made me look around with a pointedly raised eyebrow. He was holding his hand over his abdomen, as though he could somehow quiet the noise. A sheepish look spread across his face.
Sorry to ruin the moment, but I guess I'm pretty hungry. The rest of you must be too.
Yes,
Dianthe said, pushing herself to her feet.
We'll need to hunt and gather supplies if we're going to be here for a while.
Kai stretched, and then looked Dianthe over with an appraising eye.
How good of a hunter are you?
She gave him a cold stare in return. I chuckled under my breath. Believe me, you really don't want to cross her. Kai's lips twitched in a poorly hidden smile.
I guess she'll need to prove that to me, since I've mostly just seen her chained up in a dungeon.
You're about to wish you never uttered those words,
Dianthe said, a gleam of mischief in her eyes.
Sure you can keep up with me, Wolf Boy?
Oh, I'm sure.
Kai shot back, and I rolled my eyes at both of them. The two clattered around, readying themselves to leave. After offering brief goodbyes, they left and started along the winding trail beyond the front door. The soft padding sound of wolfish footfalls behind me made me turn away from watching them, my attention drawn to the darkened interior hallway. A pair of gleaming eyes greeted me as Darby, still in wolf form, made her way into the front room. "Hey, sweetheart, how are you feeling now?" I asked, walking over to her and leaning against the wall as I spoke. I wanted her to feel welcome and comfortable, but not like I was hovering or trying to babysit her. She stared at me, her canine expression unreadable. "Did you get some decent sleep?" I tried again. Still nothing. "You could change back into a human so we can talk properly," I suggested, misgivings tugging at my heart. Rather than shift, Darby shook her head violently back and forth. She grew unsteady and stumbled hard into the corner of the hearth. "Darby!" I cried in dismay. "Are you okay?" Legs shaking, Darby pushed herself to her feet and sat shivering next to the fire. She swiveled her head back and forth again, clearly saying no. "Right," I conceded, holding my hands up in the air in surrender. "I get it. You want to stay a wolf, and that's okay. That's fine." The wolf huffed. "I understand," I assured her. "I really do. There's no rush. Take your time." She didn't respond directly, instead padding silently back to the bedroom where Tamlane lay. I followed and watched with interest as she approached the bed and sniffed the air around him.
"Hello, Wolf,"
he said evenly. Darby continued to sniff around Tamlane for a few more seconds, before expanding her exploration to the rest of the cottage. I watched her without speaking, simply allowing her to investigate her surroundings. The quiet sound of her paws against the floorboards was soothing, and when I returned to check on Tamlane, his breathing had grown slow and deep. Studying his profile in the dying firelight, I surmised that he was finally sleeping. The genuine deep sleep of the bone-weary. He looked completely untroubled like this, the lines of strain falling away from his face, making him appear younger. I was certain I'd never seen him so relaxed before. It wasn't the first time he'd slept in my presence, but he'd always seemed tense and on guard, even in repose. This, by contrast, was Tamlane with all his defensive barriers down. He looked peaceful. Darby whined, snapping me out of my fascinated reverie. She stood near the door, looking at me as though she expected me to do something. "Darby? Is something wrong?" I asked quietly. The wolf's gaze never wavered, but she didn't seem upset or frightened. "What's going on?" I tried. "Do you need something?" She looked over her shoulder toward the front door. "Oh," I murmured. "I see. I could go outside with you? I think Tamlane will be okay in here alone for a while." Liquid amber eyes blinked back at me, reflecting the dying light of the fire. Without another word, I shed my clothing and pulled on my wolf skin, sinking into the familiar warmth of the black and white party-colored fur across my body. Slipping past Darby, I headed to the front room and pushed the door open with my nose. Darby's thoughts weren't as clear in my mind as Kai's when we were both in wolf form, but I could sense relief flooding through her. She was grateful for the chance to escape into Elfheim's wilderness for a bit. We padded quietly through the trees, allowing the sounds of the forest to blanket our footsteps. Darby seemed content to follow me. Soon, I broke into an easy trot, then a graceful lope. Darby kept pace with me, and we ran together, the blur of the ferns flashing by as we ran faster and faster. I had no clear idea where I was leading her, but found that I was heading inexorably towards the edge of the forest. When I could smell the grass in the meadow beyond, I slowed our pace to a walk. Darby came even with my shoulder, looking around curiously. The run had obviously done her some good. I couldn't blame her. It had done me good as well. I sent her a hard glare, signaling her that she needed to stay put. Obediently, Darby sat, cocking her head at me as I moved a short distance away. I wanted to see without being seen, but I couldn't risk Darby crossing the boundary of the wards. That was one mistake I certainly wouldn't be making a second time. Crouching low, I slunk forward, using every ounce of my skill to be as silent as possible. If anyone was watching, they would never even notice I was there. When I was as close to the edge of the trees as I dared, I slowly raised my head until I could peek through the bushes. The twin moons and stars twinkling above reflected so much light that I could see the desolation of Oberon's city clearly from my hiding place, even though the lights of countless torches no longer illuminated the palace. There was no palace, only a giant pile of rubble stretching nearly a mile wide. Most of the capital city lay in ruins. I gulped, feeling a hot prickle of shame in my throat. Sure, the bad guys were dead. Oberon could no longer hurt the ones I loved. But I couldn't shake the mental image of all the people, innocent people, who might have died right along with the guilty ones. Was I a monster? In that moment, I thought that I probably was. There was no one else around, no guards standing watch on the other side of the wards. I rose and gave my wolf body a sharp shake, knowing I needed to stop staring at that swathe of destruction and get back to Darby. If I stayed here, the guilt for what I had done in my desperation to save my friends would eventually eat me alive. "28. By the time I made it back to Darby, allowing her to greet me with playful nips on the chin, I'd successfully pushed my feelings back down into a neat little box, shut tight and buried deep in my heart. With our paws flying over the forest floor, the journey back to the cottage seemed to take no time at all, for which I was grateful. Exhaustion was starting to weigh heavily on me. As we neared the small shelter, I could smell venison cooking over the hearth fire, the rich scent making my mouth water. I slipped my human skin into place and waved my hand over my body, conjuring my clothes as though they'd never been gone. As I pushed open the door with Darby still in wolf form at my heels, Dianthy and Kai looked up. They'd been ladling steaming hot bowls of what appeared to be stew, and my stomach rumbled. "That smells amazing," I said, inhaling deeply.
It should,
Dianthy said with a sly smile.
I did all the work.
In your dreams,
Kai shot back, not taking his attention off his own meal. Tamlane sat propped against the wall, slowly lifting a spoon to his lips. He chewed thoughtfully on his mouthful and swallowed.
Where did you get all these vegetables, cousin? Are these leftovers from the last time we hid out here?
Some are, but after I took down the heart, I also scavenged these ramps from where they were growing wild on the edge of the forest.
Dianthy replied, her tone growing smug. Her statement drew another huff of irritation from Kai, but I noticed he didn't try to contradict her. Maybe my mate was smarter than I'd sometimes given him credit for. He frowned at me.
What?
I realized that a fond smile was tugging at the corners of my lips, and quickly hid it. Nothing, just looking forward to the meal, I told him. The food was delicious. the gamey meat and vibrant vegetables of the forest giving the stew a distinctive woodsy flavor. The hearty food in my stomach lulled me into even more of a weary stupor than before. After yawning for the 10th time as I sat by the fire, Kai finally pulled me to my feet and steered me towards the bedroom where Darby had slept earlier in the day.
You should rest now,
he said.
You're about to drop.
I allowed him to direct my steps without a word, my eyes barely open. He pushed me onto the bed and settled in behind me, spooning me with a strong arm draped over my waist. Before I even had a chance to process the unfamiliar feeling of a second body snuggled up to mine, I fell into a deep, serene sleep. The following days proceeded in much the same pattern as the first: hunt, eat, and rest. By the 3rd day, I was finally beginning to feel like myself again after the long weeks of constant stress and worry. It was starting to sink in that Oberon was gone for good. My life was my own again, and now I had a new mate to think about. I contemplated what that was likely to mean for both of us, in between animated conversations with Dianthe and lending my magic for additional healing sessions with Tamlane. My noble fae had recovered remarkably well, and by the end of the 2nd day, his condition was much improved. Still, Dianthe roped me in for continued healing sessions each night, and I wasn't about to complain. Even though Tamlane seemed tired, he still took time to continue my magical education during the process of channeling my power through Dianthe and into him. Gradually, the pair schooled me in controlling the healing myself and seemed pleased at my progress. They weren't the only ones. Recalling my clothing might be handy for a shifter, but that was nothing compared to being able to actually heal injuries. I was delighted to discover that my powers worked on Kai too, and even on myself. But while I might be content to lounge around the cottage for days on end, resting and recovering, not everyone was. One warm afternoon, Dianthe declared she'd had enough of hiding here and left to try and get news from the city. A couple of hours later, I caught Kai pacing around the cottage restlessly. He looked up when he felt me watching him, his expression growing sheepish.
I'm not used to just sitting,
he admitted.
Being the son of the Greystalker Pack Alpha meant there was always something that needed doing. Having no responsibility to speak of feels really strange. I won't lie. I don't think I like it much.
I nodded as though I understood the feeling, even though I didn't. Being at the bottom of the pack had afforded me a lot of downtime. I'd mostly used it to sneak into the human world to buy junk food and get tattoos. It was just possible I wasn't the best person to empathize with wanting to work all the time.
We could spar.
Tamlane offered from the other side of the room, where he'd been tending the fire. His tone was casual, almost too casual. I turned, wide-eyed, to see him brushing his hands off and appraising Kai with a thoughtful expression. I don't know if that's a good idea, I started to say, but Kai cut me off with an excited whoop.
Yes, you're on, Faye. I'll try to take it easy on you since you're in such a weakened condition.
Your concern is touching but unnecessary.
The words were dry as dust.
We can make a friendly little competition out of it,
Kai replied, scratching his chin.
What's your weapon of choice? Blades? Quarterstaff? Bare hands?
I think we can do a little better than street brawling, Wolf.
Tamlane waved his empty hand over the kitchen table, and 2 beautifully carved wooden practice daggers appeared there. They each had an intricate design, one a wolf and the other an eagle. Tamlane picked up the wolf one and handed it, hilt first, to Kai.
No need to tax Ember's newly acquired healing skills with metal blades,
said the Fae. Kai examined the wooden blade, and a slow smile spread over his handsome features.
That's still sharp enough to hurt.
Of course.
Tamlane replied, deadpan.
What would be the point of the fight otherwise?
Without further discussion, the 2 men headed outside onto the soft grass in front of the cottage. I glanced over at Darby where she'd been lolling in the corner, aware that my expression probably looked a bit shell-shocked. She gave me the wolfish equivalent of a shrug, and rose to follow the men out the door. I joined them and found a comfortable spot in the shade, not at all sure I was ready for this, but determined to take in the show regardless. Darby plopped down close enough to me that I could sling an arm over her furry shoulders. Kai and Tamlane removed their shirts. Unable to resist, I let out a low wolf whistle in appreciation. Kai preened. Tamlane shot me a look of mild disapproval, though I didn't think there was any real heat behind it. Darby snorted in lupine amusement and leaned closer against my side, ears pricked. "Yes, okay," I muttered. "I'll admit I could get used to this view. So sue me." The wolf's ribs shook, and it was absolutely 100% worth it to know that Darby was enjoying herself, even if it was at my expense. Tamlane and Kai were both gorgeous specimens. That was simply a fact. They were a study in opposites in many ways, but they complemented each other well. Tamlane was tall and well-muscled, but leaner than Kai, who was built like a bull with rugged features and bulging muscle. When it came to the actual fight, I had no idea what to expect. Tamlane had fey magic on his side, but I didn't know if he would use it in a simple sparring session. He was also recovering from terrible injury. Meanwhile, Kai was a young, strong shifter in perfect health. I guessed that they would be more or less evenly matched against one another. I watched avidly as Tamlane bowed to Kai, who looked slightly confused at the formality. He was used to pack fights, which were usually more like the street brawls Tamlane had mentioned with such disdain. Still, I'd seen Tamlane take down the alpha wolf, Bardolph, with utter ruthlessness. He might not approve of brawls, but it didn't mean he couldn't fight that way if the situation called for it. Quite the opposite. After a moment of awkwardness, Kai jerked his chin down in something like a bow of acknowledgement in return. Tamlane crouched over the balls of his feet, holding his wooden practice dagger at the ready. The pair began to circle warily, taking each other's measure. Kai feinted low, making the first move, only to leap back when Tamlane lunged forward. The shameless display of rippling muscles in the dappled sunlight made my mouth go dry. Evidently, I hadn't been prepared for the reality of Kai and Tamlane testing their strength against one another. And Kai, at least, knew it, the smug bastard. Every now and then he would glance at me, flashing me a sly half-grin. "Show off," I murmured when he wasn't looking, not wanting to give him the satisfaction. By contrast, I didn't think Tamlane had the first clue what kind of effect he was having on me. All of his attention was on his opponent. His cool, calculating expression was every bit as appealing as Kai's good-humored teasing. Tamlane spun and ducked in, trying to get a hit on Kai's unprotected left side, but Kai caught his wrist, trapping it. Rather than attempting to pull away, Tamlane somehow got a leg tangled between Kai's and took them both to the ground. The pair rolled, each trying to gain the upper hand as they grappled, and I could no more have looked away than I could have flown. I caught myself daydreaming about the artificial heat Geneva had spelled me with, and about the delicious way Tamlane had eased my suffering. Guilt flooded me almost immediately. I'd mated Kai, not Tamlane. Maybe that had been a strategic decision rather than an emotional one, but I was still mated. That meant that my mind should be on Kai, not anyone else. And I did desire Kai. He wasn't the monster I'd first assumed when he rejected me. I was hopeful we could have a good life together, once all of this craziness was over. Still, I wish I could have both. The wistful thought flitted through my consciousness like a cloud in a stray breeze. My breath caught, and I blinked, sitting up so abruptly that I dislodged Darby, who made a disgruntled noise in surprise. Possibilities whizzed through my head like buzzing bees. Did I really want both? And if I was mated to both of them, would that mean that Elfheim would be protected from my powers, as well as Earth? Was such a thing even possible? My mouth was hanging open and I must have looked like a slack-jawed idiot. Fortunately, Kai and Tamlane were too focused on grappling with each other to notice my blank look of utter shock. Eventually, Braun won out and Kai gained the upper hand.
"Got you,"
he said with satisfaction, pinning Tamlane to the ground.
See? What did I say? I told you I could win against some pointy-eared elf that runs around in the woods.
Elf!
Tamlane echoed in a tone of disbelief. An explosion of bright sparks erupted, and Kai went flying with a yelp. He landed on his back, looked over at Tamlane in disbelief, and then descended into deep-throated laughter.
Fine, a pointy-eared fae who runs around in the woods.
He amended, and laughed again. Tamlane huffed and rolled smoothly to his feet. He crossed to Kai and reached a hand down, pulling him upright when he accepted it. I watched Kai brush himself off with good humor, thinking, by the ancestors, could something like this actually work? Before I could convince myself that I was crazy and needed to go dunk my head in the river, Tamlane froze in place. My adrenaline spiked as I followed his gaze to an empty patch of grass that appeared to be dancing lazily in the warm afternoon breeze. A portal appeared, and Dianthe stepped out, looking harassed. Darby and I both jumped to our feet. "What is it?" I demanded. "Dianthe, what's happened now?" She sighed.
It's Titania, Oberon's wife. As we expected, she's taken control of Elfheim's throne. She's summoning anyone who she thinks might have knowledge of the attack on the palace.
Her eyes fell on Tamlane.
Cousin, she's asking for you specifically.
"29. Tamlane leaned back against the nearest tree trunk as though for support, his expression growing resigned.
I suppose that isn't unexpected.
I whipped around to stare at him, my mouth agape. "What do you mean?" I demanded. How could that have been expected? How could any of this mess have been expected?
Titania is no fool,
Dianthe said in a low voice.
She will have heard rumours about Tamlane's defection and his fall from Oberon's good graces.
Fresh terror tried to grip my stomach. The strain of controlling it before I could whip up a storm in the forest brought back the weariness that had temporarily lifted from my shoulders over the last few days of respite. Would this never end? "Just stay here in hiding," I said in a rush, glancing back and forth between Dianthe and Tamlane. "Don't go to her. We can all stay here and—" Tamlane's hand settled on my shoulder. Warmth spread through my chest at the contact, even as my stomach sank. I could guess what he was about to say.
We can't hide forever, little wolf,
he interjected. I looked to Kai, searching for someone else to support my position. To my consternation, I could see the same determination mirrored in his face that was visible on Tamlane's. Two warriors, united in their determination to do battle head-on against all comers. I couldn't give up so easily, though, not when Tamlane's life was at stake. "Earth," I said. "Let's go to Earth. We can hide you there in the Greystalker Packlands. Titania would never need to know you'd even left Elfheim. She can spend a lifetime searching if she wants to." I was interrupted again, this time by a low chuckle. Tamlane was laughing quietly at me. "What?" I snapped, offended by his response.
I appreciate what you're trying to do,
he said.
But it is my duty to face the consequences of my actions. I cannot flee from Titania.
Noble fucking bastard, I thought in disgust. I turned to Dianthe. "What about you? What do you think of this?" She hesitated for a moment, shifting her weight from one foot to the other.
I don't think hiding will be a practical solution, shall we say. Not in the long run.
I don't think she's looking for practicalities,
Kai said wryly.
She's been getting too comfortable with miracles lately.
I threw him a dirty look, but he only smiled at me in understanding.
Ember,
he said, coming to my side.
I know you're worried about his safety, but we're in Fae territory now. They know better than we do how to handle this situation.
Tamlane nodded in approval. I narrowed my eyes at both of them. "One little wrestling match and you two are the best of chums all of a sudden. Don't gang up on me, damn it." They wisely didn't reply. I took several deep breaths, forcing my feelings under some kind of control. Circling my shoulders, I stretched my neck from side to loosen the tension building there. "Fine," I finally said. So, you plan to do what exactly? Stroll up to Titania's front door and throw yourself on her mercy? Tamlane cocked his head to the side, considering me for a moment before he answered.
That does seem like the easiest way to figure out what she wants of me.
I gritted my teeth. Then I'm going with you. Silence fell.
No.
Tamlane said. His tone held a sense of finality that made me angry. If he could choose to walk into a volatile situation that was most likely a trap, I could damn well make my own choice to follow him. I squared up to him, hands on hips. If you go, I go. This isn't a debate, Tamlane.
Your presence would only complicate matters.
Tamlane answered, not backing down. Or, I countered, I could prevent her from flying off the handle and calling for your head on a pike.
How?
Dianthe asked. The question sounded genuine, not sarcastic. I could tell she was at least open to what I had to say. If she decides to try something, I'll lay waste to her court, just like I did to Oberon's. I tried to keep my voice firm, but the idea of hurting or killing more innocent fae nauseated me. I pushed the feeling down. If Titania was as smart as everyone insisted, she would know better than to call my bluff. Kai snorted, drawing all eyes to him.
She does have a point, you know,
he said, gesturing towards me.
She's probably the most powerful being on Elfheim right now. Maybe even the most powerful being that has ever existed, if this Titania woman won't play nice with her.
His voice trailed away and he shrugged indifferently.
Well, it's her funeral, I guess. Ember can always go back to Earth and lay waste to the whole damn Fae realm if she wants to.
Dianthe and Tamlane looked stricken.
Yeah.
Dianthe said,
I really hope you won't do that.
Dianthe, you know I don't want to do anything like that, I said. But the threat of it might come in handy. Dianthe nodded, but her expression remained tight and worried.
You probably could destroy our entire world, you know.
I didn't want to think about that. I dug in the dirt with my toe to avoid looking at anyone. Dianthe sighed.
I suppose the shifters do have a point though, cousin. Titania would have to be a fool to take on someone as powerful as Ember.
Tamlane paced slowly toward the cottage, thinking. All eyes followed his progress.
No, I'm not convinced. Oberon wasn't always a fool. Titania may have changed as well. She does have the entire kingdom at her command now. That's a powerful temptation.
The fact that she asked for you specifically means she's well aware of Ember's existence and of her power,
Dianthe argued.
I disagree. She will not risk her people. She's far more sane than Oberon ever was.
That,
Tamlane said, his voice grim,
is certainly true.
After a few silent moments, Tamlane finally let out a long sigh and nodded.
Very well,
he said.
I accept your ultimatum to accompany me.
I rubbed my hands together. Good call. So, how should we play this? The discussion that followed took the rest of the day. After a lengthy debate, it was decided that I would go to the palace with Dianthe and speak with the queen. Once I received assurance of Tamlane's safety, then I would bring him and Kai to the palace through a portal. That way, Kai could provide extra security.
I don't need a bodyguard,
Tamlane grumbled.
much less a babysitter.
It would put my mind at ease, I told him.
You're not thinking, little wolf.
Tamlane said, frowning.
If Titania kills your earthen mate, then the protection you've established will be destroyed. You're banking on the fact that she doesn't have the same motives as Oberon, but you forget that she has been his wife for centuries.
I frowned back.
But she's sane,
Dianthe said.
That's kind of a big difference for starters.
Tamlane closed his eyes, as though searching for patience.
Ember, he needs to stay behind. It only makes sense.
Kai and I looked at each other, and I immediately shook my head. I was not leaving my mate behind. No way, I said. If he's with us, we can protect him. If he's here by himself, Titania could send someone after him, and I wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it. The grudging look on Tamlane's face told me I'd scored a point. I knew I couldn't have won the argument quite that easily, but just as I was marshalling another defense of my plan, Tamlane and Dianthe fell silent, staring past my right shoulder. I turned to find Darby standing a few feet behind me, pale and unsteady on two legs. She had a sheet wrapped around her body for modesty, her white-knuckled fingers grasping the edges of the fabric like it was a shield.
"I'm going too,"
she said in a whisper, her voice hoarse from long disuse. My instinct was to hurry forward and shepherd her back to bed for about a week's more rest, but something about the determined look on her face stopped me. "Darby, are you sure?" I asked, moving closer to her. She met my eyes and I could see a fire burning there. It was a look I hadn't seen since she'd charged forward after my disastrous wolf birth ceremony, holding off shifters far above her in rank and dominance.
"I need to do this,"
she said. I couldn't help it. A slow smile spread across my face. My dear friend was facing her fear, and I admired her deeply in that moment. Plus, I was relieved beyond measure to see her in human form again. Putting my arms around her, I squeezed the bony shoulders hiding underneath the sheet she'd wrapped around herself. Her injuries might have been healed, but I knew the ordeal with Oberon had greatly weakened her. Maybe this was exactly what she needed to get her confidence back. I'd insisted that I would meet with Titania, and that Kai come along too. What right did I have to deny Darby? Dianthe cleared her throat.
If this is the plan, we need to go over the details. There won't be a second chance at this meeting.
We broke apart to look at her. You're right, I agreed. As a group, we moved into the shade of the cottage, sitting in a circle on the ground.
Titania has taken over the Summer Palace as her new seat of power,
Dianthe told us.
Since the Grand Palace is a bit, how should I put this?
Pulverized?
Tamlane suggested dryly. I covered a wince. What's Titania like? I asked, trying to deflect attention from my discomfort. Dianthe and Tamlane glanced at each other.
She's difficult to describe,
Tamlane said.
Capricious.
Dianthe suggested.
But not usually in a malicious way. Intelligent. She lacks her husband's cruel streak, which may work in our favour.
I sat thoughtfully for a few minutes, pondering their words. I had an ominous feeling growing in my stomach, making me dread the upcoming interaction. Might as well get it over with, I decided. Sighing, I pushed myself to my feet. Okay, I say we go now.
Right now?
Kai asked, glancing at me.
As in, this minute?
I grimaced, knowing he could read my hesitancy through our mate bond. Dianthe shrugged and got up, turning towards Darby, who flushed scarlet.
"I, don't seem to have any clothes,"
my friend said.
"Probably not a great way to make an impression on a queen."
Smacking myself on the forehead, I walked over to her and gave her an assessing look. Sorry, I should have thought of that earlier. Don't worry, I can fix that. Conjuring brand new clothes was a little more difficult than summoning an existing outfit. After 2 attempts, I managed to fit Darby with a pair of canvas pants, solid hiking boots, and a green button-up shirt. With wide eyes, she stared at her new apparel, rubbing her fingers over the fabric in awe.
"That's amazing,"
she whispered.
"How did you do that?"
Magic. It's a really long story, I muttered.
"Thank you, Ember,"
Darby said, her round eyes shining as we stared at each other.
Actually,
Dianthe interrupted.
we should be wearing court attire for this.
I raised an eyebrow at her as she described the flowing dresses that the other Fae women would be wearing in Titania's presence. I think that's probably beyond me, I admitted. I've never worn anything like that, and I'd have no idea of the details.
Allow me,
Tamlane said. With a wave of one elegant hand, he called 3 dresses into existence, draping us in the shimmering, colorful fabric. Kai raised an eyebrow. I couldn't read his expression, but I was also distracted by the new clothing. The warm crimson hue of Darby's dress seemed to bring more color into her face. She combed her fingers through her chestnut hair, and twisted it into a knot at the base of her neck. Dianthe, now clad in emerald green, straightened the long red braid that fell gracefully over her shoulder.
You look perfect, as always.
Darby assured me as I struggled to brush my fingers through my hair, looking down at my sapphire blue gown. I felt my heart swell in a way that even Kai had never managed to achieve. This beautiful soul that had been beaten and tortured because of me was my most precious friend. The ache deep in my chest nearly overwhelmed me as I threw my arms around her for the second time that afternoon. I couldn't speak as we clung to each other, but Darby seemed to understand. When we finally broke apart, we were both drying our eyes. I turned to Dianthe, who had silently watched the exchange with a soft expression on her face. "Are we ready?" I asked. Darby and Dianthe nodded. Turning back to Kai and Tamlane, I glared down my nose at them, mock severe. "Try not to kill each other in some sort of territorial pissing match while we're gone, please." Tamlane scowled at me, but Kai wrapped his arm around my shoulder and gave it a squeeze.
"I'll just make sure he stays in one piece,"
he promised, giving me a flicker of a wink. Tamlane's scowl deepened, but he said,
Take care, all of you. Titania is not Oberon, but she is still powerful.
I nodded my understanding. "See you both soon." With a wave of her hand, Dianthe opened a portal right in front of the group. As it expanded into existence, Darby yelped in surprise and huddled against my side, but she did not hide her face. I put a comforting arm around her for a moment and whispered an encouraging word in her ear. She gritted her teeth and nodded her head, stepping forward first to pass through the portal. Dianthe and I followed close behind her, emerging into the bright, warm sunlight before a set of dazzling silver gates. A pair of guards came to attention as we approached, the portal snapping shut behind us.
State your name and purpose,
one said in clipped tones. "I am Ember Valentine of the Greystalker clan, messenger on behalf of General Tamlane. We're here to see Queen Titania," I replied, trying to sound like I knew what the hell I was doing. I thought the guard would argue with me, but he immediately pulled the gate open and allowed us to pass through to the other side.
Please follow me,
he said, nodding to another guard who immediately stepped forward to take his place. We walked towards the palace, the structure of which seemed to be made from living trees. The rich, dark brown wood shone as the trunks wove and wrapped themselves into tall pillars. Vines covered in thick clumps of bright purple and yellow flowers wove through the walls of the grand building. It was massive, and it felt as though the season of summer itself had somehow been formed into a castle for Queen Titania. Our escort led us inside past yet more guards. The space we entered resembled a cathedral. Large windows opened towards the cloudless blue sky beyond. Strangely colored birds flew overhead, piping brilliant songs through the clear air. A faint, sweet scent wafted around us, reminding me of the honeysuckle that grew on earth. I looked at my two companions. Dianthe strode forward gracefully, looking neither left nor right as she approached the throne room that likely held Queen Titania. Darby, by contrast, was glancing back and forth with wide eyes. She smiled as two birds chased each other around the domed ceiling, twittering madly at each other. It was so good to see her happy again. I only hoped this meeting went well and didn't plunge us into a new round of danger and conflict. Our guard bowed as he pulled open the door, gesturing us forward across the threshold. Titania's throne room was just as majestic as the rest of the palace, if not more so. Large, glittering fountains emitted musical tinkling sounds as water cascaded down into the marble basins. The queen herself was seated on a high-backed throne, her chiseled features emotionless as she looked down at the short Fae official speaking to her from the floor below her dais. I couldn't hear his words, but he seemed to be pleading for something. His hands were clasped together in front of him as if in prayer. A small gasp made me look around at Darby. She was staring open-mouthed, but not at the queen. I'd been so distracted by all the grandeur that I hadn't noticed the two figures unobtrusively flanking the throne. My instincts prickled. These weren't Fae, but rather shifters from Earth. I didn't recognize either of them, and I wondered what in the name of sanity they were doing in the Queen's palace on Elfheim. The one on the left was a middle-aged woman with long auburn hair, shot through with gray. The other was a young male, perhaps a few years older than Darby and me. As I looked at the male's face, it became immediately clear why Darby had gasped. He was stunning, with well-defined muscles on display beneath his sleeveless tunic. His eyes were a brilliant, piercing shade of blue, perhaps a few shades paler than Tamlane's. His dark hair fell in waves across his forehead. All in all, he looked like one of the male fashion models that humans always like to put on television. I glanced back at Darby and found that she had frozen where she stood, her mouth still hanging open. "Darby?" I whispered, trying to capture her attention. She didn't move an inch. "Darby!" I hissed, still to no avail. A discreet elbow to the ribs finally managed to break through her reverie.
Ow!
She mouthed, glaring at me and rubbing her side. I rolled my eyes and jerked my head towards the throne. "Come on, we're here to speak with the Queen, remember?"
Sorry.
She said sheepishly, and fell into step next to me.
We'll have to wait our turn for an audience,
Dianthy whispered, as we came to a stop some distance away from the throne and the current supplicant. But I was done with this whole fiasco. "No, we don't," I said. "Tamlane was summoned, wasn't he? And we're acting as his envoy. She'll see us now, because I'm out of patience." Dianthy looked at me like someone might look at an unexploded bomb.
I can tell already that this is going to be an exciting day.
I waved away her words and strode forward. The others followed as I pushed my way past other Fae who were standing in line to speak to the Queen. After ignoring several angry outbursts and smacking away a hand that landed on my shoulder, I reached the front of the line. For the space of a handful of seconds, I watched as Titania continued to listen to her current petitioner's request, her beautiful features expressionless in the face of his abject pleading. Her haughtiness made my blood boil. My anger propelled me forward until I was standing just behind the man, who was now kneeling. Whispers had broken out through the court attendees. Titania's eyes settled on me, cold and unreadable. I cleared my throat, and the pleas of the man on the floor in front of me stumbled to a stuttering halt. He looked up at me, terrified. "Hello there," I greeted everyone, my voice raised. I let a slow, predatory smile spread across my face and glanced quickly over my shoulder. Behind me, I saw Darby staring at me with a dumbfounded expression. Dianthy, by contrast, had a hand pressed against her forehead in a classic facepalm, a combination of annoyance and resignation rolling off her in waves. "You probably don't know me," I continued in a raised voice, "but my name is Ember Valentine, daughter of Sky Valentine of the Greystalker Pack, and Oberon, former king of the Fae." I raised my hand and gave a sarcastic little hello wave in Titania's direction. "I heard that you were looking for information on the destruction of Oberon's castle," I continued. "Well, spoiler alert, that was me. Yeah, I was the one who demolished it." Gasps rang out among the crowd. Good, I was tired of this game. "So here's the deal," I said, my voice growing in intensity. "I'm here on General Tamlane's behalf to talk about Oberon's death and about what comes next for Elfheim. He's willing to come here and speak to you himself. But before he does, I require your assurance that he won't be harmed." I glared at Titania, knowing that my expression showed just how close I was to burning it all down if I didn't get what I wanted. "Make your decision, Queen. But know this, if you don't play nice, I'll pull out a fresh can of whoop-ass and knock down this castle too. Right here. Right now." 30. In the ringing silence that followed my words, I felt my heart pounding with a mixture of barely controlled fear and defiance. I stared unblinkingly at Titania, who surveyed me with the same cold, expressionless look that she'd used while listening to the pleas of her subjects. Light glinted against her crown, which was made of delicately twisted metal, burnished so thoroughly that it shone almost white against her long, silky red hair. The coronet was emblazoned with flowers that were obviously made from precious stones and crystals. It fit perfectly with the ambiance of the entire palace, which seemed wrapped in summer flowers. Sunlight filtered through the thick leaves of the trees outside, casting ever-moving shadows across the smooth stone floor of the throne room. The dancing illumination made me feel slightly dizzy. Low mutters began to break out. I remained completely frozen, fists clenched, standing in the center of the hall. Titania tilted her head to one side as though considering me. For an instant, her facade cracked, and I saw genuine curiosity pass over her perfect features. It was so fleeting that I wondered if I'd imagined it. There were more nervous coughs and titters from the crowd behind me.
"My beloved subjects,"
Titania said, never taking her eyes from my face.
"we will resume court again tomorrow, and I will hear the remainder of your petitions. Please leave us now."
The crowd began to silently disperse, long dresses and soft boots whispering across the stones as they filed out of the throne room. Allowing myself to glance away for a moment, I quickly scanned the echoing space, noticing that several extra guards had slipped in quietly and were standing near the back. They were not gripping their weapons, but they were clearly tense and alert. I returned my gaze to Titania, and she motioned for me to come closer.
"Let us speak now,"
she said.
"As you are no doubt aware, I am Queen Titania of Elfheim. You are, as you have said, Ember Valentine of the Greystalker lands."
She held up 2 empty hands, palm up, as a gesture of goodwill. It was all I could do not to look skyward for patience. It wasn't that I didn't appreciate the offer of peace, but sometimes the pompous attitudes of the Fae grated on my nerves. "Yes, that's me," I answered in a curt voice, briefly mimicking the hand movement. I glanced quickly at the 2 shifters standing on either side of her throne. The young male had the most striking eyes of anyone I'd ever met. They were so brightly blue that they almost seemed to glow from within. I was used to eyeshine off of animals in the forest, but this was far more piercing than anything I'd seen on either Earth or Elfheim. How did he get here? Who was he? Were these the shifters from the story the others had told me about Titania and Oberon? The ones they'd fought over? Questions whirled around my mind, bouncing around and clamoring for answers. The female shifters' eyes were not as unnaturally bright, but they did seem to be a similar color. As I studied the pair furtively, I decided that they could easily be related, mother and son. Following my gaze, Titania nodded at each of the individuals in turn and said,
"These are 2 of my most trusted advisors. They are here to counsel me in the governing of my people."
I filed that away, resolving to ask Dianthe later. But I barely had time to wonder about it before Titania continued.
"Now, Ember Valentine, please tell us more about why you are here."
I hadn't expected her to so baldly ask me to explain my purpose, so the speech I had been quietly rehearsing to myself was useless. It figured I'd expected to have to argue to be heard, but instead I was being invited to speak openly about my errand. Well, since she really wanted to know. "As you have probably guessed, I am the bastard child your husband Oberon sired to seek revenge against you," I said, deciding to get the most unpleasant bit out of the way first. I thought Titania would express anger or possibly disbelief at my words, but again I was wrong. She sat completely still, taking in everything I said with watchful eyes. I plowed forward. While I was still a pup, Oberon figured out that mixing Fae and shifter blood had created a being of immense but uncontrolled power, and it wasn't long before it occurred to him that I could be used as a weapon against Earth. Instead of allowing that to happen, I took the necessary steps to protect my home. No matter what happens now, I will not destroy or harm Earth in any way. I am no longer a threat to my realm. Elfheim, however, is still vulnerable to my power. Her watchful gaze didn't falter. Here's what I am proposing, Queen Titania, I said. I'd like to develop some sort of mutually beneficial truce with you. But have no doubt, if you attempt to harm me or the people I care about, I will unleash my power again and lay waste to your kingdom. Titania's eyes narrowed as I spoke. I could sense anger rolling off of her in barely controlled waves. I tensed, ready to act if she turned that quiet rage on my companions or me.
My late husband certainly didn't lack creativity when it came to his cruelty,
she said, her tone disgusted. I relaxed minutely, sensing that her anger was more for Oberon than for me. She took a deep breath and continued,
Tell me, child, what would a truce look like between us?
The venom in her voice when referring to Oberon was not present when she spoke directly to me. Oberon had been the one to pick this fight, but perhaps Titania didn't want to continue it. My demands are simple, I replied, keeping my voice measured. I want no retribution, either for myself or my companions, for the destruction of the palace, or for any other crimes committed in the course of destroying Oberon. Total amnesty for all of us.
Interesting. You believe you are asking much of me?
Titania leaned forward on her throne.
But in reality, you are thinking too small, wolf child.
I blinked. Too small? I wanted nothing from this woman except to be able to live freely and ensure the safety of those I loved. I'm not sure what you mean, I replied. Titania nodded as if I had just confirmed a suspicion of hers.
Tell me this, young one. How did you protect your planet from your powers?
I hesitated. I hadn't really wanted to give Titania any information that she could use against me. However, I doubted that my secrets would stay that way for long, especially with a pair of shifters burning holes through my skull with their incisive blue gazes. I cleared my throat awkwardly. It's a little complicated. Shifters are sometimes born with a fate bond connecting them to another's soul. These come as matching marks and a deep spiritual connection with the one fated to be your mate. We theorized that the power of the mate bond would solidify my link to Earth, thereby protecting it from my magic. Titania gave a slow nod, digesting the words.
And this worked? You mated with someone on Earth and the entire planet is now protected from your destructive power?
Yes. She sat back.
I see.
Silence reigned for a long moment as Titania considered this. Her eyes roved around the throne room and settled on a point just behind me.
Dianthe,
she said.
Come forward, my subject.
So she knew Dianthe. I pressed my lips together, forcing myself not to interfere until I got an idea of how this was going to play out. Dianthe glided forward with graceful steps until she was standing next to me, her face expressionless. What was it with everyone here being so damn stoic?
You were involved in this incident?
Titania asked, choosing her words carefully. Her gaze bore into Dianthe, who remained unmoved.
Peripherally, my queen,
she replied.
And your dear cousin? Was he involved as well?
Dianthe cleared her throat and glanced at me for the briefest moment.
Yes, Tamlane was more directly involved, as you have no doubt already determined.
Titania shifted on her throne and steepled her fingers together. The female shifter at her shoulder leaned down and whispered in her ear. Titania didn't look up, but she gave a small nod in reply.
And you, young wolf,
Titania said.
Is Tamlane one of those that you wish for me to grant amnesty?
The question made my stomach squirm. It was now or never. Yes, Your Majesty, I said. The title rankled, but I supposed a little show of respect wouldn't go amiss. This quest was all about my friend's safety, Tamlane's especially. I would do whatever I had to do to secure it.
A moment while I discuss this with my advisors,
Titania said, turning towards the female shifter again. Both shifters leaned close to whisper with the queen, barely moving their lips. Even with my sensitive hearing, I couldn't make out their words. Is this going to work? I murmured to Dianthy, never taking my eyes off the group on the raised dais. She made a hesitant noise in the back of her throat.
I'm not sure.
Darby leaned in as well, her voice a bare whisper.
Why does she have shifters as advisors? How can they even be here without going insane?
Long story, I said. I'll tell it to you later. After a few moments, Titania turned back towards us, sitting primly on the edge of her seat.
I have a proposal,
she said, pitching her voice as though she wanted everyone present to hear her verdict.
But first, I must speak with Tamlane in person. It is his amnesty in question, and I will not deal with an emissary on his behalf.
Surely you understand our concerns.
Dianthy interjected, but Titania forestalled her with a raised hand.
I do understand, child, but on this I will not yield.
I thought quickly. We had anticipated such a move, and I knew what I had to do. I will arrange for him to come here if, and only if, we have your word that he will not be harmed or captured. He must be free to come and go from this meeting safely. Do I have your word? I allowed some of my power to bleed through during my final question. The wind picked up within the hall, blowing Titania's hair around her face. Leaves slapped against the glass on the fantastic windows, which showed darkening skies above the summer palace. For the first time, Titania looked taken aback. She glanced around apprehensively. Her guards stepped forward. She raised a hand to halt them, and at the same moment I allowed the wind to slacken. As the air settled around us, Titania took a steadying breath.
You have my agreement that Tamlane may attend this meeting and leave it unmolested.
Your word? I verified, raising my hand to open a portal.
Yes, you have my word on it,
she replied gravely. Dianthy? I asked, looking at her for confirmation. Is it safe? She's not playing me somehow? Dianthy never took her eyes off Titania, but tilted her head to the side for a moment, studying the Fey Queen closely.
Yes, it is safe. She is not deceiving you.
I nodded and stepped forward. Waving my hand slowly through the air, I opened a portal through which I could see the side of the cottage. 2 figures emerged, both wearing crisp, clean court attire that was honestly rather distracting. Kai didn't speak, but he surveyed the area with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Tamlane, by contrast, stepped forward and bowed, his pale hair nearly brushing the ground.
My queen.
He greeted in a deferential tone. The corners of Titania's lips twitched. I couldn't read her expression. On the other hand, it was clear to me that while Tamlane held nothing but contempt for Oberon after his descent into madness, he still had respect for Titania. He did not consider her his enemy, and I took some comfort from that realization. If Tamlane could still respect this woman, even after everything that Oberon did, she couldn't be all bad.
You, General, have much to answer for.
Titania sighed theatrically, leaning back in her ornate chair. I tensed. Maybe I'd spoken too soon. Tamlane held his ground, answering in a grave and serious tone.
Yes, my queen, I do.
Titania lifted her chin.
Tell me, why have you associated yourself with king-killers, Tamlane? Especially after so many loyal years of service devoted to my husband.
Tamlane's voice was flat.
Forgive me, your majesty, but you are making a mistaken assumption. These people are not guilty of regicide. It was I who drove the iron blade through Oberon's heart.
The guards stirred, their ceremonial leather armor creaking as they reached for their weapons, seemingly in unison.
Peace guards,
Titania ordered, quelling all movement with a look.
We do not owe this man retribution. We owe him our thanks.
And what? Did I hear that right? I whispered to Dianthy, trying not to move my lips.
I think you did.
Dianthy murmured back. I replied. Okay, that's good? The Queen must have caught something of our exchange.
Yes, young wolf, you heard correctly. My husband was quite mad at the end. Tamlane has rendered this kingdom and his queen a service. He has demonstrated that his loyalty is to Elfhame and its people, not merely to one misguided Fey ruler. He has likely saved us all with his actions.
Tamlane's face was utterly blank, and I got the impression it was because he was in total shock. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but nothing came out. Fortunately, Titania didn't seem to require an answer.
Given this new information, I have another proposal to offer,
she continued, looking straight at him.
If you are amenable.
Tamlane blinked once and then bowed his head subserviently.
Anything, Your Highness.
I will form an alliance with Ember Valentine, one that will last until the end of both our days. I will also extend amnesty to everyone involved in the death of King Oberon and the destruction of his palace, on one condition.
Tamlane glanced at me, before quickly turning his attention back to Titania.
What condition is that, my queen?
He asked. Titania smiled, but there was a glint in her eye.
It's a simple enough request, General. Ember must mate with a Fey as well as an earthen shifter, so that both our realms will be protected from her powers for all time.
"31. Ice settled in my stomach at the same time flaming heat began radiating from my face. I knew my cheeks had turned bright red, but I couldn't help the mortified reaction. Titania might as well have plucked the thought directly from my brain. My secret. My deepest desire. Something that I hadn't even truly acknowledged to myself, except in the hazy world between sleep and waking. And somehow, Titania knew. I wanted both of them. I wanted Kai and Tamlane. Was I so obvious? Could this woman I'd known for 5 minutes so easily see into the depths of my heart? I gave myself a mental shake. No, it was impossible. The Queen of the Fae didn't care about my half-realized fantasies. She wanted to protect her realm from my powers. And, apparently, she thought this might be a way to do it. Was she right? I threw a wide-eyed look at Tamlane, but he didn't appear to be faring much better than I was.
I do not believe that shifter mating bonds work that way,
he said. He didn't say no, a voice whispered in my head. Also, I could swear there was a hint of pinkness darkening his cheekbones, complement to my full-face blush of embarrassment. The female shifter standing at Titania's shoulder cleared her throat.
If I may, Your Highness?
Titania waved an open hand, inviting her to speak.
General Tamlane.
The woman addressed Tamlane gravely.
You must remember that Ember is not only a shifter. She is half Fey, which is how we ended up in this dilemma initially.
This is true enough,
Queen Titania agreed.
What's more?
The woman continued, scratching her chin thoughtfully as she considered me.
I believe that such a situation would help restore the balance between our two realms, as well as maintain the peace in a political sense.
Restore the balance? I asked, confused.
From the moment of your birth,
said the shifter,
Earth and Elfhame have been drawn towards each other, the veil between them straining at the seams. That is why your power can so easily flow between both places. Now that you are bound to Earth, and thereby providing your mate's realm with protection, there is still an imbalance pulling on Elfhame.
And having a second mate bond would somehow fix that? I asked. The shifter tilted her head back and forth, as though unwilling to commit fully to the concept.
Theoretically,
she admitted.
Theoretically,
Dianthe echoed.
And you would throw the lives of 2 people into disarray to test your theory.
3 people, I think you mean.
Kai muttered. I winced, both at his words and at Dianthe's harsh tone. But I recognized she was simply trying to protect Tamlane, who still resembled nothing so much as a deer caught in the headlights of a human motor vehicle. Besides, she had a point. Titania watched the exchange with a gaze that saw too much.
It is my duty to protect Elfhame. I will take whatever steps are necessary to secure my realm against this growing magical imbalance. A mate bond seems a small price to pay.
Look,
Kai interjected.
I don't claim to understand all of this, but what about the risk to Ember? What if, by restoring the balance between the two worlds, you inadvertently take all of her powers away, or even harm her somehow? She's my mate, and I will not allow her to be endangered on the basis of an old woman's guess about what's happening.
I bit the inside of my cheek to hold back a smile, touched by the sincerity that I could feel through our mate bond. He wanted me to remain powerful, and not only because it benefited him. He wanted me the way I was, which was touching, since I was hardly the typical weak omega for an alpha wolf like him to dominate. Of course, that warm, fuzzy feeling lasted for all of 2 seconds before the doubts crept in. What if he just doesn't want to share me? It would only be natural. That's how alphas are, after all. I searched our mate bond, trying to sense possessiveness. It was present, but his suspicion and distrust was turned exclusively towards the queen. He did not trust her, and was obviously concerned about my safety. Something of his thoughts seeped through to me, and I caught the last vestiges of his concerns.
If she doesn't have her powers anymore, how can she defend herself against all these crazy fae? Titania could send some henchman or an assassin after her.
As subtly as I could, I slipped my fingers into Kai's hand, which was hanging loosely at his side. I gave his fingers a gentle squeeze, which he returned without looking at me. Unbidden, the mental images of the destruction I had caused passed in front of my eyes. I could see the demolished buildings, tossed around like children's toys in a box. I had torn down and ripped up trees, swept away rocks, bushes, and grass. Animals and people had been killed as my power poured out on the earth and on Elfheim, uncontrolled. I knew Kai could sense those images too. I wouldn't be opposed to never causing a storm again. How many people had died because I was scared, or lost my temper? It would be a relief to know that could never happen again. Queen Titania, I said. This is a decision that involves several people, all of whom should have a say in what happens. Can we have a night to discuss this? Titania made a magnanimous gesture toward us.
Of course, child. It is not a decision that should be made lightly. I will be happy to house you here at the palace if you have need.
I looked over at Tamlane. He cleared his throat.
Thank you, Queen Titania. We appreciate your generosity. However, we would prefer to spend the night at our own lodgings. We will return here tomorrow with our decision.
Titania sat back in her throne.
As you wish. We shall reconvene this discussion at midday, in that case.
A moment later, she stood, and all of her guards snapped to attention. The entire royal retinue walked toward a small door in the back of the throne room, with her at the head. Both of her shifter advisors followed behind her, though the younger male glanced back in our direction. His gaze fell on Darby, who swallowed a tiny, nearly inaudible squeak of surprise.
Come, Ember,
Tamlane said, his voice giving nothing away.
Please cast a portal back to the cottage for us now.
I waved my hand, but was so distracted that the portal collapsed upon itself before anyone could pass through it. Sorry, I muttered, trying again. This time the gateway held, and we all filed through to the area in front of the cottage. As soon as I had passed through, I closed the portal with a flick of my hand. The ringing silence of the forest was a contrast to my racing thoughts. Dianthe turned around and gave me a piercing once-over. Then she sighed, meeting Darby's wide-eyed gaze.
Darby? What would you say about a late hunt near the edge of the mountains? I have a craving for goat stew, and I could use your help in catching one.
Darby glanced in my direction, with a look equally as knowing.
Yeah, I'd like that. Let me shift form and we can go.
They were tactfully giving us the privacy we needed to discuss our options. Darby touched my arm briefly before slipping into the cottage to change. A few moments later, she emerged as a wolf. Dianthe also went inside to gather a few supplies, before breezily informing us that the mountains were a long way from here.
We can camp for the night and then come back tomorrow with our game,
she said.
We'll save you some meat, probably.
That sounds great, I replied, without much enthusiasm. Awkward didn't even begin to cover this situation. Dianthy gave me a sympathetic smile and slung her bag over her shoulder. She and Darby jogged off into the trees, boots and paws barely making a sound. When I turned back toward the cottage, I found both Kai and Tamlane staring at me, with varying degrees of misgivings visible in their expressions. Let's go inside and start a fire, I said. After building up a merry blaze in the fireplace, we settled into low wooden chairs situated in a half-circle around the fire. I'd retrieved a blanket from my bedroom and wrapped it snugly around my shoulders. Somehow this seemed to give me courage, as if the blanket could shield me from all the awkward feelings swirling through the room. I turned towards Kai first. For better or worse, we were mated now. Even though our history was ugly, his opinion mattered when it came to this decision. What do you think about all of this? I asked, not sure I was ready to hear the answer. He'd locked down the bond between us until I could barely feel it at all, and I had no idea what that signified. He sighed before speaking.
Ember, this is ultimately your decision. I know I've hurt you, and badly. I allowed our mate bond to be burned out and then desecrated what was left of it with other females. I know you only mated me to save our world, so I don't really feel as though I should have much of a say.
We sat in silence for several moments, everyone staring at the dancing flames. I pondered his words, sad that I couldn't find it in myself to dispute them. He was right. He had done all of those things. I'd be lying if I said that his original abandonment and betrayal didn't still sting. Should that be a part of my decision, though? Surely I needed to decide based on what was best for everyone. It's all true, I finally said into the quiet. But I don't think we should make our decisions based on what happened before. We can't change all that. It's in the past. And sure, it sucked. But my inner wolf has never been more fulfilled and at peace than she is now. Kai frowned.
How do you mean?
Now that we've mated, I clarified, we are joined. And in her mind, the part of us that was destroyed when you rejected the bond has been made whole again. I believe we can heal and move on from what happened before, because she believes it. I believe you and I can have a good life together. But we have to survive all of this craziness first. Kai still looked unconvinced.
I'm glad you feel that way about our future, but I still maintain that I gave up my right to dictate anything about your life when I rejected you. I have no place in this decision. If you decide to mate with Tamlane, I'm not sure how my wolf will react. But in the end, it doesn't really matter, does it?
I would say it matters a great deal.
Tamlane observed.
Why would you believe otherwise?
Kai threw him a wry glance.
Because obviously, you could kick my ass with magic any time and make my wolf submit. So if this is what Ember decides to do, and you force me to submit, I'll do it. I may be an alpha, but I was never the alpha. My father was. I know very well how to take orders.
I stared at Kai, and he looked back at me, unflinching. It was clear he was uncomfortable with the idea of being forced to accept this, but also that he'd thought it through pretty extensively. He really was leaving the decision up to me. That isn't how this thing is going to go down, I told him. Assuming it happens at all, but I do appreciate what you're trying to say. I looked over at Tamlane and watched him for several moments, wondering if he'd speak again without prompting. He was hardly moving, blinking infrequently, his blue-eyed gaze fixed on the depths of the fire. Well, what about you? I asked eventually. Tamlane drew breath, only to hold it rather than answering immediately. I couldn't read the expression on his face. Talk to me, Tamlane, I pressed. You're Fae, so I know I'll get the truth when you speak. How do you feel about sharing a mate bond with two shifters in exchange for the protection of Elfhame? The words burned my tongue, because I didn't want him to do it for Elfhame. I wanted him to do it for me.
Why do you automatically assume I am the best choice for this undertaking?
Tamlane asked, finally turning to look me in the eye. I blinked. Excuse me? Who else would I choose? I wanted to blurt. Who else would even have me?
You seem to assume that I am the only option to mate with you. That is not the case. It could be any fae on Elfheim. The protection would be the same.
It was the truth, in a literal sense. But I couldn't imagine mating with any fae other than Tamlane. For me, there was no other option. He was still talking, though.
I will not force either one of you into a situation that you are not comfortable with. And I will not insist on being the one to bond with you if there is a better or more acceptable choice available.
Tamlane, I said, but he interrupted me.
I will not take advantage of this situation merely to satisfy the untested theory of the Queen's advisor.
The finality in his voice sent a shiver of cold down my spine. I shook it off. He was being stupid and noble again, a trait that I both admired in him and found deeply annoying. You're being an idiot! I flared, and then laughed bitterly at my own folly as I looked up at the ceiling, praying for patience. Tamlane's slanted eyebrows furrowed in confusion, or possibly offense.
I beg your pardon?
Idiot, I repeated, modulating my voice to something calmer this time. How could he have missed all the signs, when freaking Titania picked up on it in 5 minutes flat? Haven't you realized yet that I've wanted you since the day you refused to take advantage of my heat? I threw my hands into the air in exasperation when his look of confusion didn't falter.
You've wanted me? All this time?
Tamlane asked. He sounded as though he were testing the words as he spoke them, like they were a new language to which he'd had very little exposure. Kai stared at him.
You're kidding, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake! I ran my hands down my face as though scrubbing away cobwebs, and met the gaze of the world's most clueless fae head-on. It was obvious enough to Titania. I'm really surprised you never noticed.
Oh.
Tamlane whispered, his gaze far away.
I suppose I should have seen that.
You think? I demanded, incredulous. Noble, bloody, irritating, ridiculous male.
I never took you for a fool, Faye,
Kai said.
Now, though, I'm beginning to have second thoughts about my mate's taste, if she's really attracted to someone this dense.
I flushed and batted a hand at Kai to shut him up. I guess the real question now is whether or not you want me, I said. Because I'm not going to force you to do this either. I can find someone else, if that's what you really want. Kai looked as though he could have used a bowl of popcorn to eat as he watched the back and forth. I was trying to put a brave face on it, but this whole thing was killing me. What would I do if Tamlane looked me in the face and informed me that the safety of Elfheim wasn't enough motivation to make mating me a tolerable prospect? The fae's frown deepened.
Do you really have to ask if I want you or not, truly, little wolf?
For the first time, his mask slipped enough for me to see the hidden pain and longing behind his eyes. I breathed in sharply.
Oof,
Kai said from the peanut gallery.
Felt that one through the bond. Tamlane, you might have led with that part. Saved us all some time.
I glared at my mate. He raised his eyebrows, completely unrepentant. Inside, I was still in shock. He hadn't rejected me. He wants me. They both want me. Tamlane was looking at me with fragile hope in his eyes, covering an ocean of long-hidden desire. Great ancestors above. If that ocean had always been there, how had he managed to keep his desire under control when I was practically throwing myself at him, begging for sex? How had I missed it? And to think I'd called him an idiot. But thinking about that unnatural heat we'd spent together might have been a mistake. Warmth began to spread through my body, even as a shiver went up my spine. Kai shifted in his seat. He was obviously well aware of my arousal and was being affected by it. Sure enough, as I studied him more closely, I could see a faint flush of pink crawling up his neck. He cleared his throat.
Okay,
He said.
So we're clearly doing this. Next question. Exactly how are we doing this? How does a shifter, or a shifter-fae hybrid, mate two people?
We all fell silent. My heart thrummed excitedly in my chest as I tried to imagine myself with both of these beautiful men, being pleasured by them at the same time. Hard on the heels of that thought came another, far less welcome one. I had no clue what I was doing, and I was going to mess this up completely. An idea occurred to me. It was a little bit crazy, and a little bit scary. And I suddenly wanted it more than I'd wanted anything in a very long time. Tamlane? I asked, my voice hesitant. He looked at me with his eyebrows raised.
Yes, little wolf.
I swallowed and asked, could you put me into heat? I mean, magically? Like Geneva did? He tilted his head in consideration, as though the idea had never occurred to him.
An interesting proposal,
he said quietly.
I suppose it would be possible, yes.
What would it take? He gave that a moment's consideration.
Pavia, or Geneva, if you prefer, used fungal spores imbued with magic. But she was always a potion maker. I believe I could do it with a spell.
He hesitated.
I've come to know your mind well during our training sessions, so I do not believe it will be difficult to find that place inside of you.
Okay, great, I said, making to rise from my chair.
Wait,
Tamlane said, and I sat back down. We stared at each other for a long moment before he finally asked,
are you certain this is truly what you want? Completely certain, both of you?
His gorgeous blue gaze pinned mine, making my heart flutter in my chest again. Through my mate bond, I could feel Kai's desire building in response to my own, our lust feeding off each other's.
I have to admit,
Kai said,
given what's coming through the bond right now, the idea is starting to grow on me.
Fresh urgency flooded my body. Maybe I didn't need an artificial heat after all. Yes, Tamlane. I do want to mate you, I told him. I want you to join in the bond that Kai and I already have, and I want us to do it right here, right now. "32. Kai stood up, coming to stand before my chair and reaching a hand down. After a moment of nervous hesitation, I took it and allowed him to pull me to my feet. The blanket slipped from my shoulders, falling to the floor.
You're so much more than I deserve, Ember,
he said, his hands coming to rest on my shoulders.
Every decision you've made has been to protect or save other people. You're allowed to make this final decision to protect Elfhame because it's also what you want.
My breath caught. Kai turned me around to face away from him and stepped close, the heat of his body pressing all down my back. His arms looped around my stomach, holding me in place, both of us facing Tamlane.
A world is at stake.
Kai continued, murmuring the words against the shell of my ear.
You need to trust that Tamlane and I can work out our issues. We'll make this work for you, even if it's messy sometimes. Even if we don't get it perfect at first. Isn't that right, Faye?
Tamlane's stunning blue eyes met mine and held. He didn't have to say anything. His expression said it all. He rose from his seat on the floor, all lean lines and preternatural Faye grace. My heart thundered as he approached, standing just inside arm's reach.
Tonight you will make me yours, little wolf,
he said, never breaking eye contact.
Do you still wish me to spell you into heat?
My mouth felt dry. I swallowed and nodded, knowing that this would be so much easier, so much better, if my stupid brain wasn't endlessly whispering doubts and worries inside my head. I had no uncertainty regarding what we were about to do. Not really. Only about my capacity to somehow screw it up. Yes, I said. I want it. Please, Tamlane. Do it now. Kai's arms tightened, grounding me in a reassuring embrace from behind. The fate bond thrummed between us. Would my bond with Tamlane feel the same? Or would it be different because he was Fae? Tamlane closed the last step separating us. Smooth lips brushed my forehead. I closed my eyes, trembling, and he also brushed a kiss over each closed eyelid before straightening to his full height. Cool fingers settled on my forehead, brushing my hair back. His thumb came to rest over what the humans sometimes called the third eye, on top of the little furrow that had formed between my eyebrows. His other hand stroked the hollow at the base of my throat before trailing lower. Even through my clothing, his touch between my breasts raised gooseflesh. My nipples hardened into points, abruptly and agonizingly sensitive. Tamlane rested his palm over my galloping heart. I felt him breathe in, and then out. My lungs echoed the slow breath, falling into sync with him. The cool, clinical mind that had guided me through my early fumbling attempts at magic slid into mine. It was a completely different experience than my bond with Kai, which was all about emotion. My shining fae ran deft mental fingers through my mind, following and discarding pathways until he found one that led where we both wanted to go. The wolf in me stirred, stretching, as Tamlane played my shifter instincts like a master musician, coaxing music from the finest and most delicate of instruments. Liquid heat stirred deep inside me, molten sparks kindling to life beneath his skilled hands. It was nothing like the horrible, wrenching ache of Geneva's violent attack on my wolf's nature, just as I'd known it wouldn't be. This was my choice. These were my men. I was a child of two worlds, and now I would finally be anchored to both, as I had always been meant to. A low rumble of animal satisfaction rose in my chest. It was echoed in Kai's, as my growing ardor spread along our bond. Tamlane's palm moved from my heart to my lower belly, over my womb, coming to rest a couple of inches beneath Kai's loosely clasped hands. As though a switch had been flipped, the heat inside me abruptly burst into flame. I wanted. But there was something else that called to me too, my wolf, demanding her freedom. I slipped from between them, sliding out of Kai's embrace. My face was flushed. I could feel the warmth radiating from my skin as I looked at the pair of them. Strength and grace, emotion and logic. "If you both want me, then catch me," I whispered hoarsely. I let the wolf take over, magically banishing my clothing even as my body transformed. The front door wasn't barred. I nosed it open, scenting the rich perfume of Elfheim's forests beyond, and ran. Within moments, I heard the sound of paws crashing through dry leaves and underbrush behind me. 2 sets of running footsteps, and my wolf's heart sang. The trees blurred past me as I sprinted faster and faster, drinking in the evening air as the last rays of sun disappeared into shadow. This place was my home every bit as much as Earth. I understood that now, and I could feel how that understanding would change everything. No wonder I'd caused such destruction, always trying to be in one place or the other, when I was clearly meant to be in both. Part of me wanted to run forever, because running felt so good. The larger part was waiting to be caught. I knew from experience that Tamlane could have used magic to catch up to me in moments in the form of his great white wolf. But when my mates finally closed on me, they were running together. Tamlane came up on my left side, and Kai's muscular gray form appeared on my right. Then they were nipping at me, bumping into my shoulders mischievously. The flat-out run became play, and finally devolved into wrestling. Soft, thick fur slid over my body, surrounding me on both sides. The teasing touches further inflamed my instincts. I wanted to crouch on my belly and present for mating, there and then. But at that precise moment, Kai let out a growl that didn't sound so playful. Sudden insecurity transmitted through the bond. Kai's wolf could smell my readiness, and his instincts were taking over. The small part of me that hadn't already succumbed to my sexual need sounded an alarm. I was preparing to send a pulse of angry censure down the bond when my wolf stopped me. "No. They must work this out here and now if this pack of 3 is to flourish. We cannot force our shifter mate to ignore his instincts. Let the two of them figure it out. It went against every fiber of my being, but I slipped away from between them, leaving Kai and Tamlane's wolves facing off in the clearing. I cringed inwardly, remembering what Tamlane had done to Bardolph, the Greystalker Pack Alpha. If he humiliated Kai in a genuine fight, or worse yet, injured him, how would Kai ever be able to feel comfortable with the three-way bond? A whimper escaped my throat as I pictured everything falling apart, with me stuck in another magically induced heat, while my supposed mates were too busy fighting to even think of satisfying me. Have faith. That was my wolf again, and I had no idea how she could be so calm, given what was pouring through the bond. All of Kai's hidden worries about being replaced by Tamlane had come to a head when his animal form took over. This was how alphas were, I thought miserably. How had I ever believed this could work? The pair of them were still facing off in the clearing, circling each other warily. I whined in distress as Kai charged, certain that everything was about to end in disaster. The pair collided, and Tamlane rolled onto his back, his massive white wolf showing its throat to Kai's snarling gray wolf. I shifted form, uncaring of my nakedness. My breath caught fast in my lungs. Tamlane could have destroyed Kai in a fight. Why had he submitted? Kai and Tamlane shifted back to human form in near unison. Kai drew in a gasp and pushed away from the Fae. Like me, he was naked, while Tamlane had magically reappeared in his buckskin and linen clothing when he changed form. The look Kai sent me conveyed the depth of his mortification over his slip.
Oh shit. Tamlane, Ember, I didn't mean to.
I couldn't speak, too overwhelmed by my heat and by what had just happened. Tamlane didn't suffer from the same affliction, however. He rolled onto one knee, resting his forearm casually on his other knee as he addressed the shifter male.
Yes, you did,
he said without anger.
Your wolf did, because that side of you needed to truly understand that I am no threat to you.
Kai sat down heavily on the mossy ground, rubbing a hand over his face.
Right.
He let out a short, self-deprecating laugh.
So much for my rousing speech earlier about making this three-way bond work.
Tamlane tilted his head.
Even if we don't get it perfect at first, I believe you said. And here we are in all of our imperfection. But right now, your mate needs relief, Alpha.
He was half right. I did need the kind of relief he meant, and with increasing desperation. My sex ached and throbbed, longing for my mates to fill me up. But in another sense, I was already relieved. I was also well past the point of self-consciousness, because I stumbled forward and grabbed Kai's hand, dragging him with me into a messy three-way embrace. Tamlane made a surprised oof noise, falling on his ass beneath my unexpected assault. After a moment's hesitation, his arm came around me, holding me between himself and Kai. "Thank you," I said. "Thank you both for trying to make this work." Kai said, breathing in the heat scent rising from my skin. I got the impression he had no idea what words had just come out of my mouth. I couldn't really blame him. Right now, I was no better off when it came to clear thinking. The press of his nose against my neck sent a full-body shudder through me. He followed it with lips and teeth, and I was lost. "Clothes," I begged Tamlane, scrabbling without coordination at the same intricate leather laces that had defeated me the first time he had helped me through a heat. But before I could make any progress, I was on my back, and Kai was kissing and nipping his way down my body. 33. Eventually, inevitably, the fire in my veins finally cooled, leaving me wrung out and too weak to so much as stand. I ached in places I hadn't even been aware I'd possessed, and that wasn't a complaint. Unfortunately, this was roughly the point in the proceedings where I realized that we were nowhere near a convenient river, or stream, or pond. "We're going to end up glued together with sweat and spunk," I observed, making no move to wriggle out from between the two males. Kai groaned, presumably in agreement, also making no move to do anything about it. A flash of dry amusement that didn't belong to me flitted across my mind. I blinked, still taken by surprise in the best possible way, by this small glimpse into Tamlane's emotions. He flicked a hand lazily, and a tingling sensation washed across my skin. In its wake, the itchy, sticky feeling disappeared, inside and out. A thick blanket appeared around the three of us in the next instant, materializing from nowhere.
Right.
Kai said, sounding taken aback.
I think I understand what you see in him now.
I elbowed him and he chuckled. Tamlane settled against my other side, still broadcasting mild humor through the bond.
Rest, both of you. We have a handful of hours before we must return to the cottage.
And then to the palace.
Kai said thoughtfully.
Think Titania's going to be satisfied? She'll leave Ember alone now?
I believe so, yes.
Tamlane replied.
Now sleep. I will keep watch against any night creatures that might stumble upon us.
Kai yawned widely, prompting me to do the same.
Sounds good.
He said.
Wake me if you need me to growl at anything, Faye.
I wriggled into a more comfortable position between them, sleep sliding over me like warm honey within the safety of their arms. When I woke, it was to the sound of crackling flames and the delicious scent of roasting meat. Dawn had broken, and someone had gone hunting. It wasn't a huge bounty, something roughly the size and shape of a fat hare back on Earth. But it didn't matter, because my mates had made me breakfast, and today we were going to take the final step toward fixing the horrible mess that my deadbeat father had brought into existence when he'd sired me.
Good morning,
Tamlane said, sliding the meat off of the makeshift spit he'd erected over the campfire. I stretched, feeling my joints pop. Yep, still sore. Still wasn't even mad about it. Morning, I greeted around a yawn. Kai crouched next to me and rubbed his cheek along mine, scent marking me. I leaned into the contact, still soaking up the bounty of affectionate touch after so long spent without it. He handed me a weird fruit gourd thing, lurid purple and with a couple of ragged holes punched in the top, possibly done with a pointed stick.
Here,
he said.
Tamlane says the juice is safe to drink.
I accepted it and tipped it cautiously to my mouth. The juice was tangy and a bit pulpy. I drank the rest of it with a noise of appreciation. Tamlane shared out the meat, and we all sat eating in easy silence for the next few minutes. Kai eventually broke it, and I could feel his uncertainty through the bond.
I know I should have asked about this before the fact instead of after, but is there a chance we made pups last night?
I rubbed a hand absently over my womb, thinking about little male pups with Kai's amber eyes, little female pups with Tamlane's flaxen hair. Probably not, I said. I'm a hybrid. Hybrids are sterile. I felt his disappointment through our connection for an instant before he muted it. It matched my own.
It seems likely,
Tamlane said.
I magically muted my own fertility since we did not discuss such matters beforehand. But as Ember says, reproductive compatibility among the three of us is not highly probable.
I sighed. And realistically, even if there were some way for me to have pups, I'm not sure it would be fair to them. What if they inherited my powers and we ended up right back in the same mess as before? Silence fell over the clearing, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, I shook myself free of the moment of melancholy. With a wave of my hand, I summoned my clothes from the distant cottage. I raised an eyebrow at Tamlane when I noticed that he must have already done that for Kai at some point, while leaving me naked. One corner of his lips twitched up, a hint of the same devilish expression he'd graced me with last night.
Are we ready to depart?
He asked, innocent as anything. Kai hopped to his feet.
Yes, let's get back. I won't be happy until this mess is properly sorted out.
He reached a hand down to me, helping me rise on rubbery legs and making sure I was steady. Tamlane extinguished the campfire with a gesture. I grabbed the blanket before he could banish that as well, folding it in half and draping it over my shoulders like a cloak. He opened a portal, and I stepped through it, ready to return to the cottage to catch Darby and Dianthe up on events, and prepare for our meeting with the Fae Queen. "34. Staring at the cottage that had become something like a home over the past days, I waited for Kai and Tamlane to reappear behind me. With an elegant gesture of one hand, Tamlane willed the portal closed as soon as we were through. Even though I suspected Darby and Dianthe would already be aware of what we'd been up to last night in the forest, I felt a small amount of dread at the prospect of facing their knowing glances. I told myself firmly not to be ridiculous. They were my friends, and they only wanted what was best for all of us. Squaring my shoulders, I pushed through the front door, where I was met with the fading smell of their breakfast. The two were working together to clear up the last of the mess, and they looked up with matching expressions of expectation when we walked into the kitchen area. Through my mate bond, I could sense a hint of a smug edge to Kai's attitude. I sent him a low mental growl of warning not to embarrass me, and he immediately pushed the air of cockiness down. Even without turning, I could tell he'd dutifully arranged his handsome features into a solemn expression. Tamlane, cool as ever, merely walked in and began gathering supplies for our journey.
"Well?"
Dianthe asked, glancing back and forth between us in clear expectation. I cleared my throat awkwardly. Yes. I'm mated to Tamlane now, too." A twitch of a smile tugged at Dianthe's lips. Darby nodded in satisfaction.
"Good,"
Dianthe said.
"Now what? Back to the Summer Palace?"
She raised a questioning eyebrow at Tamlane. He merely jerked his chin in my direction, deferring to me. "Yes, I'm ready to return to Titania and give her the news," I said. "With luck, that should wrap up this entire awful affair, and we can finally get on with our lives." Despite my confident words, I still had misgivings, but I pushed them away as best I could. Now was not the time to worry about the shape my happily ever after might take, or how happy it would actually end up being.
"Good,"
Dianthe said again.
"Tamlane, should we take some kind of gift with us when we return to Titania?"
Tamlane tilted his head in consideration.
Something to seal the peace treaty between Earth and Elfheim. I'm not certain.
Kai joined them as well, and they fell into a discussion of whether a gift was appropriate. But I couldn't find it within myself to join the conversation. Tamlane and Dianthe would know better than I would about Fae customs.
"Ember?"
Darby said. She came to stand next to me, our shoulders brushing. There was something reassuring about her warm presence. Her friendship satisfied a different part of my soul that neither Tamlane nor Kai could ever hope to complete.
"Have you thought about what happens after all of this is finished?"
She continued quietly.
"I mean, where are you going to live? And with whom?"
I sighed and shook my head. She'd zeroed in on precisely the thing I wasn't ready to face yet. It must have shown in my expression because she said,
"Sorry, I can tell you don't want to talk about it."
"No, you're right," I assured her, touching her arm. "I need to. I just don't know how to answer those questions yet."
"It's going to be complicated,"
she said, perceptive as ever. I rubbed at the bridge of my nose. To put it mildly, what if Kai doesn't want to live on Elfheim? Or Tamlane doesn't want to live on Earth? How are we going to make this work? Even though our voices were low enough not to be overheard, both of my mates sensed my uncertainty through our bond. Tamlane excused himself from his conversation and joined us, stopping in front of me and ducking down to meet my lowered gaze.
"One step at a time, little wolf,"
he said.
"For now, let us focus on this meeting with Titania."
Kai watched us carefully. I could feel his unspoken question through the mate bond. "I'm just worrying about what you two will want to do about this three-way mating after the crisis is over," I told him, feeling heat rise up in my face.
"I'm the one who brought it up,"
Darby said.
"Sorry."
Kai only smiled and shook his head.
What we want? Why are you worrying about that so much? Maybe you should worry about what you want for a change, Ember.
I opened my mouth to answer, but I couldn't seem to find any words. What I wanted? How was I supposed to answer that question? For me, life had always been about survival, not happiness. I'd given up on fairy tale endings, and yet here I was, on the verge of getting everything I'd ever desired. Or possibly not.
Just think about it.
Kai said kindly.
That's all I'm saying.
I was still lost for words when Dianthy brought us back to reality.
Perhaps we should leave now. The sooner this is concluded, the better.
Yes, let's go, I agreed, grabbing the suggestion as the lifeline it was. We went outside, where I breathed in the cool morning air and tried to clear my head. My eyes strayed back to the cottage. I was going to miss this place when I left for wherever we ended up going. With a wave of my hand, I opened a portal leading to the gates of the summer palace. We all passed through it, moving as silently as shadows. Somewhat to my surprise, the guards seemed to be expecting us. One of them gestured to us to follow him inside, without a single word needing to be exchanged. We trooped after him to the throne room, passing other courtly fae, many of whom gave us speculative or appraising looks. I wondered how much they knew or had guessed about my presence here. I could feel heat rising up my face until Kai and Tamlane touched my hands at the same time. The feeling of both of them flanking me protectively bolstered my courage, and I held my head high as we passed through the murmuring crowd. Despite the relatively early hour, Titania was already ensconced on her throne, though there was no sign of her two shifter advisors this morning. She wore a different gown than she had on the previous day, but the same delicate crown adorned her brow. She smiled as we approached, each of us dipping our heads in a respectful greeting as we reached the dais.
"Greetings, my friends,"
she said.
"I'm glad to see you have returned as promised."
Greetings, Queen Titania.
Tamlane said, while I silently wondered at what point during this process we'd supposedly become the Fae Queen's friends. Titania nodded graciously to him.
"Have you completed the task I requested of you, General Tamlane?"
That was certainly a nice way to ask if we'd bumped uglies last night, I thought, sensing Kai's appalled amusement through our mate bond. Unlike Tamlane, he didn't seem able to take these Fae proceedings at all seriously. In some ways, I could relate.
Yes, Your Highness.
Tamlane replied, as though it didn't bother him in the least to tell the ruler of his world that he'd just had a smoking hot threesome with two wolves. Titania sat back and tilted her head to the side.
"Please forgive the discourtesy, but I will require some form of proof that Elfheim is truly safe before we proceed. You must understand that my world is more important than protecting fragile egos."
I was about to agree that the request seemed fair, but her next words sent a spasm of horror through me.
"Guards!"
she called, a sudden chill entering her tone.
"Arrest Dianthy and the female wolfshifter."
With a clatter of armor, several guards marched forward, seizing Darby and Dianthy by the arms. Darby shrieked and immediately began to struggle, probably in the throes of a traumatic flashback. Her anguish shot through me like a bolt of lightning. Before any sense of reason could catch up, I lunged forward with a snarl, my temper boiling. How could Titania betray us like this? We'd done exactly what she wanted. I punched the nearest guard in the face as hard as I could, too incensed to even think about trying to channel magic in my attack. Darby had shifted into her wolf form and was cowering on the floor, half tangled in her human clothing, alternately whimpering and snarling, teeth snapping at the guards surrounding her. The merest wisp of a breeze wafted through the throne room, nothing more than if someone had waved a paper fan at my face.
"Guards, halt!"
Titania's voice rang out. I was still fighting and shoving, making my way towards Darby, desperate to free her from the Fae surrounding her like statues. Just as I was about to slam into another one of them, strong arms wrapped around me from behind. Tamlane's voice hissed in my ear and in my mind.
Wait, Ember, just wait. Titania isn't going to harm your friend.
But Titania had already hurt Darby, I fought like a maniac against Tamlane's grip, letting the betrayal I felt pulse through our spiritual bond. He shuddered against my back, my emotion rolling through him. But he didn't loosen his hold on me. The guard I'd punched dabbed at his split lip, though he didn't make a move to come after me while I was helpless.
Stop. Peace, all of you.
Queen Titania said.
No harm was meant.
Go fuck yourself, you fey bitch! I hurled back, still trying to shove Tamlane off of me. Then Kai was standing in front of me, his hands raised palm out in a quelling gesture.
Ember, please calm down. I think maybe it was a test.
No! I shouted, my throat raw. She went back on her word! She hurt Darby! Tears of rage streamed down my face as I craned around, looking for my friend. Kai's large frame blocked my view as he stepped closer, cupping my cheeks in his hands and forcing me to look him in the eyes.
Ember, please, stop and think,
he urged. I fell silent, staring at him. My breath escaped through clenched teeth as he and Tamlane tried to channel calm through the bond. He moved to the side enough for me to see Darby, hunched on her belly a few feet away from us, still in wolf form. She looked up at me, her ears tucked back flat against her head. Even at this distance, I could see she was shivering violently, but seemed otherwise unhurt. My eyes flashed to Dianthe, who was also standing nearby. She was rubbing her wrist, glaring angrily at a guard who must have been holding her captive. Titania stared at me, holding my gaze unblinkingly.
I rescind the order of arrest. Your friends are free and will not be molested.
I glared at her, not relaxing my tense posture in the slightest. For the first time that I had ever seen, the Fey Queen looked a tiny bit sheepish. Even when she was ordering me to mate with Tamlane, she hadn't looked so uncomfortable.
Forgive me, all of you,
she repeated.
I had to verify for myself that Elfhame was safe.
A chill passed through me as understanding finally penetrated my layer of rage. You were never going to arrest them. You only did that to make me lose control. The Queen nodded apologetically and said,
Please take no offense. The protection of the Fey realm is my duty, and sometimes that requires unsavory actions. Do not let this taint our new alliance. You kept your word, and I will keep mine.
Tamlane cautiously loosened his grip on me. I glowered at him over my shoulder, but he didn't back down from my angry gaze. Yeah, all right. Fine, I replied grudgingly. I was still shaking with outrage on Darby and Dianthe's behalf, but the rational part of me could understand why Titania had done it. The theory that I was now harmless had just been put to the test in the most direct way possible. I'd completely lost my shit, and the palace was still standing. The realization sent an odd shiver down my spine.
I do have one further request,
Titania continued.
We must test all of the possibilities. It's still conceivable that Elfham may not be protected from your powers while you are on Earth.
What? Why wouldn't it be? I asked, taken aback by her words. She shrugged helplessly in a decidedly unqueen-like gesture.
Ember, very little is understood about your hybrid magic. We can't know anything for certain, except through direct observation.
You believe there's still a risk to Elfhame while I'm on Earth, even though I have a mate bond with Tamlane? I clarified.
I believe it's possible,
Titania replied.
There's really only one way to find out.
I let out a slow breath. So you want me to go to Earth and... What? Get pissed off about something? The Queen raised a delicate eyebrow.
For lack of any better ideas, yes.
That shouldn't be difficult,
Kai offered. I scowled at him. Why do you say that?
You don't think you could find anything to pique your temper back with the Greystalker pack?
Kai asked dryly.
Anything at all?
And, okay, fair point. I probably could, yes, I allowed, hiding my annoyance. But if I didn't make a huge storm here, then I'm not likely to do it from Earth either. The Queen looked troubled.
You are most likely correct, but I still require proof.
I sighed in frustration and looked between my two mates. They both gave me their own version of a shrug, which wasn't terribly helpful under the circumstances. How will I know if it worked or not, if I'm on Earth? I asked Titania. She tilted her head, considering.
I propose that Tamlane remain behind on Elfheim, while you and the other shifters return to your homeland. Once there, you will allow some circumstance to anger you enough to cause a storm here. If there is any destruction, Tamlane will portal to your side immediately and let you know to calm yourself.
I frowned, weighing the odds that this was a ploy to separate us for nefarious reasons. After her deception with Dianthe and Darby, could Titania be trying to divide and conquer? How will you know for sure if there's a storm on Elfheim? I can't control where the destruction lands in another realm. I always assumed it was random. A small smile flitted across Titania's face before disappearing as quickly as it had come.
I am Elfheim's queen. Suffice to say, if Elfheim is injured, I will know.
I threw Dianthe a questioning look. She frowned, indicating without words that she didn't love this idea either. Supposedly, Faye couldn't lie, and I guess it hadn't truly been a lie when Titania ordered my friends arrested, only to rescind the order a moment later.
I believe your experiment will prove conclusive, my queen,
Tamlane told her, bowing slightly from the waist.
I will agree to stay behind.
But, I started. Tamlane held up a hand as we turned to face each other. It was a quieting gesture, but then he reached forward until his cool palm rested against my cheek. We stood like that for a long moment, oblivious to the world around us as his ocean-like calm seeped through the bond and into me.
Trust me, little wolf.
He breathed, so low that only I would hear his words.
Trust me and trust our connection. We are strong together and no realm can separate us.
Despite my apprehension, his words soothed me. I gave a small, reluctant nod, and he leaned forward to kiss my forehead before pulling away. I took a deep, steadying breath. Fine, I said. Let's get this over with. My gaze took in Darby and Kai. Darby? Can you shift back now, please? I'll fix your clothes for you. After a moment, Darby's wolf form shimmered. I recalled her torn clothing with magic, and then lifted my hand, casting a portal leading to the Greystalker lands. Some part of me marveled at how effortless it was becoming to use my powers for things like this, when not that long ago my fey magic had seemed so foreign and out of control.
We will see each other soon.
Tamlane said, stepping away to give us space.
And when we do, all of this will finally be behind us.
Soon, I agreed. Dianthe? Look after him, please. Dianthe snorted.
I do my best, but you've seen how that tends to go.
Kai took my left hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Darby came to my other side, looking shaken and pale-faced. We're taking you home, I told her. Back to your family, where you'll be safe. She blinked a few times, nodding even as she continued to tremble. Before we left the throne room, I threw one last appraising look at Titania, locking eyes with her. Don't betray us, my expression said. She must have understood, because she dipped her chin in solemn acknowledgement. With that, I ushered Kai and Darby through the portal into the familiar forests of the Greystalker lands, before reluctantly closing the sparking oval behind us. Silence fell, broken only by the familiar sounds of the forest where we'd all grown up. Darby made an odd choking noise. I looked over to find tears streaming down her face. She had her eyes closed and was taking deep, long breaths, as though she was filling herself up with the familiar smells and landscape of the Greystalker lands. Relief. Deep, profound relief. I could feel it too. As much as I might resent many aspects of my youth growing up with the pack, a piece of me would always belong here in the Greystalker lands. Come on, I said to the other two. Let's go home. Kai grinned and threw an arm around my shoulder. Darby came to my other side and I wrapped an arm around her too. Together we walked along the familiar forest paths, until the outermost pack dwellings appeared in our view. Curious eyes peered out at us from windows, apprehensive. A few people walking around outside acknowledged Kai with subdued greetings, but something was definitely off. Was it my presence? "What's going on?" I whispered, glancing at my mate. "I thought they'd be happy to see you back, at least." Kai looked around with narrowed eyes. I could feel his instincts prickling through the bond. He sniffed the air, and a soft growl escaped his throat.
"Something's changed,"
he said, his voice low and dangerous.
"The alpha marks are all different."
What do you mean?
Darby asked, sounding alarmed. Kai shook his head.
"My father, he's no longer the pack alpha."
My footsteps slowed as the implications of that set in, but Kai urged me forward.
"We'll deal with whatever has happened in a bit,"
he said.
"but we need to get Darby home first."
I don't like this.
Darby said, leaning closer against my side. "Me either," I told her. "But Kai's right. Let's worry about getting you back to your family first." As we approached Darby's dwelling, her footsteps sped up until she'd shrugged off my arm on her shoulders and hurried ahead. A small crowd had been gathering as we made our way through the town, following us at a distance. The commotion was enough to draw Darby's parents outside before we'd even had a chance to reach the door. Darby's mother, a plump, middle-aged shifter with curvy hips and deep brown eyes, ran forward as soon as she recognized her daughter.
Darby!
She cried. They ran to each other, meeting in a crushing embrace and collapsing into sobs in each other's arms. Darby's father hurried after his mate, a few steps behind, wrapping his arms around both of them and holding tight. He looked at Kai over his daughter's shoulder, ignoring me completely.
"You saved her?"
He helped, but it was mostly Ember.
Darby managed tearfully.
She risked her life to save mine.
Her father looked at me with new eyes.
"Thank you, both of you,"
he said.
"We'd feared the worst."
"If I could have a moment before you go inside?"
Kai asked. Darby's father paused, his face showing the same apprehension that had reflected on the other pack members hiding inside their houses.
"Bardolph's gone,"
Kai said.
"Tell me what happened."
"There was a fight for the leadership,"
Darby's father said, his weight shifting uneasily from foot to foot.
"I'm sorry, Kai, but your sire fell to Thelin Lycus. This is now the Lycus pack."
My eyes widened. Thelin was in charge now? One of the gang who'd bullied me mercilessly throughout my puphood? Oh, hell no.
"Is my sire dead?"
Kai asked, and I could feel how carefully he was holding the bond closed, preventing his feelings from leaking across to me.
"No,
Darby's father replied.
at least not that I know of. He fled into exile, though he was injured at the time."
Kai sighed in frustration, rubbing his forehead with tense fingers.
"When did this happen?"
"Not long after you disappeared. The battle was decisive. I get the impression Thelin had been biding his time until he saw an opening to take over. He'd been preparing for that fight for a while."
"And the pack followed him afterward?"
Kai asked, only to shake his head.
"Never mind. Of course the pack followed him."
I exchanged a glance with him, not needing the bond to know that we were in perfect accord on this. Thelin Lycus and his alpha bitch star in charge of this pack? Not in a million years. "Well, Alpha," I told Kai, "now that Darby's back safe, it sounds like you and I need to pay Thelin and his hangers-on a friendly little visit." "35. Tension rolled off Kai in waves. I could sense his churning thoughts, second-guessing his decision to leave the pack essentially leaderless, debating whether following his alpha instinct to reclaim his family's territory would make things better or worse.
"Tell me, what sort of leader is Thelin?"
he asked Darby's father. The shifter grimaced and shook his head.
"He's violent, far more than your father ever was. His mate Star is even more vicious. They've been systematically running off many of the lowest-ranked pack members, especially the loners that aren't part of a larger clan."
Anger flared inside of me at his words. I had been the lowest in the pack. After my mother was exiled, I'd had no one except Darby and that deceitful bitch Geneva Padfoot. Darby had always been the closest thing to my family. The idea that Thelin and Star were targeting people in similar circumstances made me feel ill. He can't do that! My voice shook with rage. I'd become so accustomed to pushing down my emotions that I was acutely aware of how close I was to an explosion of temper. But that was part of the reason I was here, after all. Kai watched me cautiously, but made no move to calm me. He and I both knew the importance of this test, so I let the fury flow through me, though I made a point of keeping it at least somewhat tempered. No breath of wind stirred around us. Long moments passed, but Tamlane didn't appear from the other realm to stop me. I exchanged a glance with Kai, and he gave a minute shrug. Apparently, no decimation was occurring on Elfheim in response to my emotional outburst. The part of me that wasn't thrumming with indignation felt a wash of relief. It's over, I thought, feeling mildly giddy. I can't be used as a weapon against either world. Tamlane's theory was right.
So, you've returned after all.
A cold, familiar voice said from behind us.
Thought maybe you'd run off for good, Kai.
Kai and I turned as one, watching as the new alpha of the pack emerged from the trees. Thelin Lycus had his oily hair tied back into a low ponytail, his sharp features prominent in the low light of the forest. Behind him, I caught a glimpse of Star, his mate, casually leaning against a tree trunk.
These are my packlands now,
Thelin said, folding his arms and staring at Kai in open challenge. My anger flashed again. If you'd asked me 6 months ago whether I would have lifted a finger to help my former pack, I'd have laughed. But something had changed. My wolf's hackles rose at the idea of our old tormentors controlling our packmates' lives. I knew she would back our mate against them or die trying. Kai must have felt my wolf's temper threaten to snap through the bond. He sent a request for calm through our connection. Then he stepped forward without hesitation, until he and Thelin were nearly nose to nose.
I wouldn't get too comfortable,
he said in a deceptively conversational tone. He sounded as though he didn't have a care in the world. Thelin's gaze flickered for the barest instant before he, too, masked his expression with casual insouciance.
We'll see,
he murmured. Kai stared unblinkingly at the usurper. It was Thelin who looked away first, walking away and motioning for his mate to follow him back towards the center of town. I moved to Kai's side, catching his hard amber gaze. I think Tamlane and I accidentally broke your pack. Sorry about that. I paused. So, do you want to take them down? Because I kind of want to take them down. Kai stared after Thelin and Star for a long moment.
Maybe. I'm still trying to decide if yet another alpha fight will make things better or worse for the pack,
he said.
Let's go see where Jace and Finn ended up. I want to talk to them.
I nodded. After giving Darby a long, tight hug of farewell, I rejoined my mate. We excused ourselves from Darby's father before heading down the main road together. Where would your father have gone? I asked, thinking of the grizzled old pack leader who'd burned out my fate mark so callously.
I'm not sure,
he answered.
He was humiliated in 2 separate fights. As an alpha, there's really no coming back from that.
I took that on board, surprised at how difficult it was to picture this pack without Bardolph. I'd hated him for what he'd done to me, but he'd also been the controlling force throughout my puphood, bringing order to a chaotic group of shifters with an iron fist.
I'm betting Jace and Finn will be at Jace's parents' place,
Kai said.
They'd need to keep their heads down, since Thelin knows we're friends.
I followed him through the darkening trees, winding in and out of patches of dense forest. Every now and then a dwelling would appear in the wild landscape, its windows dancing with the warm light from a cooking fire within. We approached a den that I had passed by on countless occasions, even if I'd never had cause to speak with the inhabitants. Kai knocked on the door in a complicated pattern that sounded like a code. It opened sharply a few seconds later. There stood Jace, tall and slightly uncoordinated in his movements. His mouth fell open as soon as he saw Kai. Then he lunged forward, crushing my mate in a massive bear hug.
You came back.
He sounded choked.
Finn, Kai is here. I can't believe it. I can't believe you're here.
Kai wrestled himself free of his friend's tight embrace with a breathless laugh.
Jace, enough, man. I can't breathe.
A second figure appeared in the doorway. I recognized Finn, another one of Kai's oldest friends. Finn stared back and forth between both of us, a look of naked relief on his pleasant features. He shook hands with Kai for a moment, before he, too, pulled Kai into a tight embrace.
Where in perdition's name have you been?
As they broke apart, his excitement bubbled out of him in a torrent of words.
You just disappeared. No one knew where you'd gone or what happened. You will not believe what it's been like here since you left. Have you heard about your father and about Thelen? Kai, this shit cannot be allowed to stand.
Kai held up a hand to stem the flow of Finn's words.
Whoa, one thing at a time. First, you need to hear the truth about what happened to me. And more importantly, the truth about what happened to Ember.
Jace nodded.
Come inside. We'll talk.
We followed the pair into the pleasant dwelling, to a room with enough seats for all of us.
You two want something to drink or eat?
Jace asked.
No, we're good for now,
Kai told him, and launched into an abbreviated version of recent events. Finn and Jace listened raptly, frowning at some of the more outrageous parts of the tale. When Kai got to the part where we were mated, though, they exchanged a glance.
Thought so,
Finn muttered.
Yeah, no offense, man, but that was pretty much inevitable.
Jace agreed. Why do you say that? I asked, frowning at them. I was exiled. You were there when Bardolph burned out our marks. Hell, you two took me to the cells that night. Jace looked troubled.
Believe me, I remember. I've always heard that mate bonds are stronger than pretty much anything. Bardolph could try to burn it out of you, but even then, we didn't believe it would really work. And that was before we knew you were actually a magical badass.
Kai and I exchanged an uncertain look.
Yeah, I mean, it was obvious that you were drawn to each other from the beginning.
Finn agreed, leaning back in his chair.
It really was only a matter of time before you two fucked.
Anyway,
Kai cut him off.
That's enough about that. Once we were sure that Ember mating me meant Earth would be safe, we went back to rescue the others on Elfheim. Ember destroyed Oberon's castle with her powers. He died, and his wife Titania took over. She hated Oberon's guts, so she offered a truce if Ember also agreed to mate a fae, meaning Elfheim would be protected as well. So we, did that.
Silence stretched. Jace cleared his throat.
You mean you're, like, co-mated or something? With a fae? Is that even a thing?
It is now,
Kai said, in a tone of finality. I'd been keeping silent, curious as to how Kai would choose to tell the story. Now I spoke up. Let's just say my relationship status is complicated. But it worked, and both realms are safe. Which brings us back to Thelen and this pack. I'm with you, Finn. This situation can't be allowed to stand. Jace looked uncomfortable.
We haven't had a series of challenges like this against a sitting alpha in decades. So soon after Bardolph, we could be setting a dangerous precedent.
Is that why you haven't challenged Thelen yet?
Kai asked.
No.
Jace replied, heat spreading over his face.
That was because he's too powerful for either of us. We've been very much hoping all this time that you'd come home.
Finn nodded his agreement.
Truth. Though if you didn't, and if things got too bad, we'd been talking about taking Thelen out together, and becoming joint alphas somehow. I don't know if that could even work, but we weren't going to let him trash this pack completely.
Kai bowed his head for a moment, clearly moved by the pair's words.
It's good you're back, though.
Jace teased.
Finn didn't want to risk getting his good looks all scarred up in a fight.
Yeah, major tragedy there,
Kai said.
No wonder you held off.
Warmth grew in my chest at this intimate glimpse into Kai's life and relationships. I thought of Darby, and it occurred to me that a person's friendships said an awful lot about them. Thelen and Star's crowd had always been focused on who they could hurt. Kai's friends were focused on how they could help, even if it meant going up against an alpha wolf who was too powerful for either of them alone. We're in agreement then? We're going to get Kai's pack back? I asked, looking between the three friends. They nodded solemnly. My sudden urgency had nothing to do with Kai being the rightful alpha of the pack, and me, as his mate, being second in command. No, while Kai had been sharing the abbreviated story of recent events, I'd been obsessing about Thelen chasing off the shifters he considered weak and worthless. Even with her family to protect her, Darby might have been on that list, if she'd been here. In many ways, I'd been directionless for most of my life. But now, something was bubbling up inside me, and it wouldn't be denied. It was time for pack culture to change, and I was determined to use my position as Kai's mate to make the Greystalker pack a safer, more welcoming place for wolves like Darby and me. We could do this, I thought with dawning excitement. We could make real changes happen. Things could be better under Kai's leadership. He understood how awful it had been for me and the wolves like me. He would make sure things got better, and I would help him.
And at least a formal challenge would be better than what that crazy Fey bastard did,
Finn was saying, drawing my attention back to the conversation. Sorry, what? I interrupted, shaking my head. He glanced at me, blinked, and repeated,
I was saying that Kai should issue a formal challenge against Thelen instead of just unleashing a can of whoop-ass on him out of the blue.
Jace rubbed at the back of his neck.
Finn thinks it would make the transition to a new alpha smoother if we follow the old traditions, but I don't know if I agree.
Okay. Why not?
Kai asked. Jace shrugged his broad shoulders.
Gives him too much time to prepare. He's a slippery bastard, and his old crew is pretty loyal to him.
Kai frowned.
Do you think he could split the pack?
I guess it's possible,
Jace said. With a scowl, Kai moved to a window and stared off into the darkness of the forest.
I don't want to see this pack shattered into pieces.
He might not be able to find anyone willing to follow him that far, I offered. I can't imagine anyone really loves his leadership style all that much.
True,
Jace allowed. Through the bond, I could sense Kai weighing the possibilities in his mind. After a few moments, he looked up, meeting our gazes one by one.
I'll issue a formal challenge,
he said.
I think the risk of him splitting the pack is minimal. Even if a few decide to leave, the majority will remain loyal to whoever wins the battle.
Want me to go deliver the message?
Finn asked.
Yes, tell him I'll meet him in the town square to settle this at dawn.
Finn nodded and headed for the door. Kai watched him go, slightly apprehensive.
Maybe I should have gone with him. I'm not sure I trust Thelen to treat him fairly as the messenger.
He wouldn't dare do anything,
Jace said.
Finn will make sure there are witnesses when he delivers the challenge. Alpha challenges are deep-rooted in pack law, including the safety of messengers.
I hoped he was right. What do you need to do to prepare? I asked Kai. He shrugged.
Just some sleep. It's been a long few days.
You two should stay here tonight,
Jace said.
We have a spare room.
Jace's family greeted us warmly when he ushered us into the kitchen for something to eat, though I could see their confusion at my presence by Kai's side after I'd supposedly been exiled.
You're the rightful alpha, Kai,
Jace's mother said. She gripped his hands tightly between her own.
Everybody knows it. I'm glad you've returned to put things right. Doubly so if it means Jace and his friend won't be forced to fight Thelen.
We accepted food and drink with murmurs of thanks, then spent the rest of the night curled up together in a cozy nest on the floor of the spare room. It was reassuring to be wrapped tightly in Kai's arms, but my mate bond with Tamlane throbbed and ached without his presence. For the 100th time, I wondered how in the two realms I was supposed to make this crazy situation work. We're a family now, I thought sleepily, my eyes drifting closed. A broken, confused, and deeply strange family, but a family nonetheless. It was still dark outside when Kai woke me up, his lips pressing over the bite mark he'd put on my neck when we'd mated. We joined Jace and his family at the table and ate breakfast, though the nervous butterflies in my stomach didn't do much for my appetite. Kai, too, ate lightly. He was silent, chewing each morsel with a focused expression on his face. No one else was speaking much either, other than to confirm that gossip about the upcoming battle had spread far and wide throughout the entire pack.
I'm sure everyone will be there to watch,
Jace said. So, no pressure then, I thought wryly. We walked together towards the meeting place, with Jace and Finn on Kai's left, and me on his right.
Don't let him get at your left side, that's not your strong side,
Finn counseled.
I know, Finn.
Kai replied patiently.
Remember the last time we really brawled?
Finn asked.
I almost got you down by knocking your front paw out on that side.
The key word being almost,
Jace said.
I did better against him than you did, asshole,
Finn shot back. Jace scowled at him.
What? You're crazy. I lasted way longer in that fight.
Finn scoffed.
Dream on.
Kai let the verbal tussle flow past him, making me think the pair were only doing it to distract him from his worries. As soon as we made it to the central square, I looked around and raised an eyebrow. Jace had been right. It looked like every single member of the pack had turned up to see the outcome of the battle. Some looked excited, others frightened. Everyone was staring straight at us. It made my neck prickle. Kai wasted no time shifting into his wolf form. He was massive, his amber eyes shining as he surveyed the pack. Most looked down and away, intimidated by his alpha spirit.
So, the usurper has come to be taught a lesson,
Thielen announced, stepping into the center of the square.
I look forward to demonstrating exactly what I did to his weakling of a father.
He transformed into a wolf as well, not quite as tall as Kai, but just as broad and muscular. The tension grew in the crowd. I stood to one side with Finn and Jace, chewing on the inside of my lip. There was a breath of stillness before the two wolves launched themselves at each other. Kai leapt, slamming into Thelen's side. I was sure the other wolf would crumple under the blow, but he simply rolled and Kay's momentum carried him over the top of Thelen, tumbling in a cloud of dust. Both wolves were back on their feet in the blink of an eye. Their claws scraped deep gashes into the earth as they lunged towards each other a second time, their chests colliding. Several people gasped as snarls ripped through the air. Kai had Thelen by the neck, his long fangs pulling him towards the ground. Thelen whipped his head around, their skulls crashing together with a crack as loud as a gunshot. I swallowed a whimper as the flash of pain transmitted through our mate bond. Gripping my head, I swayed slightly at the echo of the blow. Kai shook his head, getting unsteadily to his feet. Thelen, too, looked dazed, rubbing at his face with one of his paws.
That's the problem with a headbutt,
Finn muttered.
Hurts you just as bad as the other guy.
Kai recovered quicker and propelled his shoulder into Thelen, sending the other wolf sprawling on the ground. Kai pounced on top of him, pinning him to the ground as he tore chunks of skin and hair from Thelen's body. Blood covered Kai's muzzle. I balled my fists together, wishing the fight would just end already.
Kai's going to win,
Jace said, loud enough for others around us to hear. A murmur of agreement spread outward through the crowd of onlookers. Just then, an enraged shriek tore through the air as Star, Thelen's mate, came rushing towards us. Her hands were outstretched towards me like claws, a look of rage distorting her pretty features.
What the?
Finn said as the female wolf reached us.
I won't let you ruin this, you bitch,
she yelled, seizing my arm and trying to throw me to the ground. Rage bubbled up in my chest for the space of a heartbeat as I remembered every time she'd made my life torture. But that wasn't the way to win this fight. After a single staggering step, I set myself, using my Fey powers to lock my feet in place, immovable as a statue. Star stumbled, losing her grip on me. She regained her balance and gaped at me.
How are you doing that, you fucking freak?
She twisted and kicked out, trying to dislodge my feet from the ground. That was never going to happen. I gave her a flat look, feeling my magic flowing through me, rooting me to the forest soil. Yield, I commanded, my voice resonant. Alpha power, long submerged, buzzed through my veins. Star gasped, falling to the ground at my feet beneath that invisible force. Dimly, I was aware that the fight between Kai and Thelen was still raging, but half of the crowd was now watching the conflict between us instead. Star panted as she stared up at me, wide-eyed. I didn't blink, pinning her down on the ground with my gaze. You know what I would like to do to you, I said, coming closer as she cowered. I nudged her with the toe of my boot and she whimpered, curling into the fetal position on her side.
Please, let me go,
Star begged, raising her hands and rolling onto her back. Even in her human form, it was clear she was showing me her belly.
What are you?
I ignored the question. I'll tell you exactly what I want to do. I would just love to take a knife and hack off all your hair, like you tried to do to me, I said, projecting my voice so the onlookers could overhear. I would love to shame you, just like you always shamed me when I was young. Star trembled, averting her eyes from my righteous anger. She rolled her head to the side, exposing her throat. But I won't, I said, lifting my foot from her shoulder and stepping back. I looked up and found Kai standing triumphant over Thelen, who lay bleeding and defeated on the ground at his feet. You and your mate are finished, and I won't become another bully to replace you, I told her. Kai shifted into human form, sweating and battered. His chest rose and fell in rapid pants.
Thelen,
he said, projecting his voice for the crowd.
This battle is finished. You and your mate have been defeated. You have submitted to me as the rightful alpha of this land. Depart now in disgrace and never return.
Star threw one last terrified look at me and scrambled away. Thelen had transformed back into his human form in a heap on the ground. He was a bloody mess as Star dragged him clumsily to his feet. With a last hateful look at us, they stumbled away through the trees, vanishing from sight.
Someone follow them,
Kai ordered.
Make sure they cross the boundary and don't come back.
Wild applause broke out through the spectators, even as several people shifted form and loped after the beaten pair. Everyone had been hoping for Kai's victory, it seemed. Finn and Jace slapped Kai on the back. He winced at his bruises, but there was a satisfied smile on his face as his friends congratulated him on his victory. A sudden electric crackling noise cut through the sounds of celebration, as a portal erupted into existence in the center of the square. I drew in a sharp breath, expecting Tamlane to step through. Uncertainty flooded me. Had I been wrong? Had my anger caused damage on Elfheim after all? Or had he sensed our victory through the bond and come to join our celebration? My confusion turned to horror as Geneva Padfoot stepped through the portal. An expression of sheer hatred twisted her features as her eyes locked on mine. Before anyone could react, she hurled a flaming ball of magic directly at Kai, who stood frozen in shock. "36. No! I screamed, as Geneva's ball of magic flew toward Kai. Without thought, I threw out my left hand in a desperate bid to cast a shield in between Geneva and my mate. My reaction was too slow, and I was only able to catch the edge of the crackling energy mass. It struck Kai in the shoulder. He spun under the impact and collapsed to the ground, where he lay twitching and jerking. I turned slowly back toward Geneva, rage pouring through me like an uncontrollable flood. Flexing my hands, I reached out for the weather, wanting to bring a pile of trees crashing down on top of the Fey bitch. I lifted my arms, hoping to feel the swell of wind, but only the mildest breath of a breeze lifted my hair. Rage and terror, my best weapons, were gone. Geneva cackled, looking at my empty hands.
Without the forces of Mother Nature, you really aren't of much use, are you?
She asked.
Don't worry, little creature. Maybe once your mate is dead, you'll get your power back.
With a snarl, I lunged for her, calling up the lesser magical skills I still possessed. She parried my attacks with infuriating ease, twisting her hands and arms in an intricate dance of defense. But unlike me, she could apparently multitask. I was forced to duck as she sent a blast of power towards my head that would have surely sent me careening into the trees behind me. Landing on my stomach in the soft earth, I cast power downward, sending a spray of mud, leaves, and bark in her direction. She turned away, but not before getting a face full of dirt that left her coughing and choking. Pressing my advantage, I scrambled forward, intending to physically tackle her to the ground. As I rushed towards her like a human rugby player, Geneva brought her hands together with a clap that echoed through my skull and sent me sprawling again. It felt like I'd been standing at ground zero when a bomb went off. Blood trickled from my nose, but at least my arms and legs still seemed to be working. I pushed myself to my feet, trying to ignore the way my ears were ringing. Calling on my remaining energy, I sent fiery bolts of power pelting in her direction. The brilliant light illuminated the village square with weird shadows. Yet despite my best efforts, my blows were deflected harmlessly into the ground. I reached out and tried to call her boots toward me, the same way I retrieved my own clothing from a distance. I jerked my hand in a grasping motion, putting every ounce of mental energy into calling her footwear to me with her feet still in them, wanting to see the Fae flat on her back, groveling in the mud. She sliced the air in front of her, casting her own protective shield between us. With a wordless shout of frustration, I jumped forward, transforming into a wolf in one smooth motion, landing on my heavy paws and tearing up the earth underneath me to reach her. Something flickered in her cold eyes as I dove forward, my jaws going for her throat. She spun away with the gracefulness of a deer, and I skidded to a stop as my teeth closed around nothing but air. We squared up, panting and glaring at each other. I snarled and snapped my teeth, running at full speed towards her again. This time I anticipated her feint and was able to bash into her with my shoulder. As soon as our bodies collided, however, I felt a horrible shock through my system that made me gasp and whimper in pain. Geneva had fallen to the ground but was instantly back on her feet, walking towards me with death in her eyes. My body transformed back to human. Rolling to my feet, I waved my clothes back into existence and stood tall despite the pain, my hair blowing wildly around me. "How dare you trespass here, witch!" I hissed, allowing my newfound alpha power to flow through the words. She flinched in response, her eyes widening, but she didn't back down. We circled each other warily, never breaking eye contact.
You were always such a pathetic pup,
she sneered.
I was loyal to Oberon, my king, ever his most faithful servant. Yet you were too self-absorbed in your own misery to even look around you. You could have had control of your powers years ago, but you were too weak to take it. You could have stood at your father's right hand, but no. Instead, you destroyed him, and for that I will see you suffer.
She punched the air, sending a wild burst of energy at me. I raised my hands, a shield exploding into existence in front of me. As the energy struck my barrier, I could taste her bloodlust through the mingling of our magic. "You won't defeat me!" I snarled, hoping like hell it was true. "Bitch!" Geneva laughed, a shrill, hysterical note behind the sound.
You think I'm here for you? I don't need to best you in battle to bring you low, girl. I've already defeated you by dealing a mortal blow to your pathetic excuse for a mate.
A chill skittered down my spine. Kai couldn't be dead. If he were, surely I'd have felt it. If he'd been dead, I'd have been able to call up a storm here on Earth. But he wasn't moving. Was he still breathing? "Why do this?" I demanded. Her tone grew disdainful.
That mangy shifter boy captured me and locked me in iron chains. You weren't supposed to mate him. Oberon wanted you as his weapon against Earth, and that one ruined his plan."
She raised a shaking finger to point at Kai. Around us, pack members had been fleeing in all directions as the fight raged. They'd come to see an alpha battle, not this. Families pulled their pups into the shelter of the trees, vanishing from sight. I tried to go to my fallen mate, only to be brought up short when Geneva cast a force field in front of me. Jace, Finn, and Darby converged on Kai instead, standing guard over his prone figure. Darby fell to her knees, running gentle hands over his injured chest and shoulder. She looked up at Geneva, eyes hard with defiance and anger. Affection for my friend surged inside of me, only to be strangled by fresh terror. My magical energy was nearly exhausted. I couldn't break through Geneva's barrier to get to them. One magical blast in their direction, and nearly everyone I loved could be dead. Geneva could destroy all of them at once. I clenched my fists. "You were in love with him, weren't you?" I shouted, desperate to draw her attention away from the group huddled a short distance away from us. "In love with your king, with Oberon!" Geneva looked up in surprise, uncertainty flickering across her face.
"What? Don't be preposterous, you foolish pup."
Had I touched a nerve? "There's nothing preposterous about it," I said, moving slowly sideways so that I stood directly between her and the others. "You were loyal to a madman for years. You had a good life here on Earth. Why throw it away like you did? Was he really that good in the sack?" Geneva's face went purple as she sputtered with outrage. I took advantage of her momentary distraction to turn my focus inward. "Tamlane! Help me!" I poured every bit of my fear and desperation into the mental cry. It echoed along the untried mate bond connecting us, resonating like a struck gong. Even so, I had no way of knowing if he could hear me across the boundary between realms. I had to keep Geneva distracted, had to keep her from attacking my friends as well as my mate. I threw a weakened bolt of energy in her direction, just to keep her attention centered firmly on me. She swatted it away as if my attack was nothing more than an annoyance. Her eyes remained glued to me, seething with anger.
"You dare besmirch your own father that way, whelp. I should cut out your tongue and force-feed it to you. That would teach you a lesson."
"Oh yeah?" I replied, raising an eyebrow. I lifted my sleeves to reveal the tattoos covering my arms. "You know, you were the closest thing I had to a proper mother figure. Obviously, your guidance and life lessons really made an impact on me." An explosion of sound rent the square. A portal flamed open at my side. Tamlane stepped through it, his sword drawn and his long cloak billowing. Rage crackled around him in a tangible aura as his brilliant blue eyes took in the scene.
"You,"
was all he said, his gaze pinning Geneva like an insect under glass. In the next instant, he went for her, striking with the speed of a venomous snake.
"Go to Kai.
Tamlane's voice echoed through our mate bond.
Heal him, little wolf. Hurry. His life force is fading."
I jolted as though I'd received an electric shock. Geneva had let the barrier separating me from the others fall when Tamlane appeared. I immediately rushed towards Kai, even as Geneva pulled a short sword from her belt to meet Tamlane's attack. With a flick of her wrist, the blade exploded into blue-white fire. I didn't have time to worry about their fight. I would have to trust in Tamlane's ability to defeat her, or at least hold her off. I fell to my knees next to Kai. I could hear the almighty clashes of Tamlane and Geneva's blades in the background, but my attention was solely focused on my mate. His life was draining away before my eyes. "No, Kai, you need to hang on," I begged, brushing away Jace's grip as he tried to shake Kai back to wakefulness. Thinking about the way I'd helped heal Tamlane after the battle with Oberon, I placed my hands palm down on Kai's muscular chest. He was barely breathing, and his heart rate felt faint and erratic. I summoned all the energy and power that I could muster, remembering what it had felt like to bring the entire castle down on top of Oberon. I reached deep inside myself, pouring magic through my hands and into Kai's body, desperate to knit his internal injuries together after Geneva's magical attack. With a gasp, I felt the energy disappear into a dark, bottomless well inside him. I could sense him scrabbling to escape the nothingness that was dragging him down. I pitched forward, almost collapsing on top of him as I tried in vain to fill the endless chasm with my healing power. Strong hands grabbed my shoulders as a cold sweat broke out across my face. I vaguely recognized Jace and Finn supporting me from either side. "Kai?" I whispered, the sound as weak as if I too were vanishing into the darkness. "Kai, don't leave now. Please come back." As I focused all my energy on saving my mate, time became meaningless. I might have been kneeling on the dirt for a minute, or an hour, or a month. I didn't know. All I knew for sure was that everything was fading away from me. A heavy, sweet sedation began to settle over my mind and body, making me feel like I was being pulled irresistibly downward, toward the center of the earth. The more energy and magic I poured into Kai, the further away from me he seemed to be. I pried open bleary eyes, looking around at the fuzzy outlines of the shifters still standing guard over us. "I'm losing him," I slurred, exhaustion pushing on me as the depths of his injuries threatened to pull me down too.
"You can't,"
Finn snapped, sounding like he was speaking from miles away.
"You've got all this crazy Fey magic. You have to save him."
Please, Ember.
Jace urged.
You can fix him. You have to.
I turned my head, searching for my other mate, but never releasing Kai, or relenting on the power flowing into him. Tamlane was the one person who could save us both. "Tamlane?" I whispered, my voice faint as my eyes slid closed. "No." I couldn't sleep now. I had to concentrate. With a great effort, my eyelids fluttered open. I shook my head, trying to clear the rolling, dark fog gathering at the edges of my vision. I needed Tamlane. He would have enough power to pull us both back from the abyss, but he was still locked in deadly combat with Geneva. I couldn't distract him now, or we might all die at her hands. Faintly, I could sense magical attacks and counterattacks careening wildly around us. A tree on the edge of the clearing burst suddenly into flame, and Darby shrieked in alarm. I blinked at the hazy tableau of destruction, everything in the world slowing down as the space between my heartbeats grew longer and longer. Just like Kai was falling away from me, and the gap between us was growing. Shush, 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 shush. My thudding heart sounded very far away. Was this what it felt like to die? I tried to take a deep breath, to refocus myself and pour even more power into Kai, but it felt like my lungs had been flattened. Was someone sitting on my chest? Across the square, a sharp crack of sound split the air, as loud as a human gunshot. I ducked my head instinctively, only to turn and see through my darkening eyes that a building across the square had split down the middle. Light flashed in all directions as Tamlane and Geneva fought. I could sense the strain of the battle through the mate bond with Tamlane, but also his cold satisfaction as he pounded his enemy with relentless attacks. This was what my lethal Fey warrior was made for, if only I had his strength.
"Ember, wake up,"
a male voice called. Jace or Finn, I couldn't tell them apart anymore. It was all far away and unimportant. Hands were shaking me, and I felt my head flopping uselessly from side to side. Then Darby's soft voice whispered in my ear.
"Don't you dare give up, Ember Valentine,"
she said quietly, but with great force.
"I need you. I need you to be here. You're my best friend. Please don't leave me alone."
Nothing but those words could have roused me. Lifting my chin, I forced my eyes open to find her familiar face watching me with worry. She was kneeling next to me, her arm wrapped protectively around my shoulders, as Jace, or Finn, I still wasn't sure which, kept me propped up from behind.
"I need you,"
she whispered again, our eyes locking.
And you need Kai. Keep fighting.
I'm still here, I managed. Not leaving. With an electric crackle, yet another portal opened up just a few yards away from us. A figure stepped through, but with my blurring vision, I couldn't make out if it was friend or foe. "37. A flood of armored warriors erupted through the portal. For a moment, chaos descended on the town square as fey weapons bristled and war screams echoed through the trees. It took a few seconds before I could make sense of the scene. Then, I caught sight of a familiar figure in the midst of the confusion, but wearing very unfamiliar garb. I blinked in shock. Titania! What? I could barely believe my eyes. But it was the queen herself, dressed in full, shining armor, the light glinting off her silver breastplate. She still wore a crown, although this one was part of a gleaming battle helmet. I watched as another figure whirled and darted through the battle with the gracefulness of a hunting cat. It was Dianthe, coming to our rescue at Titania's side. This was too much for my failing body and brain, and I felt my strength completely leaving me. I slumped next to Kai, the world swimming alarmingly around me. Everything was tilting sideways, and I clawed desperately at the ground, terrified that I would slip away into the endless void yawning beneath me. In my wavering vision, I watched Titania's guards forming a circle around Geneva, who glared at them warily. She straightened from her battle crouch, letting her hands fall to hang limply by her sides.
"Surrender, witch!"
called one of the guards. Around her, several warriors drew bowstrings and aimed spears directly at her heart.
"This battle is not about me. Look to your new allies, Queen,"
Geneva said, lifting her arms slowly. Her smile was a twisted thing.
"Stop her!"
Titania commanded, just as Geneva clapped her hands together. An energy wave exploded outward, blasting into the guards surrounding her. They stumbled back, but most of them immediately regained their footing and lunged toward her. The moment of distraction was still enough to let her open a portal and dive through it. I watched all of this through half-lidded eyes. I was sinking slowly into a warm darkness. It waited to welcome me with open arms. Maybe I would be able to join Kai there.
Ember!
Tamlane slid to his knees beside me and pulled my upper body onto his lap, supporting me. He patted my cheek lightly, as though trying to revive me. It did nothing to drive back the encroaching darkness. "I couldn't save him," I whispered, tears sliding down my face. "I couldn't save Kai. I poured everything into him, but he just slipped away from me. It wasn't enough. I wasn't enough."
Ember, don't speak. You're very weak. We need to heal you.
Tamlane's voice was urgent. He cast around, as though looking for someone. "Don't," I croaked, hating myself for my weakness, my uselessness. "I'm not worth it. I failed."
You didn't fail. Your other mate still lives. I will see to Kai after I see to you, little wolf.
Tamlane sounded as though he were suddenly very far away, speaking through a tunnel. Wait, Kai was still alive? I shook my head weakly. No, Kai first. Tamlane let out an exclamation that sounded like an expletive.
Dianthe, I need your help.
He yelled across the clearing.
Now.
A moment later, Dianthe's face swam in front of my eyes, a glowing haze surrounding her like a halo.
"Wow,"
she said grimly.
"No offense, but you look like the backside of a pig right now, Ember."
I groaned and coughed, my breath catching in my lungs. "Help Kai!" Dianthe exchanged a look with Tamlane. She shuffled around on her knees to get a better look at Kai's fallen body.
Yeah, I'll save your mangy friend, don't worry."
"Mate," I reminded her stubbornly.
"Whatever. He's still mangy."
Dianthe and Tamlane each laid a hand on one of Kai's shoulders. They both closed their eyes and bowed their heads as if in prayer. A frown of concentration passed over Tamlane's face. I didn't move, exhaustion and terror keeping me rooted firmly to the ground. As I watched, Beads of sweat broke out across Tamlane's brow, rolling down his face as he strained to achieve whatever he and Dianthy were trying to do for Kai. Finally, Dianthy let out a gasp. They both looked up at the same time, identical grim expressions on their faces. "What is it?" I rasped, trying to sit up. My shaking arms would not support me, and I flopped pathetically back down onto the ground. "What's wrong? Is he dead?"
No.
Dianthy answered.
Not dead. Not yet, anyway.
Yet? Did that mean she and Tamlane couldn't heal him either? My fear must have shown on my face, because Tamlane took my hand and leaned over me.
"We will try to save him, Ember,"
he said.
"But Geneva didn't just injure him. She spelled him magically to prevent healing."
Dianthy sounded as worried as I'd ever heard her.
I think you are sadly overconfident in our abilities, Tamlane.
I turned toward her. She had both hands over Kai's chest now, and a soft glow was forming beneath her palms.
"I will keep pouring life into him, otherwise he'll die,"
Tamlane said.
"But you must find and unravel the spell inside him, cousin."
I could do nothing more than lie there, desperately hoping for a miracle. Dianthy hesitated and looked up, her expression uncertain. Tamlane met her eyes.
"Dianthy, please, I have faith in your abilities. Search out the draining spell and reverse it."
"Draining spell?" I asked.
"Geneva put a spell on him that prevents healing by shunting any energy in his body into the void, even magical energy,"
he explained.
"It will drain him of all of his life force. We must act quickly."
I stretched out my hand and placed it on Kai's chest. Letting my eyes slip closed, I forced a blast of my own waning life energy through him, trying to feel what Tamlane had described. His muscles jerked beneath the burst of power, and a guttural groan escaped his lips. But Tamlane was right. None of it actually stuck. It slid straight through him and away into nothingness.
"Ember, don't. You're too weak,"
Tamlane said. He moved to kneel at Kai's head, placing 2 fingers on each of Kai's temples.
"I will force power into him while you search, Dianthy, but do it quickly. I don't know how long I will last."
No, wait,
Dianthy said, frowning.
Ember, give him one more blast of energy exactly like you just did. It lit him up inside, and I was able to see the trail of Geneva's spell for a few seconds.
I wanted to groan in exhaustion, but I couldn't spare the energy. "Sure, no problem." It sounded like someone had used industrial sandpaper on my throat. Dianthy gave me a strange look.
Less talking, more doing. Quickly now.
I can help,
said a soft voice from over my shoulder.
Can you pull life force from me and feed it into Kai to keep him alive while you work?
Darby. She sounded resolute.
Use us too.
That was Finn. I craned my head to see him and Jace flanking my friend.
"Thank you,"
Tamlane said.
"I will let you know when I need your energy."
Right, let's do this,
Dianthy said.
Ember, get ready to hit him with everything you've got so I can see what I'm doing inside him.
I took a few deep breaths, steadying my hand on Kai and drawing every ounce of my life force into the center of my chest. I formed a mental image of a blue-white ball of power, just behind my sternum, pulsating and ready to blow. I could feel heat forming underneath my palm. With one final deep breath, a bolt of the same blue-white energy exploded from my skin and directly into Kai's chest. With my life force desperately depleted, my head fell to the ground next to Kai's, and I knew no more. My consciousness returned long before I regained any control of my muscles. For a while I lay against a pleasantly soft surface, trapped inside my own skin. Was I in a bed? It seemed like it. Hopefully that was a good sign. I floated for a while, simply feeling the softness of the sheets and blankets, not wanting to examine the aches racking my entire body or the vaguely queasy feeling swimming in my stomach. Some good amount of time later, I found that I could blink my eyes if I concentrated. It took a while to bring my blurry vision into focus, but I was definitely in a bed. Soft light filtered through a window nearby, I couldn't roll over or move my head to see the rest of the room. I was still too weak. I was alone inside my mind, and a slow sense of dread rose inside me at the realization. What if I examined my mate bond and found that the others were truly gone? What if Kai had died from the spell, and Tamlane had died while trying to save him? It couldn't be true. It couldn't! How could I possibly survive having my soul bonds torn out a second time?
Shh.
The soft whisper stroked across my roiling thoughts and fears, like gentle fingertips, soothing. Tamlane? I reached toward the ghostly voice.
I am here. You must rest, beloved. Try not to worry. All is well.
Kai, what about Kai? I whispered, trying to sit up. I failed, but my weak, uncoordinated movements caused my arm to brush against something lying next to me. No, not something. Someone. A body, warm with life. I managed to roll my head on the pillow, only to find Kai stretched out on the bed next to me. A blanket had been drawn over both of us, covering him to his chest. He was still pale, but his eyes were moving rapidly beneath closed eyelids, and his breathing was soft and regular. He was asleep, not unconscious, just asleep and dreaming. My breath stuttered in my chest, relief flooding me.
Yes.
Tamlane's disembodied voice assured me through the bond.
He is not yet awoken, but he is sleeping soundly while he recovers. No doubt it will be a few days before he feels like himself again.
I looked around, swallowing a slight feeling of hurt that Tamlane wasn't here with us. But that was petty of me. He'd risked his life to save Kai. For all I knew, he'd been sleeping and recovering when my panic through the bond woke him up. I consciously let a sense of gratitude wash through me and into our shared connection. Thank you, I sent, with all the sincerity in my heart. Thank you for saving him. I could sense Tamlane's surge of fondness, and I reveled in it.
It was Dianthe whose magical talent saved him,
he sent.
But I will pass along the message to her. She's already grousing about having exhausted herself to save some mangy shifter mutt with an attitude problem, as she puts it.
Amusement warmed me. Assuming Kai recovered fully, Dianthe would never let him live this down. As though my thoughts had summoned her, the door to our room opened, and Dianthe stepped inside. She smiled broadly upon seeing that I was awake.
Finally back in the land of the living, eh?
She asked, coming around to my side of the bed.
Do you feel up to eating something?
I grimaced as I tried again to sit up, my stomach pitching and rolling as the world spun around me. I replied, letting gravity win another battle as I slumped back to the mattress. Not just yet. Sorry. She laid a hand on my shoulder and gave a supportive squeeze.
Take it slow in that case. You just went completely white while trying to sit up.
With my eyes closed, I murmured, "Too bad curdled milk isn't a great color on me." She chuckled, settling on the edge of the bed next to me. I swallowed, remembering what Tamlane had told me just now through the bond. "Thank you," I said, feeling around so that I could pat Dianthe's knee. She grabbed my hand with her own and tangled our fingers together.
You're welcome,
she said.
What am I being thanked for exactly?
I snorted, peeking at her through a crack in my eyelid. What do you think? You saved the day. Again. Dianthe waved away the words.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to stand watching you mope around if something had happened to that one, even if he is irritating. And not a very good hunter.
She added smugly. I'll tell him you said that. I threatened, but we were both grinning. Then I sobered. I was pretty out of it, admittedly. But did I really see Titania, Queen of the Fae, riding to our rescue with a bunch of royal guards? And if so, what happened with Geneva?
The Queen and her guards pursued the witch back to Elfheim,
Dianthe said.
I don't know if they caught her. Tamlane knew something was badly wrong when you called him through the bond. He portaled to Earth immediately. I persuaded Titania that it wouldn't look good if she left you and your mates twisting in the wind right after she'd agreed to ally herself with you. As soon as we could organise a decent fighting force, we came to help. But I don't think the Queen is comfortable spending more time on Earth than absolutely necessary.
I blinked, taken aback by the idea that I was apparently allied to the Queen of the Fae now. Oh. Wow. Okay. After a few moments, though, I could no longer keep the next question to myself. "Where's Tamlane now?" I asked, trying to see into the hallway through the room's door. Dianthy huffed.
"After you and Kai were injured, Finn brought us here to this empty house and told us we could use it while you two were healing. But then there was some kind of disturbance at the edge of the settlement, a couple of shifters trying to claim they were the ones in charge. So he had to go deal with that. Since then, he's been splitting his time between sitting with you two and making sure no one else gets any ideas about taking over while Kai is unconscious."
I scowled, trying to make sense of that. "Wait, 2 shifters? A male and a female?" I asked. She shrugged.
"Yes, I think so. Not really my department, so I didn't ask for details."
I flopped back on the pillow. "I bet it's Thelin and Star," I said to the ceiling. Holy shit! I wonder if they found out somehow that Kai was injured. Dianthy's weight shifted on the bed.
"Who are Thelin and Star?"
"They're the shifters who took over as alphas when Kai left Earth to help us on Elfheim. We got back here afterward, and Kai had to challenge Thelin to a fight to get control of the pack again." There was a pause before Dianthy said,
"Huh. That sounds incredibly tiresome. I suppose it explains some things, though."
I looked curiously at her. "What do you mean?"
"Tamlane seemed unusually eager to deal with them. He's not generally the type to pick fights if it can be avoided,"
Dianthy replied with an indifferent shrug. "What do you mean, pick fights?" I asked, flashing back to Tamlane's battle with Bardolph. A mischievous smile twitched Dianthy's lips.
"Well,"
she replied slowly,
"first Tamlane went and met them at the edge of the Packlands. Then he invited them back to the town square, where he had an epic 2-on-1 fight with them."
My eyes widened. "He did what?" I immediately delved along the mate bond, but Tamlane's end had gone suspiciously quiet. My concern must have showed clearly on my face, because Dianthy rolled her eyes at me.
"Ember, you worry too much. He was fine."
"He could have been hurt," I exclaimed. "Or killed."
"Pfft, not a chance,"
she said dismissively.
"But your shifter friends thought they had him outnumbered, so he went easy on them at first."
I covered my face with my hands, both in irritation that Tamlane had rushed into such a situation, and to hide my growing amusement. How I wished I'd been there to see Tamlane stomp that pair into the ground. Dianthy continued her rundown.
"After he let them get a few blows in to make them overconfident, he blasted them with magic until they were both lying in a crumpled heap on the ground, begging for mercy."
I couldn't help the bark of laughter that escaped my lips. Holy ancestors! I can't believe I missed that!
"Oh, it was really something,"
Dianthy said, a light of amusement in her eyes.
"Tamlane hit them with a spell to turn their skin bright green, and their fur, too, when they tried to shift into wolf form. Then he ordered them to be taken back to the boundary of the Packlands and expelled again on pain of death."
I blinked. I am so disappointed I didn't get to see that.
"With luck, they'll decide to test me and return,"
said a familiar voice from the doorway. Dianthy and I both looked around to find Tamlane standing casually, leaning one shoulder against the doorframe. I couldn't have stopped the slow grin that lit my features if I'd tried. I didn't try. "Tamlane," I said.
"I did consider blue instead of green,"
he mused, pushing away from the door and strolling towards the bed.
"but I believe green is traditionally associated with envy in both our cultures. I thought it was appropriate, since they were coveting power they clearly hadn't earned."
Dianthy ceded her place on the edge of the bed to him. He sat, looking down at me with a soft smile. This time I finally managed to drag myself upright so I could throw my arms around his shoulders. He leaned forward, pressing a kiss to my hair. "I'm so glad you're back," I said into the crook of his neck. Strong arms wrapped me up and held me close. Vaguely, I was aware that the world was still tilting and swaying, but his embrace kept me anchored.
I wasn't far away, love.
He answered in my ear.
I wouldn't want to be far away from you now. As I said, all is well.
At his words, the old insecurities flooded my stomach. I pushed away enough that I could meet his eyes. Is it, though? I asked. How would the three of us navigate this strange new future? Where would we live? How would we live? Tamlane was Fae. Kai was a shifter. I was somehow both, and in a way, neither. There would always be a divide, a split in our family. Who would be the one to make a sacrifice? A groan interrupted my spiraling panic before Tamlane could pick it up through the bond. Tamlane, Dianthy, and I turned as one to stare at Kai, whose eyelids were fluttering. Kai? I gasped, rolling towards him. Kai, can you hear me?
Yeah.
He croaked.
Ugh, crap. What time is it?
Beyond the fact that it was light outside, I had no idea.
Just after 5 in the evening,
Tamlane offered.
Ember, you're upset. What's wrong?
Kai asked, his words slurring a bit. I blanched. You felt that?
Some of it.
He swallowed and licked his lips.
Enough to make me worry.
I shook my head. It's nothing. You don't need to think about it right now.
It's all right. I'm too out of it to be terribly troubled about much of anything.
He replied with a crooked smile.
But seriously, I told you this before, and I meant it. Stop worrying about what everyone else wants. Worry about what you want for a change.
I stared at him in something like consternation as I tried to herd my thoughts into some kind of order. What I truly want? I asked, my gaze moving from Kai to Tamlane and back again. They nodded, their expressions encouraging. Deep breath. Okay, I said, thinking about Thelen and Star, about my terrible experience growing up in a pack that despised me. Here's what I really want. I want to make the Greystalker lands a haven for abandoned and abused shifter pups. I want to be a beacon of hope for the outcasts, the loners, and anyone who doesn't feel like they fit in. I want us to make it so that everyone who needs a place to call home can find one here.
Everyone?
Tamlane asked quietly.
Not only shifters?
I chewed my lower lip for a moment and nodded. Everyone, I confirmed. Not just shifters. There's plenty of room, and we all need to learn to work together anyway. I want this place to be a haven for whoever needs safety and support. Tamlane and Kai shared a long look over my head.
Then that's what we'll do,
Kai said, reaching for my right hand. Tamlane reached for my left. I clutched them both, feeling our unity in that moment hum through the bond, while Dianthy crossed her arms and smiled a pleased little smile at the three of us from the doorway. Epilogue. 1 year later. Ugh! Where are they? I complained, pacing back and forth across the room. I'd been restless and irrationally anxious for the last 2 hours, tension cresting and ebbing in my body like waves.
They'll be here soon,
Darby said patiently. She grabbed my wrist as I passed, bringing me to an abrupt halt and looking me squarely in the eyes.
They're coming back, and I promise they'll make it home before your heat actually starts, okay? You're only in preheat right now. It's going to be hours yet.
I closed my eyes and took a deep, steadying breath. Okay, you're right. I know you're right. She rolled her eyes at me.
Yes, I am right. So just keep breathing, please.
Yeah, I muttered. But I did make an effort to tone down my whole crazy bitchin' heat vibe. The classroom where we were standing still smelled faintly of lumber and fresh whitewash. The entire school building was new, built against the side of a steep cliff in the mountain. The youngsters, Fae children and shifter pups, and even a couple of human kids, were outside on the new playground, laughing and shrieking with glee as they played a rousing game of tag. Darby and I had just met with a group of Fae teachers visiting from Elfheim. We were trying to recruit them to educate the students here about magic and folklore. This had been our second meeting with them, and I was pretty sure they were finally coming around to our point of view. Many of the Fae children in our care had very little control over their powers, and some refused to use magic at all after suffering trauma or loss. I was convinced they needed to understand the theory behind their magic, so they could grasp it better, giving them command over their instincts. A slow sense of warmth spread through me from my mate bond, distracting me as I focused inward. I smiled in relief, sensing that Kai and Tamlane were returning from their most recent journey to Elfhame. What they were doing there was important. Vital, even. We'd been hearing disturbing rumors that an ancient and powerful Fae mage was stealing vulnerable kids and using them as slaves. While that kind of thing might have slipped under the radar when Oberon was king, Queen Titania had imposed terrible sanctions against anyone found to be buying and selling children on her world. Unfortunately, there were still rogue Fae on Elfhame who resisted the Queen's command. Even more unfortunately, that number included Geneva, who'd managed to slip free of Titania's net and scuttle under a rock somewhere. No one had seen or heard from her since her attack on Kai. It was possible she'd poke her head up someday to cause more trouble, but for now, I had more immediate concerns. I was on the brink of my heat. The telltale tremors and sweating were starting to make themselves known. Although Darby was right that it would be several hours yet before I was truly incapacitated. It was regrettable that my mates had been called away to deal with the mage, when I would rather have had them here. But helping children in trouble was more important than my personal convenience or wishes. This was our life now. Flitting back and forth between Elfhame and Earth. Rescuing and caring for the vulnerable in both realms, all while managing to squeeze in an amazing sex life in between. Madness. But the best kind of madness. I jerked my head, motioning Darby to follow me out of the classroom.
Let me guess,
she said, amused.
They're on their way right now?
Yep, let's walk and talk. What else do you think the teachers will want? I asked as we slipped outside, heading for the Alpha dwelling.
We've already got most of the supplies they'll need,
Darby answered thoughtfully.
But if they decide to try new techniques with the kids, we may need to obtain other things for them on short notice. It'll be interesting having such a drastic difference in teaching styles from our regular shifter staff.
I nodded. I agree. I think we're doing the Fae children a disservice by denying them access to their own people.
We haven't been denying them,
Darby corrected.
We just weren't making it enough of a priority to facilitate connections with other Fae.
No, you're right, I said. But they don't have access to Fae teachers like their peers on Elfhame do, and they should. She shrugged.
True. And now they will, assuming this group comes through for us.
As we spoke, we wandered up the path towards the home I shared with Kai and Tamlane, whenever we were staying on Earth. My body was starting to ache, discomfort creeping through my bones and muscles to settle deep inside me. Wanting. I chewed on the inside of my cheek, trying to distract myself from my symptoms. I'd need to hold it together for a little while longer until Kai and Tamlane returned. Then I could sate my shifter appetites to my heart's content. Darby pushed open the front door and led me inside the huge den where Kai had grown up with Bardolph, and where he now lived as the leader of the pack. The Alpha's residence. Sometimes it still felt surreal.
Surprise!
Kai's wry greeting reached me from the sitting room, and something inside me jolted pleasantly. I sucked in a breath and hurried to the door, drinking in the welcome sight that greeted me. Then I rushed forward, embracing both Kai and Tamlane. I didn't expect you back yet, I said, rubbing my face against their chests, shamelessly wallowing in their scents, as my inner wolf rumbled her approval. Tamlane touched my cheek, lifting my face to his for a kiss. It took all my willpower to allow him to pull back without immediately pouncing on him.
We found the children,
he reported.
It was true that the mage was using them as slaves to feed his magic.
A growl coiled low in my chest. Even after all this time, I still couldn't get used to the idea of adults abusing children in such a terrible way.
Did you get them settled in at the bunkhouse?
Darby asked, saving me from having to string words together. Kai shook his head.
We didn't bring them back. For once, we were able to return all of them to their original families happily enough. The mage has been turned over to Titania for punishment, and after that, we were free to slip away early.
He grinned.
So here we are.
He ran his hand possessively down my side, tracing along the curve of my waist. I groaned in longing, the sound unnecessarily sexual considering poor Darby was still standing right in the room with us. She only laughed.
I'll let you three have some privacy, shall I?
She said with a smirk, backing out of the door with a small wave and closing it behind her with a decisive click. Anticipation washed through me the moment she was gone, and I could already feel my heat kicking in beneath the influence of the two most amazing men in all the realms. How could I have ever gotten so lucky?
Little Wolf, you look like the cat that got the cream.
Tamlane pulled me in for another filthy kiss. Our lips slid together passionately, and then Kai came up behind me to nip at the bite mark he'd left on my shoulder when he'd mated me. Crushed happily between the pair, both of whom now had their mouths all over me in every glorious way, I could only pant with desire. Wait! Wait! I said, holding my hands up before I grew too lost to stop myself. No offense, but you both look like you've spent the last 2 days rolling around in a pigsty. I like a bit of eau de mail as much as the next she-wolf, but there are limits. Kai frowned, then sniffed dramatically at his armpits, only to make a slight coughing noise.
Damn. You know, you might have said something earlier, Faye.
I was trying to be polite.
Tamlane muttered against my skin, still distracted by the hinge of my jaw. To be fair, I was pretty distracted by what he was doing too. A shiver went through me, and my knees felt weak. It was hard to concentrate or keep my mind clear under his evil ministrations. A bath, I gasped, tilting my head to give Tamlane better access to my throat. He asked, never taking his lips from my skin. Kai wasn't helping. He'd returned and was rubbing his hands up and down my stomach, caressing me through my clothes. A bath, I repeated, with more force this time. Now, both of you.
Both of us? It's a really big bath, you know. How about all three of us?
Kai asked, a slow smile spreading over his ruggedly handsome features.
Creative problem-solving.
Tamlane murmured against my pulse point.
I approve.
God, yes, I said, sagging between them. Someone carry me to the bathroom, please. A bath would be good because I have a feeling this is about to get really, really dirty. This has been Rejected by the Pack, written by Jaelynn Woolf, digitally narrated by ElevenLabs. Copyright 2021 by Otherlove Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2024 by Otherlove Publishing, LLC.